So, interesting news feed today. Wait, am I coming through properly?
Yeah, we got you. Morvis was hot micing, but we got you.
Ah, cool. Cheers. So, apparently, they're rewriting the first law of thermodynamics.
Really?
Yeah, because at the moment they say that doesn't really cover systems not in equilibrium. So they're reworking it. Cover some, I don't know, some stuff that they don't think it applies to, or something like that. I don't know. I read these articles and I try and absorb what I can, and it was pretty vague anyway. It didn't really go into too much detail. I can post it if you like.
Yeah, post it. I'll have a read.
All right.
Unlike the Globers, we flat earthers like to stay up to date with their latest lore.
There we go. From none other than Popular Mechanics. Actually, when you finish reading it, scroll down to the bottom and look at the bio and the author. I thought that was funny.
All right, thanks.
Hello? Hello?
Yo, what up?
Yeah, I was just wondering, I actually just checked with my, fourth grade science teacher, and he's telling me that the earth is not flat and that it's actually round.
Oh, must be true then.
You should ask your fourth grade teacher who told him. And
What credentials you hold to think you're more right than my fourth grade science teacher?
no, I'm wondering who gave your fourth grade science teacher the evidence for a round Earth.
Do you understand the states actually require essentially in order to become a teacher, there's a set of criteria that's required. What criteria have you gone through to vet and legitimize your research and claims?
I did test myself. Would you like to hear the method how we can measure if the Earth is flat or round?
Yeah, please tell me so.
Okay, that's easy. Give me a second here. I'm going to post a picture and I'm going to ask you one question about it. All right, I hope you can still hear me. I'm going to move to the chat and we're going to post a little picture there and I'm going to ask you a question about it. So you've seen pictures of the Earth from space, right? You've seen the blue marble maybe? NASA has sent out a few of them.
I've seen many pictures from space.
Yeah, have you seen the Earth? It looks like a round ball with some land and some other stuff, right? Did you notice the chat? I pasted something there. Does it look something like that?
Which one are you talking about in the chat? There's a lot of images.
13 minutes past the hour, Plain and Truth. I posted it. It's like the second from last. It's the newest picture.
Yeah, I mean, the Earth is basically a ball. You could consider it kind of like a bounce ball.
It kind of looks like that in the picture, right? The pictures you have seen before. Am I correct?
Yes.
Right. And you notice something funny about that. You notice all the blue stuff? What is that?
That's water.
Exactly. And there's something peculiar about that water. You notice how it curves around the ball?
Yes, I do.
That's funny, right? I mean, it is, right? So, and they have told us the size. Do you know the size? The radius of the Earth?
I don't know the size, but what I can tell you is that there's this thing called gravity that keeps the water.
Yeah, I grant you gravity. Gravity
on the ground.
Right. Gravity is what bends the water around the ball. I'll grant it to you. I mean, we agree. Sure, it's gravity. Let's just say it's gravity for this discussion. So gravity bends the water around the ball. But I was asking if you knew the radius, perhaps the claimed radius of.
I'd have to ask my science teacher.
It's all right. In the picture I posted, it actually says it right there. It's 3,959 miles. That is the claimed radius. You with me?
Yeah, I'm following you.
Okay, good. So when we know the radius, we can do some simple math to figure out how much that ball, the water that curves around it, how much it has to curve per mile, right? So there is a nice little diagram there that tells you how much it needs to curve when we look at the ball, right? So for example, 10 miles there, if you take a laser, you find yourself a lake that's 10 mile on that ball that you live on, right? You go to that lake, you put the laser up 1 foot over the water on one beach, and you shoot it to the other beach. If it's a ball, that laser must end up 66 foot in the air. But guess what? The problem is that it ends up 1 foot over water on the other side as well. So that means that the water is not curving. And since the ball, they say that the Earth is covered by 71% water. If all that water is flat, it can't be a ball. Do you understand the logic here?
Yeah, well, there's one kind of issue here with this thought process.
What is that?
So think about this for a second. I have a cup of water,
Mm-hmm.
or let's just say a bowl of water. Because if you think about it, like I have a bowl of water and I shake it around. It's not given that the water is truly going to be perfectly flat. So just like Earth, like the topology is not perfectly flat. You can't assume the water to be perfectly flat. If that makes any sense, like it's never going to be perfect because it's water. It moves around.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be perfectly flat, but it's generally, if the ball has a radius of 3959 miles, even if, let's say that this test was just done in a place where the lake is perfectly flat because, the Earth is flat right there, but then it's round in some other places. The problem is we've done thousands of tests over different kinds of waters, right? So it has to be a ball at some of those lakes, at least, right? So look, you can take a friend with you and go outside. Go to a lake that's 10 mile wide. Bring a good zoom camera. Put him on the beach on the opposite side. If you can zoom in and see him, there is no 66-foot curve. That's a 6-story high building that should be covering him. So unless your friend is 66 foot tall, you should not be able to see him. So that's a problem for the ball, right? I mean, water is flat. Look, you don't have to believe me. I'm going to paste a laser test that some guys did over 21 miles. And over 21 miles, it gets even worse. Then you have a 260-foot curvature missing, right? Because the laser in that example, they shot it 5 foot over the water. And on the other side, 21 miles away, it ended up 5 foot over the water there as well.
I mean, this almost feels like, like a tobacco company being like, cigarettes don't cause cancer because I know somebody that didn't have cancer that smoked cigarettes. But in this case, you're nitpicking data, and essentially you're taking the data that supports your case, and then anything that would not support your case, I think that you guys would probably just trash it and maybe trash the human being that came up with this data.
You can go out and see if you can find someone who has done a laser test and they showed curve if you want to, right? But there are thousands of tests like this. And the thing is, even if you say you don't believe this, or maybe they faked it, the laser did actually show up 260 foot in the air. That's a 20 storage building, right? But let's say that they faked it, okay? So what? Now you have a method to try it out yourself, and you can do that easily. But you're never going to find anybody who has done a test and they said, oh, yeah, we measured those 266 foot of curvature. So it's up to you. I can't convince you. You can only convince yourself. And now you've been presented with the method how to do it. You don't even need to buy a laser. You can just get a couple of mirrors and see if you can mirror fast your friend.
I got you, actually. So I'm just wondering about this video here that I see.
Mm-hmm.
Here on this short video.
Oh, is that the? Let me guess. Is it Behind the Curve?
Yes.
Oh, that's
Do you think these people are just lying and
that's a Netflix mockumentary. Did you know that? They made all that
What's-
shit up. They took different tests.
why'd you call it a mockumentary?
Yeah, it's a mockumentary by Netflix. They wanted to
What's a-
mock flat earthers, right? So they did a bunch of tests. Did you know that? And then they took the one that failed, and then they clipped in an interesting from another scene at the end of it. We have
Okay,
emails.
you are absolutely absurd. I'm just gonna say it.
We have email conversations from Netflix where they admit that they did this. There was a weed or something in the way. And besides, even if we grant you the test, if you look into it, they didn't even use a laser. They used a torch, a flashlight. The whole thing was just flawed. You thought it was a laser, right? But it wasn't. Just a stupid flashlight. So I wouldn't listen to Netflix mockumentaries. That's just stupid.
I think you're a little biased against data that doesn't support your claims, which aren't commonly agreed upon by the majority of the people that are educated in America.
I'm biased against documentaries which only shows one side, right? They show the side they want to show. You can see a documentary that says that Michael Jackson is a PDF file, right? And then there's another documentary that says he is not. And both of them are going to be convincing. So I wouldn't watch Netflix documentaries about flat Earth. I would just go out and do the test myself, like I have done. I've done this myself, me and my brother. So you can do it too. You don't have to believe me.
Doesn't it seem extremely dangerous to shoot a laser that could blind you?
Yeah. Don't look into it, whatever you do. But you can take a couple of mirrors and just do mirror flashes over 10 miles, you and your friend. You don't have to use a laser.
Have you ever thought that maybe I just asked if you were throwing out claims on the opposing side, and you said no, and then this Netflix documentary, you just basically said it was fake, so you did throw it out. So I'm getting a little bit of a conflicting information here that makes it hard to trust. I'm trying to be open here, but I'm a little bit skeptical right now.
Have you ever seen a documentary that in the end it turned out that it was just a lie and they just presented their version of the story? Isn't that what documentaries are? They show one side and that's it. I mean, do you believe everything you see on TV, on Netflix, on the news, maybe?
Exactly. You should be skeptical, and you should be just as skeptical of this so-called documentary you've appealed to as what we say.
And you can be skeptical about the 21 miles no curvature test that I posted. You should be, absolutely. But go out and do it yourself. See if you can replicate it.
Dude, I'm not going to go spend a bunch of money.
Well, a couple of mirrors are basically free.
I'm not sure if you're aware, but I actually live in Florida. And we have one of the largest bodies of water in the United States with some of the flattest land in the United States.
Yeah, I'm aware. And
have you guys selectively only gone to certain lakes for these results, or have you gone to a variety of bodies of water?
The physics of water is not going to change, bro. It's going to apply to anybody.
Excellent. So then I can assume that you've gone to multiple and not just the same place. Because
I did my test.
There's land that's not truly flat. And you understand that even though the earth is round and it is a perfect sphere, you do understand that the land's height is not evenly round across it because there's this thing called terrain that sits on the earth. I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
No,
are you aware of water? There's a gravity gradient on the globe, okay? Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Okay, then. So why are you trying to make this about the terrain?
Because I just explained. Let me explain something to you.
We understand the terrain. Listen, you're talking to people that understand geodetic surveying, okay? So we understand completely. What you don't seem to understand is how the gravity gradient is affecting water on a claimed globe. And that's what T-Dub and others have been trying to explain to you.
Also, it's why we do the measurements over water is so we don't have to deal with the topography. You understand that on your flat desk, you can have a desk light, you can have, a cable and a couple of pens. Those are topography. It doesn't make the desk less flat. You understand that, right?
So, like, if you know this information and you believe it to be true, like, why aren't you out there doing something about the government spending billions of dollars a year, supposedly on NASA, which must be fake if the Earth isn't round? Like, I assume you don't believe NASA's real either. Like they're just like some like government agencies blowing money, funneling money or something. Like, you don't believe? I assume you don't believe somebody's ever landed on the moon now, do you?
Absolutely not. Look, I am in here, and if people come in, I use my own valuable time to sit here and for free tell them a method that they can check for themselves. That's what I'm doing.
I mean, like, it's easy to, like, say something, but it's like not really a realistic approach to, oh, hey, just go like buy a laser or some mirrors and get a friend. And there's a lot of things you're asking for that, like, what I'm trying to understand is why. Can you explain what went wrong? What went wrong with the Netflix mockumentary? Like, tell me, how did they cheat the system to prove that Earth was actually round? Like, can you explain that one to me?
Yeah, I could explain it quickly. So they didn't do any. They didn't. Yeah, they didn't. No, it was a really poorly done mockumentary. Okay, it didn't. If I don't know which part specifically you're talking out of, but if you're talking about the light test that Jaren did, which was towards the end of the documentary, where he shone a flashlight over a certain distance, apparently through some cardboard cutout holes. And the guy shouldn't have been able to see the light, and then he lifted the light up, and then he saw the light. I don't know if that's what you're referring to. Like, which bit out of the documentary? Because there's nothing in the documentary that debunks flat Earth or proves the globe or anything like that. It's pretty poorly done. Like, do you have any questions about it specifically? Because
I'd like to watch it with you, and let's debunk this together. Let's watch the mockumentary.
It's kind of like funny to watch. I mean, it's all it does. It's like just showing close-ups of the guy's face and just trying to make him look stupid, which he is kind of stupid. He's not like a flat earther that many people are a big fan of.
I mean, I work.
Like they handpicked some stoner, right, and made him look stupid.
I mean,
but look, he was supposed to shoot a laser, okay, and the idiot, he left on the laser and broke the laser. And because they already had it all set up, they decided, oh, we've got a flashlight. Let's just try to do it with a flashlight. They did it at nighttime. It doesn't show the distances. It doesn't show the observer height. It doesn't show any measurements. It just shows 52 seconds worth of footage, which is mostly close-ups of the guy's face looking dopey, because mockery is the main tactic there. And it really doesn't prove anything either way. And from what I hear from people that were on the set on both sides, is they kind of just walked away from that saying, oh, that was a big mess. It didn't prove anything either way. But then the way they edited the documentary towards the end, it made it look like the way it looked. And then there was a big lawsuit after, because they'd promised the flat earthers beforehand that they were going to hand over all of the complete footage, unedited footage. And then after it was finished, they edited it in a way that, was misleading. And then they refused to hand over the footage. Then there was a big court case about it, which is still ongoing. But unfortunately,
didn't they splice scenes out of order in order to give the impression that they walked away thinking that they had measured the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, they did. Like when he said interesting at the end, that he had said that 4 hours earlier, according to him, and they just kind of spliced it together. And I mean, if you rewatch it with just thinking skeptically about it, the way as a deception, you'll notice what they're doing. I mean, it's not something that's a substantial, something that would, I mean, if I was a globe earther, I wouldn't be using that as, look at this, flat earthers, you debunked flat earth. Even Fight the Flat Earth, right? There's a guy called Craig, has a shit ton of subscribers, and he makes a living trying to debunk flat. Even he made a video saying it was completely dishonest and globe earthers shouldn't use that. It was, edited in a way that was misleading.
I posted the emails, and letters from Netflix to Jaron in the chat. If you want to look at them, Matthew, you can see the whole conversation, how they misrepresented it.
So can you explain? We were talking about water as being the perfect case here. So why, when ships are sailing away, do we lose the hull? Like it disappears before the mast. Can you explain that one to me? If Earth isn't curved, like I'm not understanding.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so most of the time, I can see why they might have thought that back in the day. Growing up on the east coast of Australia myself, at a cruise ship hub right on the Gold Coast, I used to watch them go out all the time. And what happens most of the time is they get smaller and smaller and smaller. Now, once something gets below a certain degree in your vision, which is 0.02 degrees, it breaches the angular resolution limit of the human eye. So you can't see it anymore, even though it's still there, because it's too small. It doesn't disappear bottom, like hull up, most of the time. It will occasionally if you've got like large ocean swells, for example, or if you have a rarer type of miraging effect, which can happen sometimes as well, called an inferior mirage. Okay, that can happen sometimes, but most of the time, and we've got countless videos we could show you right now, is that a ship, you can't see it, but you can still see the horizon, because the horizon's giant, right? But the ship gets smaller and smaller and smaller due to perspective, and then you can zoom in and you can see the whole ship again. Okay.
No, but I just want to clarify a little bit. Like,
go ahead.
But the fact here is that you can see the mast, but you cannot see the hull. Do you understand what a mast and a hole is? Like, just wondering.
I understand.
I know about it.
Okay, look in the side chat. Plain Truth just posted one. Okay, when he zoomed out, you cannot see the boat at all. Okay, when he zooms in, you can see the whole boat again. Now, let's reverse engineer this. Let's say that boat that he's zooming in on is close to him at the shoreline, and he doesn't have the zoom camera. Okay, and then the boat just sails away. It goes away, away, away. It gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and it looks like it's disappearing, and then you can't see it anymore. And now he pulls out this amazing zoom technology, which we have access to now, and he can zoom in and see the entire boat again. Okay, now if you added into the equation a mirage like sinking refraction, or inferior mirage, which literally is defined as something appearing like it disappears from the bottom, even though it's not actually hidden behind anything, or ocean swells, that could happen. And we can replicate that on a small scale as well, to show that it's just an optical effect due to the atmosphere and temperature conditions or physical obstruction being ocean swells. But we've got countless amounts of examples. We can show this. These are like old arguments that have been debunked a long time ago.
Does he know what ocean swells are and how in the foreground they could obstruct holes in the deep background?
Matthew, there is a simple example you can do by yourself. You find a good sized skyscraper, right? If you stand close to it and you walk backwards, as you walk away, eventually the bottom of the scrape is going to be impossible for you to resolve, but you will still see the top of it. That's just how our vision works. It's called angular resolution. DJ talked about it before. This is on a flat surface, so you can replicate it on a flat surface, obviously.
Oh my gosh, ridiculous. Okay, well, what do you think about the moon? Let me just guess, is the moon actually someone's cheeks?
No, bro. Okay, the moon is in the sky. We're talking about the surface of the Earth. Now, what was ridiculous about what was just explained to you? Because we can back everything we're saying up with real-world demonstrations.
I'm just trying to get three concepts here through your head, and if you can understand that maybe one of them you could disagree with, but there's three of them. Like, okay, there's too much evidence. I need to just admit that the Earth is round, and I'm wasting my time lying to people. So, you believe in the moon or not? Like, you think the moon is just like?
You won't be educating anyone.
Everyone
get it through your head. You're not educating anyone.
Yeah, look, every single flat earther in this channel knows 100 times more than you will know about the globe. I bet I could ask you basic questions.
I mean, you don't know the most basic thing if you think the globe is flat, because it's a globe. It's not.
No,
flat.
We're showing you empirical evidence. You just believe it's a globe because that's what you were taught throughout your life.
Tell me about lunar eclipses. How do those happen?
Just one thing
bro.
to the next.
Yeah,
Like you're
just
leaving
gish galloping.
everything unresolved before moving on.
Okay, y'all are attacking me now instead of attacking
No, well,
the
let
actual
DJ
facts
take
You're
here.
being an arrogant, bro.
Explain
You're
to
being-
me lunar eclipses and how they explain to me.
Yeah, we're gonna have to talk about projected geometry, which I don't think you're prepared to do, which is a much more difficult topic than everything else that you've gish galloped to.
Whatever, dude. Y'all are crazy. I'm out.
Yeah.
All right, bye.
Have a good day,
Come
man.
on, stay a little bit.
Dick.
Listen to DJ when he explains lunar eclipses to you. How about that?
Come on, man. Just stay a little bit.
Look, people come in here, Matthew, and they think that they come walking into a room of idiots because they've seen a bunch of propaganda about flat Earth, and they have a bunch of presuppositions in their head about things we claim that we don't actually claim. Right? And they think they know a bunch more than they actually know about the globe, and then they walk in here and then they start engaging in a debate, and they realize, oh wow, these guys actually make good points. They know what they're talking about. They actually seem to know more than I know about the globe. And I don't know any of their actual arguments because all I've been fed is propaganda, like discs in space and things like that, which we don't claim.
I mean, like the fact that you're sitting around, if you think the government is literally burning like literally a large sum of their budget every year on faking space, blows my mind. Like you're sitting here on a Discord call. I'd be like raiding the Capitol if that was actually.
You would? Really?
Yeah. I mean,
Funny because none of us are bringing that up but you.
Well, I'm just saying that, like, like I think you're taking like a little passive approach if we're like the entire thing of Earth's physics is a lie. Like, I mean, I think someone's got to be corrected here. Like, how could you allow such fraud to occur? As a human being, like, how can you not stop that?
Okay,
like,
what should I do? I'm an Australian that's currently in Poland. You're talking about the U.S. government. What should I do right now?
Does Australia not have a space program as well, burning money?
I not that I'm aware of. I mean, I'm not sure. I don't live in Australia. Anyway, like, what do you want me to do? Go and raid like the Australian space program? What should I do? What's my first step? Some
Australia
has like a balaclava or something like that.
Australia has ASA, the Australian Space Agency, which is set to triple in size from 2018 to 2030. So, I mean, like, right. Don't you think?
What would you do if you were in my boots? What would you do? Would you go and
I'd be raiding.
Get a flight back to Australia.
I'd be petitioning legislators peacefully until the time came that there's no other options to exhaust.
Great plan.
Yeah, why did you invite them?
There are people doing that. Okay, maybe not in other countries, but in the United States, people are getting their 2 minutes on the podium to speak to their local or state representatives and expressing their fears and concerns about the fraudulent activity that is going on within the government involving NASA and other agencies. Okay, so that is being done. There's not much else that they can do.
I think my main concern here is just like that, like, you're acting like it's hopeless, and like
we're not. We're sharing the information with as many people as we can.
Yeah, you probably convinced 10 people in a year. Like, so
no, probably just in the last few weeks, actually.
Like,
you should listen to some of our conversations. By the end of the conversation, people are like, "Oh my god, I can't believe that you guys are making so much sense. This is crazy. Can you give me some more information about this?" And
if it's also fake, why don't we send up somebody that goes to space and send one of you all up and see what happens to them? Like what are you going to say if they come back and they're like, "Okay, I saw it myself." Do you think they drugged them out or something?
No, bro. You need to look up what the Outer Space Treaty is. and the rules and regulations behind it, it's actually illegal for an amateur to go above a certain height and to film above a certain height. No, that's why no one's ever done it. No one's ever launched a satellite or a rocket above a certain height because you're legally not allowed to do it. You can get in a huge amount of trouble.
Yeah, I'm saying, why don't you, like, if you're so set on this being true, like, there's companies out there that can get you into space for, Katy Perry went to space.
No, that's just going 62 miles up in the air on a vomit comet, essentially. Okay, that's not even high enough to see the curvature of the Earth if it existed.
Okay.
Mathematically, yeah, there was an astronaut that also went up on that named Wally Funk. She did an interview with Fox afterward, which we can share with you if you want. And she said she was disappointed that she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth because they didn't go high enough. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson, who hates flat earthers, that astrophysicist, he did numerous interviews saying, look, it's media, it's misleading, it's not even high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. I've done the calculations and it's not high enough. We had William Shatner go up there as well. He said he saw no evidence that the Earth's a globe from that height. And mathematically, you wouldn't see curvature from that height anyway. You only have a certain percentage of the surface of the Earth that you can even see from that height. This doesn't prove anything. That's as high as we can get to as well, without just blind faith trusting in some Apollo astronauts 50 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I almost find this hysterical that you guys are like little conspiracy theorists. I'm not sure if you're aware of. You ever heard of Stranger Things before?
Dude, no, we're not conspiracy theorists in here. Like, none of us brought up a single conspiracy theory with you.
I mean, literally, the Earth being flat and like the government having an agency that's just lying to people is like absolutely.
I think they believe it's a globe and they fucked up.
I mean, do you understand that the Earth is round?
You're projecting. You're projecting. We understand that because of the implications involved with the evidence being presented to you, right? You're coming to the natural conclusion based on your faith and the stock and value you put in these agencies and certain said authorities, that there must be a conspiracy. There must be somebody lying because you've been shown imagery and stories about people going into outer space. They saw the Earth as a ball, blah, 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 blah. Right? We get that. But you've got to examine the evidence first.
But have you seen Stranger Things before? And can I just give a little example? Have you heard of the Conformity Gate with Stranger Things? They released 5 seasons. The last season has 9 episodes. Or 8 episodes or whatever it is. Well, everyone's like, oh, there's another episode coming. And it was like, most clearly there was not. But there's 1,000 things to show that there was not going to be another episode. And then there's these crazy conspiracy theorist people that, oh, look at the clock of the scene at this and that and all this nonsense. And yeah, okay, maybe the stuff like if you just look at it kind of makes sense. Well, guess what? There's not an extra episode. And guess what? The Earth is not flat. It is round. I'm sorry to tell you that.
Yeah, okay, so we have empirical evidence to back up our claims. What do you have besides faith that it's a globe? Right? We're not pointing at clocks and making up conspiracy theories. We're going out and actually calculating how much curvature there should be over a certain distance and using expensive equipment to test for that curvature. We've had teams of field engineers go out with a $30,000 laser, shooting at over 40 kilometers distance, where there should be over 400 foot of curvature, hitting the target 5 times in a row. We've had PhDs like Dr. John Dee go out trying to debunk flat Earth and becoming a flat earther reluctantly during the process because he couldn't find any curvature. Right? We're not mucking around here. This isn't some crazy conspiracy theory. We're confirming what we all experience. Even yourself, even people that think it's a globe still experience the Earth as flat and stationary. You've just been told it's a globe growing up. Most people don't even know anything about the globe. They just believe it blindly.
I wish I could get you help. I really do.
Help of what?
This is a cope, bro. Look, I'm going to post some footage in the side chat right now. Just have a look in the side chat. This is the sort of shit that you're defending right now. You think that this is real footage from NASA, right? This is clearly ridiculously fake looking, and I can't believe that any adult could take this footage seriously. This is Apollo footage. This is NASA claims that this is real footage. Are you going to defend this footage right now and call me crazy?
I mean, I don't know if NASA really claims this like you're claiming that.
On their website.
Why wouldn't? Yeah, why wouldn't they? I can find you the original videos that we clipped this from at the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum right now and NASA's official YouTube channel. Why would you doubt this footage? It looks ridiculously fake, doesn't it? You wouldn't have doubted it otherwise.
I can tell you that NASA...
I'm the crazy one. You need to get me
Maybe
help,
there's been some lies of NASA, but space in itself is not fake.
Okay.
Oh, how did you prove that?
Because they wouldn't be going up every year if it was fake.
People wouldn't lie? Are you saying people don't lie?
Yeah, I'm saying that, like...
People wouldn't lie, right. People wouldn't lie about anything. Nobody would lie. Nobody would ever lie to you. Don't forget to space yourself 6 feet apart.
Okay, but nobody... Like, you have to understand one thing. Like, this isn't COVID. This is a straight fact. Earth... Like, I know this from 4th grade science. You don't get it.
Oh, really?
Okay, let's hear it then.
Oh, I know it from owning the equipment to do science experiments. How do you like that?
Have you ever done geography before?
That's not a science experiment.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, like, I just don't feel
Have I ever read a geography book? Have I ever read a geography book? Yeah, I had to. I had to go to school just like you.
You know, I actually was thinking it might be real, but then I talked to my Swedish friend, and he was like, he explained there's a documentary that proves it's not real. And, like,
what's
literally...
that one? What documentary is
the
it?
Netflix one.
Oh, no, that's not a documentary. That's a movie.
Yeah, dude, the Netflix documentary says meet the growing worldwide community of theorists who vehemently defend the Earth as flat inside a society that rejects it. That wasn't a
brother. I got to tell you one thing and only one thing.
That was a personalization, because the issue was that people were dehumanizing flat earthers. So people at Netflix said, we have to put a human face to this movement because something bad is going to happen.
No, what you don't get is this, dude. You are too scared to go to space.
What you're not
getting, too scared.
What you're not getting is right before that Netflix dropped, there was back-to-back bomb threats, like mass shooting threats at the Denver Convention. They tried to shut the Denver Convention down, and someone posted an anonymous video that he's going to go run a victory royale and pack some Flurman. So people were upset by that. They go, why are these extreme acts of violence being, pushed towards this group of people who are virtually minding their own business? Who would do that? What type of person, what type of broken mind, a fractured, broken mind would commit some of the most heinous acts? For what reason? So they said, let's do a Netflix documentary and humanize this group of people to hopefully defuse this violent political rhetoric being posted online. I mean, if you got something other than that from watching that Netflix documentary, you have a very poor comprehension skill. Very poor.
Dude, I mean, whatever. You guys go keep believing it. Why don't one of y'all go to space and just get drugged out by the government or whatever you think they do to people that go to spaces?
Space is fake.
So what are these people that go to space? Are they actually just like in a simulation?
No one goes to space.
No, there's no space to go to, dude. Yeah, well, I don't know what simulation you're thinking of. You think movies are simulations of something that we've never even proven? How can you simulate something we've never been to?
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. But
dude, no one's.
Well, then don't say that.
No one's been to space for like 50 years, 60 years. Where do you think all these people are going? They're like every day, people just randomly just going to space. It's been
Katy
50.
Perry. He said Katy Perry went. Katy Perry.
Dude, that was suborbital. That was even lower than Mercury and Gemini went. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson said, if you put that on a globe model the size of a beach ball, it was 2 millimeters off the surface. That's not anywhere near space.
So they interviewed. Sorry, Crit.
No, go ahead. I was going to say, I was giving the date. The last time anyone claims to have gone to space was they went to the moon December 7th, 1972. 72. That was before the bicentennial.
And they interviewed NASA. They interviewed last thing. Sorry, I'll let you respond to what Chris said after that. They interviewed NASA recently, and they said, "How come NASA doesn't go back to the moon? Right? How come they can't put man on the moon again?" And NASA astronaut Don Pettit was the one doing the interview, and he said, "I'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but we destroyed that technology, and it would be a painful process to build it back again."
You do understand that, like, y'all are just a bunch of kooks. I can't help y'all.
Y'all are kooks. Y'all are a bunch of kooks.
Matthew. Well, thanks for the insults.
All right, bye.
All right, have a good day. Thanks for coming by.
Ran.
Goodbye.
I guess he just wants to listen now, which is fine. But
he wants to leave, is what he said. He's got to go. He can't deal with. We're a bunch of kooks. Y'all are a bunch of kooks.
He wants us.
Is that why he's tripping out?
He wants us to be the TikTok flat earthers.
Oh no, yeah, that's the wrong group. We're the actual flat earthers.
Yeah, dude, some of those people on TikTok and Facebook, they're globalists. They're like very deeply Christian, and they're making fun of these I love science atheists. They're taking the piss out of you because they know they can get milk to squirt out your nose. What else has been going on today? Anything good?
Geomagnetic storms.
Oh yeah, tell us about that.
Yeah, well, a solar flare weakened Earth's magnetic field, so the story goes, and then an X1.9 flare blasted us. And what's due to hit, I think, starting tonight, is the beginning of coronal mass ejecta, a gigantic wave of it. So what they're doing is when you take all these factors into consideration, it kind of boils down into like a KP index number, and they're giving it an 8 to 9, which could mean that there is a between 5 to 20% chance of Earth's magnetic field collapsing, which basically means that we're exposed. People are looking at the phi angle of Earth's magnetic field. Whenever BZ1 goes negative, it basically means that a magnetic tunnel has formed between Earth and the sun, and allows for the sun's solar rays to just shoot at us without anything blocking it and protecting it. This is their lore, okay? Yeah, I know some of it pretty well. Now, how this is really happening, I don't know.
Is there any way I can detect any of this?
No.
You have to go to NASA's website.
Oh, I can't build something? All right.
We do have solar electric storms in Orlando, Florida, actually.
Oh, yeah. Send us a video of it.
I'm outside right now waiting for some of the aurora activity to pick up here on the East Coast. I'm in Pennsylvania. So far, nothing, but I mean, we've seen it before recently.
I mean, like you can go into Central Florida during the summer, and every day you will see electrical storms. It happens every day in Orlando. You just look up in the sky between like 7 p.m. and 11 p.m. and you will see it every day. I don't know why, but I'm just telling you, you will see it. And guess what? The Earth is round.
Do you know what the word round means? Did you look that up?
Hey, yeah. Also, remember, you can only have those storms. Your Earth has to be flat. You can't do that on a ball. You have to have a ground plane for that electricity to work.
And air, which means you're contained. So there's no outer space vacuum.
Nobody was denying electrical storms happen either. I'm not sure how you.
Yeah, he didn't know what we were talking about and just said actually.
I know, and he talked about like heat lightning.
Everything that the flat earthers say has to be wrong.
Yeah, we're not talking about heat lightning. We're talking about auroral activity. Right now, Earth is getting bombarded with protons.
So what I mean is, there's no way that's what the lore is, or is that something that we can detect?
You know, I don't know if there are any ground-based detectors that are picking this up. It's all going to be their space-based shit, you know?
So what did you say? Protons are hitting us? So
yeah.
I would have to, well, you would just have increased electricity over a plate, right? Like if you took a reading of just voltage in the air at a certain height off the ground, that would have to increase if you're getting more, wouldn't it?
I think so. Yeah, that it would alter the electrical field gradient that we measure. You know, what is it? How many volts per meter?
I'm trying to think if I got anything. I got my 4-channel scope. I'm trying to think if I have any sensors or anything where I can pick up that voltage or amplify it.
Yeah. So would an abundance of protons cause a voltage drop?
Yes, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, is it saturating it like rain? Diluting it?
Yeah.
Or is it pulling it up to the sky? That's why the aurora lights up?
Oh, there you go. Creating like a chain for it to, yeah.
It's because there's two plates. Matthew's not going to accept that one. You can't do that.
Really not.
You can't do that. You can't do that shit on a ball. You have to have a plate system to do that.
I bet he has no clue that there's atmospheric electricity that is a linear and stable gradient. You know, except when there are electrical storms, then weird things happen. Then the hair on your neck can stand up and all that. But yeah, if like electrons are moving up, then they're leaving the bottom plate like a vacuum.
Which is the opposite of what we think should be happening. It's like they're being recycled. Things should fall to negative to the ground.
Yeah.
Things should go to ground. Electricity goes to ground. That's the direction it heads. So we shouldn't be having this talk in here. People are going to learn shit, and then they're going to think we're smart.
Oh yeah, I don't want to get into this. No way. All right, so I got to say, looking north, the sky does have like a purple haze to it, just like a really deep royal blue haze.
Okay, do you have an iPhone?
I do. Good idea. I've
Okay.
actually got my super camera with me, but
I
I'm in a
know, I know,
parking lot.
but I know, but I want you to try a trick that we do with our iPhones. So get your iPhone and just you have the newer one.
Yeah, I got it up and I'm holding it up. I'm seeing if I can see it in the viewer.
No, you don't do that. What you do is you take a picture so it takes a long exposure. It'll be on a timer. It'll be like 5, 4. While it's collecting light, you'll see it counting down while it's collecting light, and then it takes a snapshot. There's where you're going to see if it's actually out there. If it's there, turn your camera on and start watching it. Because I can just take a picture off my deck and tell you if it's there or not. I can't see it with my eyes until I take a picture. Then you can see the streaks, you can see the ribbons, all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. That's a good idea. I'm at 51.
Nothing.
51 degrees north. Would I be able to see it here?
Yeah, way better than where I am.
You should be able to see it easier. And I can see it piece of cake at 41.
Yeah, go outside, look north.
Yeah, I'll look out the window once.
I don't know if you'll see the lights, but if you got a phone, take a picture where it collects the light. It'll expose it. It just sits there longer, taking a picture. That one is how you see it. Guy at work was like, he started posting. He's like, yeah, I didn't realize it. I guess he did it on his Android, so it worked for every phone, I guess. But I have an iPhone. I just know how it works on mine. Yeah, that's the light show that's like the big sign that says, walk this way, come this direction. And nobody sees it. Everybody's ignoring that part.
Well, nothing's showing up yet. It might be a bit too early.
Yeah, we got a crystal clear sky, so I'm going to go out and check, but I won't be long. It's like...
Ours don't show up until around 10 o'clock for us. So it's 7 o'clock, like 3 hours from now.
It's 1 a.m. here.
Dude, there are pictures coming in from the Swiss Alps where the sky is red.
Yeah, you should be able to see it at 1 a.m.
Like right now. It's really nice off my back deck if my neighbor's floodlights aren't turned on.
Is that where you're at?
No, I'm actually out in town right now.
Oh.
I could drive out towards farmland here, be there in about 10 minutes.
I don't think you're going to get that much better. I don't think your lighting will change that much. If I can see it, and I have the city of Cleveland under me down below towards the lake, I can see it with no problem. You should be able to see it.
Like the first time this happened, it was hilarious. Like in Florida, people were calling 911 trying to report the rapture and shit.
Sounds about right.
And then they'd be like, "Oh, flat earthers." Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Rather.
I was just going to say, I think they're telling people more because our technology allows us to see it with phones and that. So you may as well just tell people where they're at, where to look. We could probably always see it before.
Well, anyway, like that guy earlier is like many folks that come in. They think we're a bunch of weird, crazy conspiracy kooks. They don't realize what 24/7 flat Earth is and what our community does. They're used to seeing the TikTok flat earthers talk about ice walls and land beyond the ice and all kinds of crazy flat Earth sci-fi shit. And we're just like, no, man, we go out and we measure it. We like to understand how people claim to measure the globe too, so we look into that. So we get into discussions about geometry and triangles. surveying methods, cartography, maps, a little bit of physics too. A little bit of philosophy, like the philosophy of mathematics and philosophy of science. Wave optics and EM propagation. Not as exciting as freaking reptilians from beyond the ice wall. We're not like those types. Honestly, I think the gas pressure and Coriolis discussions fucked them up the most.
Can I ask how many years do you plan to stay in this voice call?
This is 24/7.
Yeah, you could basically use any answer you need for that. You know, just say like 1 year, 5 years, unlimited amount of years. You could say we'll stay here until the overview effect kicks in, or until someone proves the curvature of the Earth, or we'll stay here until you are able to deal with somebody disagreeing with you. So you could be just flip the question back on you. How long will it take to demonstrate curvature of the Earth or rotation?
Wait, it's already been demonstrated. You just
We'll do it again then. Do it right now. Let's do it. Let's see it.
I'm not a scientist. It's not my job.
A scientist is a noun for someone who conducts science, which is a verb. You could do this right now. You could be able to repeat the power, the absolute raw power of science is that it's repeatable, measurable, and falsifiable. If you can't repeat it, then no one's done it prior to that. It's unrepeatable, therefore not science. Definition. For it to be science, it must be repeatable. So there's a question then. How long will it take for you to repeat something that you think is repeatable? Crickets. This is what happens when you start playing little silly games and like, so you think you got some sort of gotcha question. You end up with egg on your face rather than just thinking it out. Huh.
What are you talking about?
Flat Earth.
Yep. Every conversation we have is being live streamed and recorded. So it doesn't matter so much to us whether or not we have mass viewership in the moment. What matters is that we're leaving breadcrumbs. We're leaving information to be found in the future by people who listen to these streams. We've been doing this 10 years.
There's people that listen to us.
By the way, as soon as you say, I'm not a scientist, you invalidate any. You've announced that you're incapable of evaluation of the authenticity of any claims that are made, or any evidences that are presented, or their skill level or intelligence level. You've placed yourself lower than them, meaning that you are incapable of appealing to them in any way.
It's almost an admission of a appeal to authority fallacy, or an appeal to credentials fallacy, or both, actually. See, most people, including myself, when they first hear about this, they just assume that some smart people have gone out and measured the Earth curvature a ton of times. It's been done. Someone's done it. They don't know who's done it, or when they've done it, or how they did it, but they just think that someone did do that. The more you look into it, you're going to find that that didn't happen. It's not how the globe became a theory.
Actually, I was attempting to do a long range survey to like see if I could see any curvature.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I mean, that's what I did as well. I mean, I saw a bunch of long distance observations, and I went out and did a whole range of tests myself because I lived next to a giant lake in Australia, and I could zoom in across that lake consistently and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake that should have been hidden behind 100 foot of curvature.
Well, yeah, I was trying to do on myself. I just did a test with like the because it was like a monocular above a monocular on a tripod, made it level. I just wanted to see if I could see the reference point I wanted to use to see if there's.
Are you doing it over land or are you doing it over water?
Over land.
Yeah, so you need to take the elevation changes into account as well, which you probably already know.
Yeah, I was just using my coordinates to like.
Oh so yeah, but that's based off yeah, you need to like just say point A is X amount of feet above sea level, and point B will also be X amount of feet above sea level. You need to take that into account.
Well, it worked for what I wanted, which was to see if I can even. So it's just to make sure I can actually find the mountain. So I put in my coordinates and said, "Yeah, you need to look like 67 degrees northeast." So I did that, and it was like right there, and it was how it described as like it wasn't like I forgot, it was like some mountain, but yeah. And I was like, okay, I can see it. I know how to find it, so now I can use that as a reference point.
Do you know how far away it is from where you were observing?
Like I remember I had it. It was like 20-something miles.
Mm-hmm. Is about 400 foot of curvature over that distance.
Well, I need to take my height into account.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot trickier when you're doing it over terrain.
40 miles.
Did you say 40 miles?
It's how far the mountain is from from where I was. So I just want to see, like, that should be a lot of drop over distance.
Like 800 foot or something, I'm guessing.
So I'm going to put, like, a yardstick or some form of measurement, like 8 feet in front of my camera. And then do some math. I'll figure out that math later. But just to see if the tip of that mountain actually drops the predicted drop.
Okay, well, there's 1,066 foot of drop over 40 miles.
Oh, what is my elevation? I'm about 800 feet above sea level. That's my elevation. I don't know if that matters, but you said I needed it.
Oh yeah, super important.
And I need the elevation of the mountain top, you said?
Yeah, it's going to be kind of difficult. I mean, You need to know your exact elevation, the exact elevation of the mountaintop that you're looking at. Then you're going to have to get your optical device completely horizontal using levels or something like that.
Yeah, I bought a $19 tripod. It has a little leveler built in.
And then you're going to have to do it a bunch of times as well, because you can have different atmospheric effects as well, depending on the temperature changes.
Y'all didn't believe in refraction.
No, refraction is it's like if you're trying to make a hyper-specific observation and you haven't taken that into account, you can't use that as evidence.
Hello.
Refraction actually does.
Hello.
Yeah, atmospheric refraction, yeah, of course. I mean, it's probably not the best. It's probably not the best choice of terminology, like atmospherical gas, right? It's kind of silly, but yeah, sure. The deviation of light in a single medium due to the changing in the optical density of the medium, and the light will deviate towards the denser portion of the medium, which would be the cooler air. Yeah, refraction is the biggest nightmare for the globe. For example, it could make something look like it's hidden behind the horizon partially. Okay, that would be called sinking refraction. Like if you went to Google right now and you type in what is sinking refraction, it's going to say it's a refraction effect where something that would normally be completely visible looks like it's obstructed behind the horizon, even though it's physically unobstructed. It's just an apparent obstruction. It's not really actually obstructed at all. And that happens when you have warmer air lower and cooler air higher, and the light will deviate upward towards the optically denser portion of the medium, and it will displace the object in the distance downward. It's called sinking. It's a form of inferior mirage. Quite often when you're looking over mountains, the warm air gathers down lower in the gullies and that kind of thing. So could definitely be something, right? If you wanted to make a hyper-specific claim, as you would have to if you're trying to find Earth curvature, you would probably have to take that into account as well, and account for refraction, right? That's the old globe argument, isn't it? Did you account for refraction?
Reflection.
Yeah. See, we're not making hyper-specific claims when we do observations. We're saying, look, this laser is hitting the target at 40 kilometers away. It's 1.5 meters height to 1.5 meters height. Over that distance, there would have to be about 400 foot of curvature. It's nothing hyper-specific about that. It's so off, so far off what it should be on a globe.
I'm sorry, what were you saying? I was
It doesn't matter.
trying to figure out something because I got muted.
Oh, I didn't mute you. You got muted?
Yeah, Yoder muted me because he thought you were talking to someone else, and apparently thought I was interrupting the conversation you were having.
You do sound a little bit like Matthew. Matt Mew.
You? Oh, I don't know what that is.
Yeah. The guy two people down, Matt Mew. We were talking to him, but he sounds similar to you. So.
Yeah, so I was gonna tell you the numbers I got, and so the summit or the peak of the mountain I'm looking at is 6,512 feet above sea level. My height is 800 feet above sea level, and the distance between them is 40 miles. So that should be good enough curvature. That should be a lot of curvature, and just enough to see the tip drop down. And yeah, I just basically want to say that.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Well, it's good that you're out there doing stuff. I mean, if you could find a body of water, that would be better. I mean, if you could just find like a 10-mile body of water or something like that, it's much easier that way.
A body of there's like, I mean, there is a lake near me, but it's like it'd be a very long bike ride because I'm relying on my bike to get to these places.
Yeah. No.
But if I do this and I see predicted curvature, like, does that mean I could like call myself when you guys ask me how do I know the Earth's a globe? Like, I know NBO says that a lot. Would that be a sufficient answer?
Well, as long as you took all the variables into account correctly and then you repeat it to get consistent results.
And you get a Nobel Peace Prize, I believe.
And I think 3 Bitcoin and Professor Triangle is also throwing in $10,000 cash.
Oh shit! Yeah, I heard about the. I know someone else here said they would like write a book saying how like flat Earth was a giant cult if someone were to prove the Earth was a globe.
Yeah, that's me. I'm on that one. I've already got AI primed. It's ready to go. I just have to hit the enter key and say, "Go ahead, print that story."
Oh, you said you're gonna make millions off of that?
Yeah, if not more. Make a movie and all kinds of shit about Discord people, everything.
Wow.
But at least the one good thing is you're not going to be able to measure curve, so you don't have to worry about me doing that shit because I don't have the energy for that.
Oh, don't worry. I will see that curve. It's the last thing I do.
Good luck.
Hello. Make sure that was good enough. Yeah.
Yeah, if you find that curve, make sure you cash in the 3 Bitcoin Flat Earth Dave has out for that kind of evidence. Good luck.
Should start getting in good with McToon and all those guys. You're going to need it.
Mario.
Yeah.
How are you going to account for refraction?
Use a refraction calculator online.
Yeah. How is that going to measure the refraction?
What
are you going to put into the calculator?
The day I did it, and I don't really know how it works.
Yeah. Clearly. Oh, that's kind of funny. All right, good luck.
Well, how would you measure refraction? Because obviously it's a real thing that happens. He suffers. What? I do not suffer from the Dunning-Kruger effects. The fuck even
the
is
question
that?
Often is like, how much is there? Is it happening over a flat or curving surface? Different criteria in the environment must exist depending on that.
So with the refraction calculators, for example, okay, they don't ask you to put in information necessarily. What they're asking you to put in is how far could you see? Like what was the distance to the target? What was the height of the observer? And then it's going to say, well, on a globe, for that observation to work, there would have had to have been X amount of refraction, or a refraction coefficient of X amount. Okay, so do you know what reverse engineering is?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's just, it's like a reverse engineering calculator. So it's like you have no idea what was actually happening with the refraction. You just slide the slider until the observation works on a globe, and you say, oh, there was this much refraction on that day. If
Where was the refraction happening? Right in front of you, like 100 feet in front of you, or 1,000 feet in front of you? Or was it all the way, and which part was making it do goofy stuff?
Yeah, and if there's ducting going on, wouldn't that be reflection?
I didn't see any signs of refraction. I was able to see the mountain top clear as day.
What would a sign of refraction be?
Like that squiggliness you see in mirages.
That's astute, actually. I was about to say that. When there is a claim of refraction present, there has to be evidence for it. I don't know of any cases where refraction improves image fidelity.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I didn't see any refraction.
Okay, so if we showed you an observation where we don't see any refraction by your standards, then that would debunk the globe then, right?
I'm trying to do my own measurements, but I can tell you kind of want to show me this, so go ahead. You can show me it. Is it like the 2 oil rigs? Is it the one over like the frozen lake?
There's no oil rigs. This is windmills.
Oh, I know the one you're talking about. I've seen that.
Okay, do you see the refraction in that one?
Looked pretty clear to me.
Yeah, super clear.
They didn't really give me any specifics though, like how far were the windmills. They just said it was too far for you to be able to see.
Yeah, here's some specifics. Okay, so here's a clip from the observation. Here's some specifics. We have a 3.5 foot eye height level, and we have an 11.2 mile windmill tower. And then we have, on a globe, the horizon would have to be at 2.29 miles. Okay, and then anything beyond the horizon should start to become hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so that would include the water beyond the horizon. So you shouldn't be able to see any water beyond 2.29 miles, which we can obviously see the water going way beyond the 11.2 mile windmill.
That's interesting.
And then we don't see any sign of that horizon at 2.29 miles. And then we have the obscured object part, and that's 52 foot. 52 foot, that's kind of like a 5-story building. So the bottom 52 foot of the windmill, the one on the right, that should be hidden behind the horizon. So you should just be able to see part of that sticking up behind the horizon. But we can see the whole thing. We can actually see the base of it intersecting with the water as well. And then on top of that, he went back and did it on a different day, and he actually lowered the camera down to 2 foot the second time he did it. And he could see the exact same thing, which is all documented as well. On top of that, when he zooms in, you can actually see a boat off in the distance. And then he tracked that boat on Shipping Radar. That boat's called the Shetland Trader, and it's 12.1 nautical miles away, which is about 13.9 miles. So he looked up the height of that boat, and it's about 7 meters to 8 meters above, like from the surface of the water up to the top of the boat. Okay, so it should be completely hidden behind the horizon by about 28 meters or something like that. So you shouldn't even be able to see that at all. But once again, all of this stuff should be hidden behind that horizon that should be at 2.29 miles away.
Yeah.
And this is something that would have to physically be there, because this is a physical horizon. It's a byproduct of Earth curvature.
Yeah, very interesting. I've been told a lot of things like this by people here, and then your like main server thingy. Although you all don't really, I would think that you guys would hold these like big chats in your main server. But
what did you say? Sorry.
I was just saying, the observation's very interesting, and I've seen a lot like it from you guys.
Yeah. There's There's tons and tons of these. But I've never seen one, in the last 8 years, I've never seen one that even close to matches up with a globe.
Really?
Yeah, it doesn't exist. I mean, it's to be expected because there is no globe, but you're not there yet.
No, I'm trying to see for myself, see what I see.
Yeah,
You
that's
can't really
good,
lie
man.
to yourself.
You've got to be skeptical.
Hey, if I see curve, then there's curve. But according to you guys, that's impossible to see curvature.
You're not really seeing the curvature, though, are you? You're seeing what would be a byproduct of the curvature.
I guess so, but either way, though, it's still in.
What's the importance of you making sure that you can find the curve?
To see for myself. Like you say.
And what happens if you don't find it?
Then the Earth's flat. Like, it's as simple as that.
Yeah, but you said we were out of our minds or something before. Y'all, this and that. Remember? Are you going to be one of the y'alls then?
What? That sentence made zero sense to me.
Never mind.
All right.
It just seems like you're desperate to make that you have to be living on a globe, because if the Earth is flat, everything's ruined for you for some reason. Is that true? Do you need space to be real? Did you plan on going to Mars or the moon or staying at a hotel somewhere out there in space?
Where are you getting all this information from? Are you trying to like rage bait me? Like I just said I wanted to see for myself. Like it's
No, I was just asking. It's not rage bait.
Sounds like rage bait.
No, it doesn't. I'm trying to see how attached you are to the globe.
Hey.
That's all.
Hello.
Hello.
Is there anyone else that can tell me what flat Earth is?
Yeah, it's the Earth that you live on.
You guys really believe that shit?
No, you don't need to believe it. You can check.
All right. I just wanted to learn that.
Okay. When we go out and test the Earth, there's no curvature present.
Okay. I just want to know that. Is there any person, even one person, that believes that Earth is flat?
Yeah, most of the people in this channel right now know that it's flat. They don't need to believe.
So there is no debate, just silence.
Well, there has been debates going on, but nobody was able to prove the globe. So now we're having a moment of silence for the globe. R.I.P.
R.I.P.
Yeah, rest in peace, globe Earth.
Okay.
But yeah, that's the thing. People just believe it's a globe. Okay, they think that someone at some stage, really smart, went out and tested that it's a globe, and it's been done tons of times. And then when you look into it, you'll be like, oh shit, actually I can't find anyone that did that. It's only been calculated.
I'm just want to learn that. Yes, there's lots of guys that believe that Earth is flat, especially in America.
Yep.
Wonder why.
Well, in lots of countries, actually, Brazil's one of the largest flat Earth countries.
In America, like Latin or South, North, I don't know. I think that life is in different dimensions when you go to the American continent.
Well, no, we have a huge mixture of people. I mean, you could check just about like the polls that have been done in just about any country, and you're going to find 10+% most of the time,
10
according to
plus.
the official polls. 10+%.
I guess it's not my country. I guess, but
Well, have you checked? Did you ask everybody?
yes, and like
Really, you go around asking people.
I'm
and
not
writing it down on a.
I'm not a country from that you guys usually hurt.
I mean, okay. Are you from Egypt?
No,
Are you from? Wait, where are you from?
I'm from Turkey.
Oh, Turkey. Yeah, we have Turkish flat earthers.
Yeah, like it's a big surprise, but I'm at university. Like I was very
Can you post this map that you're talking about that you think is the most accurate for measuring distances?
You said no.
Go ahead and post that. Because I looked it up and there's not one map that goes with that guy that you mentioned. So can you post what you were mentioning? Or if you want to back away from it, it's fine too.
No, you said what it looks like.
Yeah, go ahead. Please post it.
Oh, yeah, I will. Hold on.
Go ahead. Please post it.
Oh, yeah, I will. Hold on.
And why do you like this map?
Because it's based upon actual data.
What data?
Official country sizes filed with the UN and ship travel times across the ocean. Ship logs. He used ship logs and the official country survey data. Right. So every country reports to the UN, hey, our country's X amount of square miles. So that's what he used to get the country sizes, and then he used how long it takes to travel by boat across the ocean to get the distances between points in the water to make the sizes of the ocean.
You think the shipping distance from South Africa to Chile is accurate on this map?
Sure. Why not? Show it's not.
Well, the Antarctic race around Antarctica is a lot shorter than you could ever do it in
What's the world record?
I don't know, but it would be at least 2 or 3 times as long.
How come the world record?
Wait, I'm looking up boat race distance around Antarctica.
Dude, so you're making shit up? So, okay, the IDEC 3... the IDEC... Okay, I already know the answer. I'm asking a rhetorical question because I already know the answer.
Okay.
Okay.
Around Antarctica.
So the world record around Antarctica is the same time it takes to sail around the world. It was by the IDEC 3, which is a trimaran. The world record for a solo person was 93 days. That 93 days is more time than it took the Thermopylae and Cutty Sark 18th century clipper ships fully loaded with cargo to sail from Shanghai to fucking United Kingdom. Okay. The average speed that fucking carbon fiber racing yacht must have been traveling would have been 6 knots.
Okay.
To circumnavigate Antarctica.
The distance around Antarctica for the Antarctic Cup yacht race is 14 to 16,000 miles.
Yeah, so that's cap. What's that? That's cap, dude.
Oh, so
that's wrong.
So
No, I'm not saying nuh-uh. I told you why it's wrong.
Where's Antarctica on this map?
I told you why it's wrong.
Where's Antarctica on this map?
I told you why it's wrong.
Okay.
What did I say to you? Repeat back to me what I said to you. Why is it wrong?
Because it's bunk, you said, and because of the other...
Because it's bunk, I said? I didn't use the word bunk. I didn't say anything like that. Because we know how long it takes to finish that race. And we have two choices. We have two choices. Either the distance is wrong, or carbon fiber racing yachts are going 1/4 of the speed that they normally sail.
Or they're not going a constant speed, or they stop overnight. Could that be?
They don't stop overnight. It's a constant race. They don't stop overnight.
You want to be? You're sure of that, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty. Yeah, I'm sure. They don't stop overnight.
Sure?
No, I'm sure.
Okay, I'll look that up. But where's Antarctica?
I don't know.
This is too easy.
You're getting cooked, dude.
I'm getting
talking
cooked.
about?
Is that? Are you claiming that? You're claiming a win already?
Well, dude, you haven't done anything but make claims which you're wrong about, factually wrong about.
How come flights from New York to Paris are about the same length as South Africa?
Where'd you get your distances from?
You got to talk.
Yeah, no, I want to know where you got the same problem. You're going to keep running into the same problem with your map argument. You have no measured distance. No, you're going to keep Wesley. You're going to keep running into the same problem. You don't have any measured. Now you're over talking me. You don't have any measured distances, and you have no way to measure them.
Just like you did the length of boat ships going across.
Yeah, we have sailing time.
And I can give you lengths of airplane flights from South Africa to Argentina, and they're not 2 times or 3 times the distance that you're showing between Paris.
How do you know that?
And New York. Because I have the Qantas air flight times from FlightAware.
Yeah, I know. I've seen them too. And then when you actually look into the transponder data, they're all fucking blank. You can go. You can. Yeah, Wesley. I know what flight it is. It's Qantas 47. Okay. If you go look on the actual data, right, they have a tab which shows you the actual data, the transponder things. It's all blank. It's all NA. You don't know what you're talking about.
Do you know why that is?
Came in here with a fucking 2-bit McToon fucking argument. Do you know why that is? Yeah. Why is that? Tell me.
Why? Yeah, go ahead. Tell me why then. You said you knew why.
That is blank?
Yeah.
Who cares why it is?
You said
the thing you're relying on, the data, doesn't exist.
You said you knew why. Go ahead and tell me why.
I don't care why. It doesn't matter why. Why would it matter why? It's not there.
Somehow people get on these flights.
Yeah,
and
that's
they
right.
leave at the right time, and they get there at the right time. So
there is no right time, dude.
What?
The flight. Listen, the Sydney to Santiago, Chile flight varies by almost 30% in each direction. You don't know what you're talking about.
Do you know why?
Oh, why?
Because of the jet stream, maybe?
Maybe? Or is it?
Right?
Maybe?
Yes.
You're just making it up, dude.
They get off at the right time.
You know what could also be? You know what could also be?
Inaccurate.
It could also be the approach to the airport.
But it would change it by 3 hours?
No, it's more than 3 hours, dude.
Okay, so
it's 5.5 hours.
The approach changes it?
No, the approach could make a difference by 45 minutes.
Makes sense, dude.
The approach can make a difference by 45 minutes. I just flew in a plane 2 weeks ago. I just flew in a plane 2 weeks ago. Okay, I flew at 2 different airports. Okay,
I flew on
your antics are only going to get you muted, dude. Okay, so
me with mutes, is that how it works?
No, I'm just telling you, I'm not going to deal with your immaturity.
No, you just can't handle the argument.
What so you haven't? What argument? I refuted your argument, and you said.
So the Qantas air flight, why isn't it 2 to 3 times more than the Paris to New York?
Why should it be?
Look at your map.
The map. So how did you measure the distances on this map?
You could use a ruler.
To tell us what they should be.
You said that this was the most accurate for distances.
No, I did not. I specifically said even before I showed it to you that's not the case. You're a liar, and now you're muted. I told you before I even talked to you that was not the case because I knew what you were going to do. You people are too predictable. I told you. You asked me what it would look like. I said this is what it would look like. You asked about distances. I said there's no way to test whether the distances are right or not. And then you said this is the one you offered for distances. You're a snake. You got one chance to reprieve yourself and admit your error.
Okay, so I agree. I agree that you said that. So I apologize for strawmanning you. So then, which is the map that shows the accurate distances?
There is no map that shows accurate distances. We don't navigate that way.
So how do you explain flight maps?
What do you mean? How do I explain flight maps?
How do they have flight maps that are accurate to distances?
Accurate in what? What do you mean accurate? Accurate in what way? How do you know they're accurate?
Because they have the length that they've traveled, they have the departure and arrival times, and they're all consistent.
How do you? You're just making all that up. You just believe all that shit.
Well, you could say nuh-uh. That's fine.
You can actually provide evidence to support what you just said.
Okay,
I'm not saying nuh-uh. What am I saying nuh-uh to? Your claim?
How come Google Earth is?
Am I saying how come Google Earth's a cylinder, dude?
It's not a cylinder. What are you talking about?
Google Earth is the web Mercator. It's a cylinder.
No,
Go
it's
on
not.
Google Earth, try to draw a circle around the North or South Pole, and it'll snap into a half moon. Okay? It's a cylinder.
It still shows the distances are accurate to 99.7.
Yeah, but no, Google does not say that. Google says Google Earth is a fucking toy, dude, and it's for entertainment purposes only. Stop making shit up, dude.
Okay, I'll put the citation then. If you don't, I don't know why you're
It better be Google. That's the citation.
Yep. Google Earth accuracy.
Now you're Googling it. You're Googling the whether Google Earth or accuracy.
You think
Google
I just knew
says
that off
that
the top
Google
of my
Earth and Google Maps is for is for entertainment purposes only. They don't claim accuracy because then they would be sued. Okay? It's a toy. Google Earth is a cylinder. It's the Mercator map wrapped around a cylinder.
No, it's not in a cylinder.
It's a cylinder. They took the spherical projection of the latitude, longitude coordinates, and they projected them onto a cylinder, dude. Sorry.
How come they use the Haberstein formula to calculate distances then?
Who cares?
I do. Do you know what the Haberstein formula is?
Yeah, I do know what you guys are so corny, dude. I knew what the Haberstein formula was 20 years ago.
Well, then why would you ask me why is that a silly question?
I didn't say it was I said, so what? They use the Haberstein formula to calculate distances. So what? I used freaking the Haberstein formula to calculate the number of angels that fit on the head of a pen. Who cares? If you can't validate whether the measurement is accurate in the physical world with actual measurements, you can calculate whatever. Okay, do it. Show us.
Airplane flights show the distance that they've traveled.
Based upon what?
What do you mean based upon their ground speed?
Based where their ground speed.
Yep.
Yep. Measured with what?
What?
Measured with what? The instrument they measure their ground speed with.
GPS.
Get the GPS uses Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. That's a tangent plane. So try again. And even if GPS did use a globe, they'd be using the Haberstein formula. The thing that you said that's circular logic, dunce.
Why are you so angry?
The Haberstein formula proves the Haberstein formula.
Why are you so angry?
They verified the Haberstein formula by using the Haberstein formula.
Why are you so angry?
Because you're talking in circles and it's aggravating.
No,
because you came with this weak ass McToon shit, dude.
Oh, that's where it comes from. Okay, I get it now. And also with the
you're literally parroting a fucking McToon video, bro. And it's boring.
The reason the TFE thing happened is because several flat earthers, many of the most popular.
Who cares? Here we get with the drama.
Oh well, you were straw manning the reason they went, so maybe you didn't want to be corrected. Okay, that's fine.
Why? I mean the reason they went?
Yeah, you guys were saying like it was a false dichotomy or something like that. It's kind of crazy.
No.
Yeah, you were. You were in here just saying that before I came on voice.
I did not say it was a false dichotomy. I said no matter what they observed about the sun, can't prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth.
Yes, but it can disprove the maps that the people believed in.
Which map?
The ones that they believed in.
Which map? The Gleason's map?
Yep, and the AE.
It still works on the Gleason's map. They didn't see anything that was inconsistent with the Gleason's map.
Okay,
Nothing.
How do you get a 24-hour sun in Antarctica with a Gleason's map?
It's right on the map. What do you think? Did you ever read like the map itself? It says sun. It says longitude and time calculator. Does it say this is what the Earth looks like?
Do you have one? Does
it say this is what the Earth looks like on it?
It says the flat Earth map on it.
No, it does not. Why are you making shit up? It says latitude and time calculator.
Flat Earth map, Alexander Gleason, 1892. The flat Earth map of the world.
Keep reading.
Yep.
Longitude and sun calculator.
Okay. And then, do you know what it says?
That's what its purpose is.
Do you know what it says in the bottom right?
Bunch of shit. I don't know. I'm not reading it right up to the top of my head.
Oh, you don't know this?
Yeah, what's this? Listen, I can go look in our maps channel and go look at it. What?
You said it was correct.
It is correct for telling time, yes. For telling the solar position, yes, it's absolutely correct.
Okay. Why does it say in here there is no sunlight beyond 80 degrees south, but unknown regions?
Because they hadn't discovered Antarctica yet.
But you said it's right. Wait, they hadn't.
No, it's right for the. I said. What did I say it was right for?
Are you serious right now? Are you serious right now?
Look, it is still right because the longitude lines that exist on that map are the same longitude times that converge in Antarctica, right?
No, remember you said it was
are the same longitude lines that converge in Antarctica, right? Are they the same longitude lines that converge in Antarctica?
The longitude lines do not.
The longitude lines on the map, right, on the Gleason's map, are the same longitude lines. There's no difference, dude.
They don't converge.
You don't understand maps. That's your problem. The fundamental problem. You don't understand coordinate systems. You don't understand maps. You don't understand that they're made for specific purposes, and they're not meant to be reified because of the map territory problem.
You said
which I started with.
It was accurate sun calculator, and this says that there is no sunlight in Antarctica below 80 degrees south.
They didn't know about Antarctica.
They hadn't discovered Antarctica by the time this map was produced.
They didn't.
Stick with that?
Yes. It was unexplored.
November 1892. They hadn't discovered Antarctica at this point? Is that what you stick with?
They knew it was there, but it was unexplored.
Oh, because now you're shifting to they knew it was there, but it was unexplored.
It was unexplored, yes.
When did they get to the South Pole?
Listen,
when did they get to the South Pole?
Amundsen got to the South Pole. I think it was
when?
1913 or something.
So now you're shifting it to expedition, but before it was discovered. So you're shifting your goal.
And Amundsen was never at the South Pole. There is no South Pole to be at. How would he know he was? Listen, let me ask you. How would he know he's at the South Pole?
Do you want to know?
Yeah, I want to know how he would know. How did he verify himself he was at the South Pole? What did he do?
Yep, the South Celestial Pole. That's how they knew.
Oh, so he went at night?
He could go during the day with a 24-hour sun.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, he said that he didn't see it. Well, he said he didn't see a 24-hour sun. In fact, he said they seen a sun for one day the entire time they were there, and it wasn't a 24-hour sun.
No.
He has notebooks. He wrote it down, dude. He wrote it down, dude. He wrote it down. You can go look on archive.org right now, the notebooks of Amundsen. You can go read it yourself. He said that it was brightly lit all the time, and it was driving his crew crazy.
24-hour sun.
Brightly lit, not a 24-hour sun, brightly lit. And that when the sun finally come out, the crew had a party.
Okay, because you think they were only
Did you hear different? Did some doofus anti-flat earther tell you different?
You think they were down there for one day? You thought the expedition took one day?
No, really? They said for only one day of the entire time they were there. Why are you
who was there?
What I said?
You were there.
Okay, so now we know that this map is wrong. You're gonna
no, it's right. It's right for its purpose. It's not a travel map.
It's obviously wrong because it says there.
No, it is right because if you're on one of those longitude lines, that's where you're gonna see the sun. It is correct. Longitude. Yes, longitude.
Yeah, it says one of the key factors in the bottom right says there's no sunlight below 80th degree.
That's great. That's latitude, but you're going to be on one of the longitude lines, and that's what that's what it calculates. You don't understand the map even in the slightest. You're trying and trying and trying, and you're just smashing up against it. You know why? Because you don't understand what you're talking about. This is nothing for me.
You agree it's wrong, right?
No, I don't. That's the fifth time you tried that. It is
Okay,
correct for its purpose.
But it says there's no sunlight below the.
It even calculates distances correctly. You know that, right?
Yeah. Do you know why it calculates distances correctly? Is it a linear scale? Come on.
What do you mean? Do I know why it calculates that? Why? What do you mean? Why it calculates this correctly?
Yeah. Why does it do that?
Because it's an azimuthal projection of a celestial sphere.
Okay. Do you know what a scale is on a map?
Yes, I do know what a scale is.
Okay. What is the scale on this map? Is it linear?
No, it's not.
Why would that be?
It is linear. It is linear if you do the distances, do the distance calculation correctly, as in measure from the center. You measure the distance linearly from the center to each point, and then you do a calculation to figure out the distance between those points.
How come?
Of course, you knew that, right?
How come?
You knew that, right? You knew that, right?
Yeah.
You knew that, right?
Yeah, but it's not linear, right? You know
it is linear. Right? It is linear. It's a linear distance from the lines.
It's only accurate to the lines of longitude. You have to measure along certain lines of longitude.
Dude, I'll post a video in the chat of someone measuring the linear distance using the method I just said. Doing it, not talking about it, actually doing it.
No, the scale. I'm talking about the scale, not actually measuring it on the map. Is the scale linear?
My last two brain cells.
No.
Yeah, good. Okay,
listen.
Thank you.
Not a linear scale.
Good. Why?
If you use it one way, but you can turn it into a linear scale if you use it another way. It's like your ideas about what maps are childish.
Yeah, there is only one-to-one scale that is the most accurate map of the world. So.
Oh, what's that?
The globe.
That's a lie. That's a straight lie. You ever measure a globe? You ever take a physical globe and measure the distances? Yep. You could just try to check it for internal consistency, and it doesn't even have that.
How far off is it?
Well, 30%. Depends on the physical globe you use.
Okay, how'd you measure that 30%?
With a string.
Okay, tell me how you did it.
I'll post the video.
Okay, how do you know that when you use the string, how do you know that?
Look, does the globe claim distance say across, east to west in, say, Australia, right? Then you could find some other, hold on, let me finish. Then you could find some other place on Earth, right? That is supposed to be the same distance, and then you can take that string and put it across that region and see if it's the same distance.
Oh, so you're trusting globe sources?
No, I'm testing. It's called an internal critique of the globe.
Okay.
You know what an internal critique is?
Yep.
Okay. So right here is 3 different globes measured. I just posted it. So he takes 3 different globes. Same person that made that map. Same person that came up with who discovered that the distances in the Antarctica, circum-Antarctica race are bullshit.
The one without the Antarctica on the map that you don't know why it's not on the map. Okay. Yeah.
Well, I didn't make the map.
Yeah, I know. Why didn't you ask him if you're trusting him as a source?
I don't even believe Antarctica is a continent. Why should I?
Oh my gosh.
Why should I?
Full conspiracy nutter.
What conspiracy did I just mention?
That there is no Antarctica.
I mean, there's a place that they call Antarctica. I said I don't believe it's a continent.
Why not?
Why should I?
Do you believe Madagascar is an island in Africa?
Yeah, there's photographs of it from the sky, capturing the entire island.
There's no photographs of Antarctica?
From the sky, capturing the entire continent? No.
Yeah, okay. If I show one, will you then believe it's a continent?
From the sky, from an airplane.
Oh, from an airplane? Okay.
Yeah, the sky. Airplanes flying the sky.
Okay. Have you been to?
I don't need any more globe cartoons, man.
Have you been to?
It always
Australia?
comes to your fake ass space pics every time.
Do you believe that Australia is a continent?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen a picture of it from the sky?
No.
Okay, then why do you believe it?
Because people have circumnavigated Antarctica.
What about Australia? Yes, they have circumnavigated Antarctica.
I mean, Australia. People have circumnavigated Australia. They haven't circumnavigated Antarctica.
You even just
well,
said it.
because Antarctica would have to be 3 times the distance they say it is. It would be way too big.
No, they don't say it is. It's 14,000.
It would need to be like 26,000.
Show me the proof. Nobody says that.
Okay, I know nobody says that, but if you look at the time it takes to travel, okay. So here's an example. Okay, the race I mentioned, the IDEC 3. Okay, it's a trimaran. They did a circumnavigation around the globe. It took them the same amount of time to circumnavigate Antarctica to the day. 72 days.
Do you know why that could be?
Oh, yeah, because Antarctica is 25,000 miles across or around.
What's your evidence for that? Just one race?
And that's not the only one. There's also the world record solo race.
Yeah, and do you think the seas might have something to do
Why do you think it's not that? How about that?
Think it's not what? No, I agree. It's 14,000 to 16,000.
Why?
Because we have measurements of it.
I just gave you measurements. You haven't given me shit. Give us
What
your
measurements
measurements.
have you given me? You gave me a time.
The race. The time.
They tracked 14,000 nautical miles.
No, they did not.
Yes, it's 14 to 16,000 nautical miles. What do you mean? No, they did not.
No, they did not. They have a time. They actually measured how fast they're going.
And
right?
the distance. And the
time and the distance equates to longer than 14,000 miles. So I'm asking you, why do you believe it's more than 14,000 miles? Or why do you think it is 14,000 miles, Wesley?
Because they measured it. How do you think how did they track
With what? Okay, no. With what? What was the instrument?
GPS.
No, I'm banning you just for fucking lying.
Aw, so
Go be a fucking liar somewhere else.
Wow.
Human garbage.
Sounds like he's been drinking McToon's Kool-Aid. Hella thick.
Yeah, from his knees.
Right? He's probably helping him do those little experiments in the basement to prove that you don't need a concave mirror to produce a rainbow inside the house.
Dude, he literally went down the list of McToon's clown arguments that he makes when he debates.
Yeah. So funny. They got him on speed dial, huh?
How many things did he make up?
Ridiculous. It's funny how they always try to invoke TFE. So ridiculous.
It's fun how you can just make stuff up, just all the time. And apparently just not have a problem sleeping at night. I mean, you can just lie all the time.
He was just like making anything up on the fly. How'd they do that? GPS. That was like his fallback like 3 times. They just use GPS.
How do you solve this problem? Sky magic, obviously.
When you have something like that, a wizard did it.
Yeah. Our special priests built these machines that hover above the surface of the earth and just take measurements of it. 17,000 miles an hour. That's how we measure stuff.
He was like, we got a picture of Antarctica.
funny thing is, I could grant him everything that he was saying. You know, it's like, let's pretend for a moment that, you know, these distances and times are somehow correlated. That's all fine and dandy. The surface is still not curving. That's your biggest problem. So I'm going to bring the Bible into this because I think it's pertinent. But in Job, it talks about, you know, God is speaking to Job. He's tightening up his shot group, and he's saying, "Who of you have measured the earth? You know, and you know, like calculated or seen its span?" And it's almost this idea that it's like you can just forget about figuring out what this place ultimately looks like, because there's plenty of bizarre phenomena. You know, like I'm kind of with you, Indio. I have no idea if Antarctica is even a continent, whatever that means. Who knows? But I think the realm is pretty complex, probably something that we almost can't fathom on purpose. That's my opinion.
I'm with you on that one for sure. I don't think anybody can measure it. And you were exercising them demons, aka you were demonstrating, because they use circular logic, so you had to demonstrate.
Yeah.
Good morning.
So what's going on in here?
Well,
Azimuth is still below.
There's some new people in here. If anybody's got a question about Flat Earth, feel free to speak up.
Any newbies new to this chat? Questions, comments, whatever. There's no dumb question.
India, what, if something would ever happen to you, what would happen with the 24/7 Discord server?
They'd all come to my funeral, and they would bury the Discord server in an undisclosed location, so no one could dig up its bones. I don't fucking know. Why are you planning on kidnapping me? What the fuck, bro? What kind of question is that?
I mean, I'll take over. You know.
Oh, you don't want
Every
that.
time I fucking speak, someone always has to speak.
You're bugging me, Bug.
Sorry, I'm new here. I took a year-long break. I'm back to see who's still here. So hopefully everyone's healthy and thriving.
You too, man.
Thank you,
How's
brother.
life?
It's good. Been working like crazy. I had 3 days off, so I recently became single again. So I'm just trying to catch my breath. Spend some time to myself, man. So.
Oh, is that why you haven't been around? Been pussy whipped?
That and I became a landlord, so I got into rental properties, and it's been kicking my ass. So.
Oh yeah, you got to deal with tenants. Jesus Christ! Good luck to you.
Yeah, I know. Luckily, I've been lucky, but you can't be a softie, man. You have to put your foot down. And so, but so far so good. You got to vet the fuck out of people. I only rent out the RNs so far. So, but I got a new car, which is really cool. But I don't know, man. How are you? How's things with you, man?
I'm good, man. My life's going great.
Sick, dude.
Great, man. I'm not gonna get into details, but never been better. So
cool, man.
I'm right where I want to be.
Isn't there a storm in the U.S. now on the East Coast?
Oh yeah, there's supposed to be a freaking crazy nor'easter. Well, I don't know. It's supposed to be like 40 states or something. From Texas, actually Arizona to freaking Washington D.C. or something.
Fucking yeah, the whole damn country. I'm in California, so yeah. Hopefully, everyone is safe from that nonsense.
Yeah, it's just snow. I mean, the freezing rain and shit is dangerous. And I guess if you live down south, if it gets too cold, that could be dangerous because they don't really have heating like everywhere else. But as far as like in the Northeast, it's just fucking snow.
Yeah.
Doesn't stop anything.
Right. They're so used to it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it slows stuff down for a few days, but it's not life threatening or anything like that. It's the freezing rain that's dangerous when the rain hits something and then freezes instantly, and then it turns to ice and then weighs shit down, and then freezing rain, well, driving on it is treacherous.
Oh God, yeah. I've never even heard of freezing rain, but yeah, that sounds terrible. So
Yeah, it's when the surfaces are cold and it's raining, so the instant the water hits it, it freezes to it. And then you just get like layer after layer after layer after layer, and then like say it's a power line, all that ice builds up, and then they collapse. Trees break.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, and then road surfaces are just a straight ice. They're not even like snow.
Oh God.
Just straight ice.
Black
surface.
ice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, snow is bearable. That shit is not.
Right.
Now we chilling. We're over in a couple other servers too. We're over in English Hub and sometimes Politics server. We got little guest VCs over there.
Okay, let me check it out here because I kind of just like Googled Flat Earth Discord server and it kind of brought me here, but I had to search for a couple minutes.
English Hub is like an English learning Discord. There's about 300,000 people in there. We got a 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel in there, so people come in there and talk to us. Then the Politics server, I don't even know how many are in there, 90,000 or something. And then we have a guest channel in there too. They really hate us in there. Well, not everybody, but some people.
Right.
Why is Flat Earth better?
Oh, I know, right?
There's real problems in the world. All the nonsense because it's a politics server, right? So,
right.
That freaking idea they have of, whatever they're mad at the moment is the most important thing.
Right. It's a big. Let's see here. I don't see anyone on the English Hub online right now, but man, it's a lot of channels. Oh, the Flat Earth Discord. There you go. Sweet, man.
You're lucky you even caught us in here. People we've been over there so much. It's like this is the first time that people in this VC in 2 weeks.
Oh no shit.
You got lucky.
Cool, man. So what else? Let's see here. So the official Flat Earth Discord, 14,728 members. No one. Is this a premium server or I don't?
You mean Flat Earth Official?
Yeah. Flat Earth Discord Official. Yeah.
So you found us using the Discord search?
No, I just Googled Flat Earth Discord and it sent me there. But then do I have to pay to get on that server then?
The Flat Earth Official? I don't think so.
Oh.
It's a bunch of globe trolls anyway. There's no Flat Earthers on there.
Official Flat Earth Discords.
Yeah, they banned me.
I don't even know.
It's a subscription only server? There's subscription only Discords? I didn't know that.
I think it's not up and running. I click on the subscription, it says it's not available right now, and there's nothing else going on, so whatever.
Well, you could have people subscribe and pay monthly to have a certain rank in your server.
I wouldn't do that.
Right.
I'm not trying to make money on this shit.
No, I think it's like, I think I have to pay to get in. Interesting. Whatever. Oh, man.
Charging for this is like charging for water, dude. I ain't doing that.
Yeah, right.
It's the principle of it. I never tell
Or
people
air.
to buy bottled water, man. Yeah, like air. Like you're going to charge for air.
Yeah, that's a fucking crime.
Only the hospital does it. Oh, you want us to turn up the air? That'll be $50.
Hello.
No.
How are all the friends doing? Are we well tonight?
Yes, hello, Raiden.
Are you guys still savagely beating each other in the heads over the shape of the earth?
No, we're beating you in the head.
You better stay off this counter.
Who the hell are you talking to, man? I'll stay off the counter. Don't hurt me.
I need him to talk to my cat about the counter. That was very intimidating. Maybe that's what I need is a better tone.
Maybe that was his children or his wife.
His pet duck, his monkey, could be many things.
Pet duck. Come on.
I learned something the other day. I'm going to share it with you guys.
God, there's so many jokes I can say right now. I won't do it.
Someone told me that if you want to know what the shape of the earth is, all you have to do is read about it. What do you think?
Negatory. I mean, think about it. You could read anything, right? And all it depends on how it's captioned. You go into the nonfiction,
Right.
all the stuff in here is true. If I go in over here, it says fiction, all that stuff's not true. You know, if you put the book in the wrong place, suddenly it's the nonfiction section. And it's true, because they stuck it in the wrong place. No, you can't find out from a book. You got to go outside.
Brett would agree with that. He likes to talk about how, the shape of the earth is not good. But he's usually talking about society rather than the actual earth.
I can say one thing, though. You guys are, I talk to a lot of people online about different stuff, but you guys are actually a pleasure talking to.
Wow, Raiden. Yeah, I'm going to add you to my Glober endorsement list. Yeah.
It kind of reminds me of dining at a Chippendale table. Have you guys ever done that before?
I have never done that. Have you? A Chippendale table? Like the guys, do they wear no shirts and just bow ties? Those guys?
No, not the strippers. No, a Chippendale table is one that's like about 30 feet long, and one person sits at one end and the other person sits at the other end, and they have like a fine dining experience, right? It's the length of the table adds to the splendor of the meal.
How long is the table?
Well, they're different lengths, but the popular one is about 30 feet.
30 feet. Wow.
Yeah, so it's it's an unusually long table, and one person sits at one end and the other person sits at the other end, and they have this fantastic meal, and Maybe one day we can do that and argue about the shape of the Earth. But I'll dress up for it.
Oh, okay, you're gonna wear a bow tie.
I would. If I did
So
that,
you're
that would probably
saying
increase the splendor of the meal.
that you only like talking to flat earthers because we're far away from you? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying that it's actually a pleasure talking to you guys because I love talking about things that I consider absurd.
You still
It's a
consider
joy.
it absurd, Raiden. You're
Yeah.
saying we've made no progress with you. How long have you been talking to us?
I don't know. I think a year and a half, maybe.
Oh my gosh, a year and a half. Zero progress. That's what you're telling me.
No, I've learned a lot from you guys. You guys made a lot of progress with me.
What did you learn?
I learned many things, but one of the main things that I've learned is that personal views have no bounds.
Pre-curious grinding coffee now. Pre-curious, you're hot miking. It's a cat. I heard that cat. He's mad. Personal opinions have no bounds. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Well, I think that's true. Oh, yeah, I mean, they wouldn't have to have bounds, would they? Since they're personal and their opinions. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one thing I learned from you guys, and I'm fine with that. I can appreciate it. Like I said, it's a
But
pleasure.
that has nothing to do with the measurements that show conclusively that there's no curvature. That's not an opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, okay. Good.
Yeah.
There's no globe
We're in
then.
agreement. I wouldn't go that far, but
You would agree that curvature hasn't been measured, though.
yeah, I'll agree with that.
Oh, okay. Well, we did make progress then.
Yeah.
And
In
that's
the same way that
possible.
in the same way that I can tell you that you haven't seen your brain before, but I think you still have a brain in your head. So
What if
you
I
haven't
had a
actually
brain
seen it
scan?
before, have you?
What if I had a brain scan?
Well, why would you trust that? How do you know you're looking at something inside your head? Maybe they showed you something else, right? You see
I
what I'm saying? So,
suppose, yeah.
yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry. I had to put in. What about a brain scan? What was the question?
Well, Raiden said I wouldn't know that it was my brain if they told me my brain scan was my brain scan. How would I know for sure?
Really? Okay, so I actually happen to be an X-ray tech, and I do CT scans, and I have a history of MRIs too. So the question is, how would you know if the scan was your actual head after you got the CT scan? Is that what the question is?
I think that's Raiden's question. Would you agree, Raiden?
No, I just simply said that you don't know that you have a brain inside your head because you haven't seen it yourself. I was just making the equivalent to this whole measurement thing, with the Earth.
I don't know how to respond to that. I mean, yeah.
But I believe she does have a brain inside her head, but she hasn't actually seen it before. So, I mean, I could.
Oh yeah, that's
the same kind of argument,
Okay, that's definitely a true statement. I mean, I don't know what point that's supposed to bring across. Like, we know things exist, but we can't see them. Yeah, I guess that is true. Yes.
Yeah.
Is it okay?
Liars.
Oh, that upset Leaf. He was very upset by that.
I'm glad you had a safe holiday season, Dandelion. Did anyone buy
Thank you.
anything?
Yeah.
Well, that's good. Most people don't get anything bought for them during the holiday season. It's unfortunate.
Really? I thought a lot of people did. I thought that was what we were told that we were supposed to do is run around buying stuff.
For a lot of people, it's the other way around. they're doing the spending and no one spends anything on them.
So
Yeah, I guess that could be true.
what do you think the shape of the Earth is then, Raiden?
Oh, well, I think it's a sphere. I don't have any reason to think it's not. So. But in this channel, I'm in the minority, so and I understand that. I could be wrong, and I admit that. So,
Well, I mean, me and a couple people were talking, and I mean, I'm somewhat in the same boat as you. I mean, maybe not fully. I think I'm more towards flat Earth than you are on the spectrum, but no, I kind of agree with the whole analogy of the brain thing. Although I know it's not a clear indicator of my position, but I was talking with Dandelion and said the same thing when someone mentioned that the Earth doesn't necessarily have to have a shape. So, and I kind of subscribe to that also. I was like, well, I haven't seen it, so I can't really say it's flat or a sphere, or maybe it doesn't even have a shape at all.
yeah, sure. I understand what you're saying.
So, how long have you been? I know you said you've been in this Discord for what? You said a year and a half.
Yeah. I mean, I can actually look it up, but that's just off the top of my head thing. Yeah, something's around or abouts.
What kind of sparked your interest, or what was the main reason for you getting into the subject? Was there like a video or measurements? Did you test it yourself, or?
Well, I can't speak for anyone else, but one of the main things that drew me to this server was because of the absurdity of it. I think it's absurd to think that the Earth is something other than a sphere. So I just wanted to hear what people had to say about it.
But what makes it absurd? I mean, couldn't you make the same exact argument that it's just as equally absurd to assume it's a sphere?
Yeah,
Given
you could argue that, sure. That's why I gave Dandelion that brain in the head dichotomy. I could say the same thing. I could just pick some obscure thing and say, well, you haven't seen it. Therefore, you know what I mean. But
yeah, like you can use the same analogy against the globe, so it's kind of
I could do that all day long. But people have common sense. So I was just using it as an example.
So is your brain in a jar, Raiden? Is that where it is?
Is he?
Am I brain in Nevada? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I'm asking you that.
It's possible, just like it's possible you could be in the Matrix right now, Deadline.
That I could be where?
You could be in the Matrix right now. Maybe you're just a bunch of ones and zeros.
No, I'm real. I definitely am.
Yeah? Maybe you're not. Maybe you're just part of a computer program. You're just a bunch of bits and bytes.
No, I'm verified real.
Okay.
Got a certificate here. It says guaranteed to be real.
Right,
By the
that's
real
all part of the
police.
Matrix. Right, yeah. That's all part of the Matrix, right? Stuff looks to be real, right? I'm a brain in the vat, and you're in the Matrix. So
we're
where
just
does that
in
leave us?
a Wreck-It Ralph simulator.
Yeah, I'm a brain in the vat, and Dandelion, she's inside the Matrix right now. So maybe there is no Earth. Maybe we're just all computer programs. We could all be deceased right now. Who knows?
What is that conspiracy that, like, I guess not really conspiracy, where like it says what they say, like when you're about to die, you have like 8 seconds left or whatever, and then what time is supposed to like slow down because like it's almost like when you're dreaming. So it's like you're already dead, just reliving. Maybe
Who
just
knows? Yeah, who
continues
knows? Maybe. I guess we'll all see Keanu Reeves on the other side, right?
on. So, what's your opinion on like NASA? Do you think they're full of crap, or do you like believe a lot of the photos, or are you like you came here because you thought it was basically absurd, right? And then you get here and there's like some education there. You start learning some things you maybe didn't think about before. Did you at that point were you a believer in NASA, and then now you start to see it's kind of BS, or you still kind of believe the whole NASA CGI? What's your stance on that?
Well, relative to NASA, I don't think any government agency tells anybody the truth about everything. But when it comes to this in particular, I don't see how they could. I don't see how they could be lying about it and at the same time perpetuate it, because I believe there's just too many smart people in the world who would uncover it. So I don't think it would work. There's too many independent people with money and brains who could just expose something like that.
And how would they go about exposing that? Just out of curiosity, like if you were someone who had like infinite finances and intelligence, and you just make your own rocket and go up, or like Elon Musk type stuff, or
Yeah, maybe somebody from SpaceX would expose you. I don't know, but somebody would. There'd probably be some eccentric billionaire out there that would, pull the rug out from under you. I'm pretty sure of it.
but couldn't you just be claimed as crazy, or can you just be written off as a conspiracy theory yourself? Say like you were rich and you're like, I'm pretty sure there's a guy that actually tried doing that, and I think he died. But
people are more savvy than that. You could probably try it, I guess, but I don't think it would go very far. So,
right, but assuming you did, right? Let's just assume you did. You went all the way up there, and you're like, oh no, it's actually flat. I'm coming back down, and I'm going to tell everyone. How do you think that would go? It probably wouldn't go so well, would it? Even though you knew, but I highly doubt anyone else is going to believe you.
yeah. Well, like I said, I guess you could try that, but I don't. People are pretty savvy and smart, so I don't think it would get very much traction. We're not as dumb as we look.
Well, no, but it kind of goes back to the analogy of the brain thing, right? People are only going to believe what they experience or see, right? I mean, at least people in the globe paradigm, because they believe in the higher authorities, right? They kind of give them the benefit of the doubt. They're like, oh, these guys are smarter than me, so anything they say, is far above my intelligence. So I'm just going to take their word for it. So,
well, I mean, sorry to butt in, but like, so as a human being, it's like, you're right. I don't know if I have a brain without seeing it, but it's like, well, how else would it or could it work? Am I a Terminator and I don't know? Am I in the Matrix? Like, how else would I have? How else could I breathe without lungs? How else could I have a heartbeat without a heart? And all these other phenomena. Like, how else could it be? I don't need to have an MRI to see if I have a brain. Like, I'm pretty sure I have a brain.
well, the same reason people before there was technology to know that even people knew what a brain was, or even knew any body parts or anything was, right? I mean, they knew that they were alive and existed and all that, right? But if you'd have told that person, hey, you have a thing called a brain in your head, they would have looked at you like, well, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, or like, I don't believe you, or.
I mean, we would have to wait. I mean, we've known about medical science for like a really long time at this point. I mean, wasn't it like the ancient Egyptians would put like the heart and other organs in different jars? Like they kind of, I mean, I guess they didn't know what the heart's purpose was, but I don't know. I'd have to do research on that. I mean, is that what you're talking about? Like,
Well, no. I think he's saying like the concept of the analogy is that how do you know you have a brain if you haven't seen it? And then, but then people bring up the MRI scan thing. Well, then he was saying, well, how do you know that's your brain and they're not just giving you a picture or whatever and saying it's your brain? But it's kind of like compared to the concept of like if we were relating it to if you were to go up in space. And you're seeing like if you could prove it yourself or whatever, and you come back down and you tell everyone, no one else is going to believe you, but people are going to believe the positions of authority, right? They're not going to believe, even if you were like a billionaire Elon Musk type, and you're like, oh, I'm going to go up there and I'm going to figure it out myself, right? And you go up there and you see, okay, it is flat or whatever, assuming you could and it had a shape. You come back down and you tell everyone, no one's going to believe you because people are going to only, it's like kind of like the brain analogy, like, well, I haven't seen it, so therefore I don't believe you. But they're going to believe people that are in a position of authority that they believe are have more intelligence than them. That's just the default position. They're not going to even with the whole measurements, you can measure the Earth flat and all that. They're still just going to not believe it because the whole conspiracy theory, in my opinion, is just that label. It was just created by the CIA just to discredit anyone who thought outside of the realm of what science says. So
yeah, I mean, okay, because I'm just a regular fucking Joe Schmo, and for some whatever miraculous reason, I went up to space, right? I won a contest or some shit, and I went up there and I saw that the Earth was not a globe; it was whatever else it could be, whatever, a flying pizza, a fucking spiral. I don't fucking know. And it's like I took a picture of it and I came back. It's like, hey, everybody, look, I have proof. And everybody would look at me like I'm an idiot, like that's fake, that's CGI. See, the government tells us it's a globe. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what kind of like horror movie that would be. I guess it's possible, but I don't know. I don't even know how to like symbolize that into my reality. Like I don't know.
It's kind of like you ever like I used to watch videos of people who have near-death experiences, right? Where they're like, hey, I died and this is what I seen. I seen God or seen whatever. There's many different descriptions.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's like you don't know. You still don't really know what to believe because you get kind of different perspectives from different people, and you kind of paint this picture of yourself, trying to combine all these other people's stories, trying to find similarities. And you're like, okay, is this person bullshitting? Is he or she, are they just looking for click? Is it clickbait? Whatever. You don't really know, and it doesn't really clarify anything for you because it's still just hearsay, and you're never going to know, right? Like the saying goes, nobody knows until you get there, right? And when you don't come back. So it's kind of the same concept. You go up in space or whatever. You've proven it for yourself, assuming you could do it, which, in my opinion, you can't because I think space is fake. But assuming you could, and you come back down, it's just another near-death experience video. Whatever. No one's going to believe you. People are going to be like, "Oh yeah, whatever. You're a nut job," and I'm just going to believe whatever NASA has to say because NASA is like they're the gods. That's our religion. So. NASA and the sciences, that's their religion. And then there's people who want to figure out things for themselves and think outside the box and not just rely on what they're told. So that's
right. The only issue I have with that, right, is like, there's people that have like quote unquote near death experiences. I can think of the popular one is like they see a light, like, and then they like go toward it or go away from it and they wake up or whatever. But I think like you're right. I'll never go inside that person and see what they saw or what they thought they saw, right? But like, the the photos, quote unquote, from space that they took in NASA and all these other countries that have gone to space, I think that's where I'm stepping into the controversy of how could all of this stuff be faked? And I don't know if I want to open that can of worms, but it's like, dude, at what point, like, at what point do we trust other people with the money and resources to do these kinds of experiments to get data for us, you know? Like, it's not everything in reality is hearsay. I mean, yeah, you're right. I guess I'm putting trust into someone who goes into space, quote unquote, and takes a picture. Yeah, I'm trusting NASA. I guess that's.
Well, then
I
you
don't
need to think
know.
about what do they have like. What is someone like in the position of NASA, is just the entire agency or the government or whatever? What do they have to gain for it? You know what I mean? And what does someone have to gain that like if someone tells you something and they have nothing to gain, I'm more likely to believe somebody has nothing to gain over somebody or industry or corporation, agency, whatever has to gain of money, billions and billions and billions. What is it, like $50 billion, whatever, a day NASA gets? Somewhere around that ballpark. I mean, it's a huge money making, industry. So they have a lot to gain by keeping the lie going, if you believe it is.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm sure I have to look up 50 billion on a daily basis is, I'd have to look that number up myself, but I'm sure it's not cheap to employ all those people and to do the science, to send several 1,000-ton vehicles into space, the fuel, the resources. And it's not just the US. I mean, do other countries do this as well, right?
Well, yeah, and that's I don't know if you were here earlier. This is where I kind of went into the whole. There'd have to be whatever you want to call them, deep state, elite, whatever, people at the top or whatever that are kind of controlling all this. And obviously, not everyone in NASA. I don't believe everyone in NASA is in on it, right? Because that would be assume that everyone knows the truth, right? But I think it just works like I can't say the word compartmentalization, where everyone's just kind of like if you're all working on one thing, nobody really knows how to build the entire thing. Everyone's just kind of you're all sectioned off. You all have different specializations, and you only have one little kind of piece of the puzzle. That's the way I've always kind of assumed it works. But at the very top, whatever the secret societies. I mean, I have a lot of evidence, and my belief is that the whatever these families, the bloodlines, whatever the elite, deep state, whatever you want to call them, run everything. They run all the governments, and basically they have their people in power at the top, and then they run all these corporations, and they keep people. Was that the comedian George Carlin say? You keep people smart enough to run the machines, but dumb enough to not figure out they're being fucked the entire time. It's basically just a grand scheme of that is what my opinion is it's all just ran on a grand scheme of things that only certain people at the very top actually know what's really going on. And even if you're in NASA, it doesn't necessarily mean that you know what's going on. I mean, for all we know, many people in NASA believe the moon landing videos, pictures, and all that crap.
Yeah. I mean, we're getting kind of deep into like Illuminati-esque shit at this time, where there's like elite people that just rule the entire planet. I don't know. I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole, but I don't know. I think to conclude, like there's people that are like way smarter that have gone to school for a long time, and they work with other educated people, and I have to take their word. At some point, call me a sheep or a shill. I'm sorry. These people also work with like nations across the planet, and they coincide with their intellect, and I don't know, whatever. I can go on, but so I don't know. I do have trust in other people, so.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that you can't or shouldn't have trust in other people. What I'm saying is that there's most people that like you would come in contact with that you would trust are people that are honest people that are giving you the knowledge to the best of their ability. They're not in on it. They don't know what is happening at the very top. As far as like, you know, you don't really want to go down the whole rabbit hole of Illuminati, all the, you know, whoever they are.
Yeah.
Most of these people are just honest working people that are brainwashed like anybody else into the matrix, the machine, and they're
Yeah, the
just doing
Matrix.
it.
Yeah.
They're just doing their job or whatever. They go to work, NASA, run numbers, whatever, you know, problem they're given, you know, the solution they already have, you know, the answer to. They just run the numbers or whatever to make it seem like they're doing something. And they believe, you know, the Earth is a sphere, and that we've been to the moon, and that space exists, and all that. Like, I wouldn't want to try to convince anyone that everyone in NASA is all in on it, because I also believe that if that was the case, you couldn't hide something like that the Earth was
It
actually
would
flat.
be
It would be impossible.
astronomically difficult, bro. Like, and not only just NASA, again, it's other nations that would probably also have this knowledge. You're telling me like no one in the fucking world would like run their mouth. Are you kidding me? Like, but I don't know, man. You're right. Can I prove that we're not in the Matrix? Absolutely the fuck not, bro. We can be
Lots of,
fighting
yeah,
off.
there's been lots of people who have run their mouth in NASA and other organizations. There's lots of disclosure about flat Earth. It's right in front of your face. You can
there's
do
like
your own
I mean,
observations and measurements.
Yeah.
And
Are they sane people that are just not saying that for popularity or attention? Like, it's founded by evidence, right?
Well, okay.
yeah,
This
I
is the
mean,
way
it
I
depends
would.
on what you're talking about. But there do not. There doesn't have to be a large number of people consciously perpetuating the deception. They can just be propaganda pushers that are just pushing the information that they've been fed. There doesn't need to be a gigantic number of people who understand that what they're telling is a lie. For example, there are some people in education who understand that the globe is a failed model that has no basis in reality, but a large majority of them are just passing on the failed globe model because they've never been taught to use the logic, reason, and mathematical measurements necessary to demonstrate that no curvature has ever been measured on the Earth.
I'm not
Also,
touching that.
If you're in a position of authority, you'll never risk lying when you don't have to. Like, it wouldn't make any sense. Like the Challenger, you know, whatever, that one really blew my mind, where it's just the Challenger, whatever, the explosion and the astronauts supposedly died. And then they got the videos of like them interviewing people going up to them, and it's clearly them. And I just kept asking myself, why lie about that? It seems like such a silly, dumb thing to lie about. To what point? What ends? But if you were in a position of authority, you would never risk like lying to benefit yourself, because you would need to. Like, why would NASA have to lie about that?
Yeah. I mean, sure.
Why was NASA renamed a spy agency in September?
Yeah, there's all kind of, yeah, Trump did that, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so why did they have to do that?
Yeah, that to withhold so that they wouldn't have to release information. That was what through the Freedom of Information Act, they wouldn't have to release documents. I think that's why they did that. But I'm almost certain of it. We're reading about it.
But yeah, Bug, I would want to know, like, you understand there's various levels of security clearance within the government, it's totally possible for governments to keep secrets. They do it all the time. I mean, do you deny that?
No, I was in the army myself. I understand. So there's levels, right? There's things I don't need to know as an X-ray tech in the army. Yeah, no down.
But you still think that you're on a planet?
Oh yeah, a globe.
Have you looked at any of the evidence debunking the sphere, such as the long-distance observations and the laser tests and the
I mean, this is
horizon
where like
observations?
right. This is where I unfortunately like. See, I'm not smart enough to like debate or like debunk anything. And this is my problem, like coming into these debate channels, because I don't know about physics or gravity or fucking the light or anything like that. So I don't know. Again, I just know like, what I've been taught in school. Call me a little sheep, but I don't know. I think for me, like my perspective is like I try to look at it from like, let's just say the flat Earth. And from what little I know, like it's something about like the physics of it. How could we be like a flat plane instead of like a sphere? Stuff like that. And then like I get into like the ice wall, which is I don't even know. I don't want to like ruffle any feathers, but just like a surrounding ice wall that's protected by men and guns. Like I just can't. I can't. It's so absurd to me. I
Yeah,
can't.
you don't need to think that. I don't know where you're getting that information, but it's not necessarily necessary to
The
come
ice
up
wall?
with that. Yeah, you don't need
The-
to think about men and guns and an ice wall. You just need to realize that if we lived on a sphere, that there would be a measurable drop over distance that would be observable in reality. And when we go out and test that, we find that it's not there. And these objects that should be hidden behind this alleged curve are visible in reality. Lighthouses, islands, the city of Chicago, Dover, England, from the White Cliffs of Dover from Calais, France from England, on and on and on and on. So many observations that would not be visible if we lived on a sphere of dimensions claimed.
Right.
So the globe is
And I've seen
debunked.
enough like videos online, of course, like the most basic videos, right? Where like the classic one is the ship going over the horizon. So explain to me, because I'm really basic at this, why that is not proof that it's a globe, just from my understanding.
Well, I don't know what one you're even talking about. I mean, I don't know any famous videos of ships
So
going over the horizon. All I know about are that ships disappear from
As they
view, and then they can often be brought back into view because they're disappearing due to limitations of vision. If you have any kind of high-powered optical equipment, you can bring them back into view. So I've never heard of any ship disappearing over any horizon. Where have you observed that?
It's pretty basic and one of the most well-known ones. It's like in the distance, like you can see a ship slowly sinking down because it's going over a curve. You can use high-powered lens to see it go down from our viewpoint. I don't know if explaining it. I can't believe.
Is Bugs Bunny in it? Is Bugs Bunny in the
I've
film?
never seen that. I've never seen that. I don't know if this guy
No.
really has ever seen that though. I think he just saw it on the internet.
Yeah, it must have been just CGI.
I live on Lake Erie. I've never seen that.
Well, I know that like for example, I know it's been mentioned before that like if you even take like a ball, right, and like lay your face on the ground, and you were to roll the ball away, that it would even disappear from the bottom up, right? It's just perspective, and also you have to take in consideration the atmospheric conditions. When you're looking through, the atmosphere, and you got all that moisture or whatever, the difference of temperatures, it'll like just above the water, it'll like block out the bottom, so it looks like it looks like it's disappearing from the bottom up. But like Dandelion was saying, if you zoom in, a lot of times, like where it looks like it's completely disappearing, you can bring it back.
Yeah, with the like, you can keep zooming in, but the atmosphere and the moisture in the air, it's visibly getting lower and lower until you can't see it anymore. That's where I get like caught up.
Right. Well, have you ever like? Do you know what I'm talking about? Though, like if you were to like put your face like all the way like to the ground, right, and like roll like a ball or anything away.
You don't even have to explain it like that to him. All he has to do is drive away from a car, from a building. The building gets smaller. The end. Why is that? Perspective. You should know this.
See, that's why I asked the questions. I gotta know.
Yeah, that's and also in the live stream voice text there, Yaga. People have put several interesting things in there recently, but at 13 minutes after the hour, Yaga put a little short video there of what I'm talking about, where you have to imagine that you're starting from the zoomed out perspective. Like you look at that horizon, it looks like a completely flat, level water. No boat is seen. And then you zoom in, and there's the boat. I mean, there's countless videos of this. I've done it myself. So the boats are not disappearing over any curve. For them to be disappearing over a curve, there would have to be curved water, which has never been demonstrated. And in fact, the laser tests and the long-distance observations, but particularly the laser tests, demonstrate there's no curvature over water. We have laser tests at over 20 miles hitting the target when the target should be obscured by hundreds of feet of drop.
Yeah, I've
and
heard
in
of
fact, the laser is hitting the target. So, yeah, the water's not curving.
I've heard of the laser test. I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, I'll put a video in there for you of some laser tests. Do you see the channel that we're talking about? Because people are giving you information.
Let me see. I was washing dishes. Give me a second.
I'll try to tag you there at Bug1989. Oh, you don't have rolls, so you probably can't see it. Yeah, let me fix it. I bet you can't see that channel because you don't have rolls. Okay, now you should be able to see it.
Something happened. Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah, and it's something you can do yourself if you ever can get to a large body of water. You can use an Earth curve calculator, which is a globe calculator. They're put out by people who think they live on a globe.
Yeah.
And what we do is go out and test their predicted drop over distance in reality and find that this predicted drop over distance is not observed in reality because these predictions are based on the geometry of a sphere.
Yeah, I mean,
That's what the
this is
laser
like
tests are
where
about.
like I really don't have a good answer, like rebuttal, because like I said, I mean, I can Google like laser test this or like field test that or whatever, and it's like I don't feel like I would convince myself or anyone else like it's this way or the other. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, well, do you understand the concept? that if we were on a sphere, that there would be, like, it's like you'd be standing on a giant ball and there would be objects that were around the side of the ball that you wouldn't be able to see.
Can you explain that in a different way? Like, well, I didn't understand the question.
Yeah, like if you, some people think, it's a lie actually that's told by globe priests that, the sphere would be too big for you to see the curvature. That's not actually true. Be like if you were, a scale, not exactly to scale, but just a thought experiment would be to imagine a Lego man standing on a basketball, and if you super glued a Lego house on the side of the basketball, or a Lego lighthouse, he would not be able to see the lighthouse on the side of the basketball. These observations that we're talking about are the same way. These lighthouses, the skyline of the city of Chicago, islands, and other landmarks that are observed would not be seen on a sphere. Yeah,
I mean, I feel like the Earth is like really big though, like a long distance.
Yeah, well, that's what you're told, and that's what I just said is.
That's what I'm told.
That's not the case.
Like, that's why she's saying that we use the globe geometry, their predictions of the drop rate, but that's not what we see. Like, you using their calculations, you shouldn't be able to see whatever object you're using in the distance. It should be like a mile, however many, you wouldn't be able to see it using their calculations.
Guys, one thing that you're failing to remember is along the lines with her going with imagination of a smaller size Earth or smaller size sphere, is that every building and house is on a level, flat foundation. Now think about how you're going to make that work on a miniature Earth, or let's say like there was a sphere that was just one city and there's no water, it was just all dirt, and you had to put all the houses on there flat and level. How much of that sphere would be buildable? Hello?
I mean, I know it wasn't intended for me, but I think it's all about scale, right? I mean, like the Earth, the basketball, if we just keep shrinking things, if they're all consistent, then I don't think it makes a difference. We can make like really, really, really tiny cities if we keep zooming into the basketball and have like a level, like spot that's level. If we just,
you wouldn't be wrapping houses all the way around it.
I mean,
you can't put them at a level. You could do a circle around it.
No, I mean, like if we keep zooming in and keep going smaller and smaller, it would be level, right? Like a little micron on a basketball, yeah, it would be like a level surface, and we can build buildings there, and it would just wrap around
a line. It would be basically a line across it.
Yeah, because we're that zoomed in, right?
And a line doesn't make a sphere.
Well, I think over time, if there's just a micron of curve, eventually it will, right?
Think about taking a level and it going around a circle, a sphere. That's not level.
Yeah, I know, but again, like if we keep zooming in or we keep expanding into like making the basketball bigger or smaller, like of course it's going to be a level for like a really tiny particle on like the side of a basketball.
Yeah.
I know, but we also don't live on a basketball. I know.
Yeah, this is just the same argument of the Earth is so big that that it looks flat because it's just so big. But
Yeah,
they have the burden of proof, the positive claim. We're using their calculations. So they say the Earth drops over, this much over this distance. So you go and use their calculations, and then you look at something that's X amount of miles away, and you use their math, their calculations, the globe math, and it says, use calculations, and it comes up, and you come up with, it says, okay, this thing should be off this distance, it should be this far down over the curvature, over the physical curvature. You should not be able to. You should not be able to see it. So if you zoom in with whatever telescope or whatever you have, you shouldn't be able to see it. It should be behind a physical curvature. So the whole argument, it's so big, that it looks flat or whatever. But okay, yeah, you can hold on and you can use that argument, sure. But then when you go and use the math to test that, it falls apart. And that's what I'm trying to say.
I mean, I'll take your word for it, brother. I don't have the means or the energy or time to do that myself. So that's where I have to bow out and say, sure, But I don't know, man. I'd have to see it for myself. I'll give you that. How about that? I'd have to go out and do it for myself.
I mean, obviously, yeah, that'd be the best bet to do it yourself. But I mean, there are plenty of videos of mountains that are hundreds of miles away that you shouldn't see, that should be miles and miles and miles below the Earth's curvature. I mean, you can, even in some of the examples of boats off in the distance that should be, however hundreds of feet below the curvature, you shouldn't be able to see it at all. But you can zoom in, the things 12 miles off or whatever the shore. I mean, there's videos. I'm sure that a lot of these guys could provide you with the video evidence of that.
Yeah, I mean, let me see. I mean, dude, I put boats disappearing over the horizon on YouTube, and there's just video after video, and it's I don't know.
I feel like India would have a lot of video evidence, so you could probably point you in the right direction.
Could be because items disappear bottom up on a flat surface. Could be because the horizon's not physical. Could be because the horizon's not physical Earth curvature. Could be because the horizon moves, meaning Al-Biruni lied and nobody measured the radius.
Oh, good. Bug's still here. I was. Did you happen to see the chart I put in there? I'll put it in there again. The chart is the expected curve
Yeah.
based on
Okay.
the 3,959 miles. So that's why we say that that if that said curvature did exist, we would be able to observe it. In reality, it's because the rate at which the curvature would increase is 8 inches per mile squared, which is an exponential rate, but it's still within the, so when you get up to 10 miles, 20 miles, even 50 miles, we're talking hundreds of feet. In the case of 50 miles, over 1,000 feet of expected drop over distance. And those distances are still distances where it's possible, in some cases, to see something with the unaided human eye and to see it even more clearly if you have binoculars, a high-powered zoom camera, etc. So yeah, like 20 miles, the drop below the horizon due to the Earth's supposed curvature should be 266 feet, and yet we have multiple laser tests and long-distance observations where these objects that should be obscured behind 266 feet, like a 26-story building worth of curvature, are seen when they shouldn't be seen.
Right. I'm still caught up in the whole, like, the various ships that, like, disappear over the horizon.
Well, they're not disappearing over the horizon. They're just leaving your field of view.
Oh. And if we zoom in, what happens? We can see
And you
them
can
again.
see them. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And the same height they were prior then?
Well, I don't know. I mean, the ship itself hasn't changed height. I don't know what you mean, but if you want us to look at one of these videos, you could put one there for us to see. I don't really know which ones you're talking about.
I mean, I think now we're going to get into the whole, like, because you mentioned before, whatever video I'm going to post up is going to be some Mickey Mouse shit. And so whatever source I have is not going to be, like, the best source. But then you tell me, oh, these are the real sources. Like, you should take a look at the videos I sent you. And so I'm not going to play that game of, like, what source is more valid than the other. So.
Well, I don't know. I mean, we haven't seen the source at all.
You can just put, like, YouTube, boats disappearing over the horizon.
Yeah, I mean, I personally have made long-distance observations, including seeing Chicago across Lake Michigan. So, that's my source. You could, if you cared enough, go and check one of those out, and then you
all the
wouldn't
way
have
to Chicago.
Well, no, it doesn't have to be that particular one. There's a lot of long-distance
So travel.
observations
Okay.
all around the world that have been done.
Yeah.
pick
Is
one that's
YouTube
near
like a
you.
valid platform to see anything that's valid, or should I stay away from that site?
Well, gosh, I don't know. I mean, I think there's useful things on YouTube. I think just whatever you are looking at, you just have to look at it with a critical eye. I mean, I wouldn't want you to change your whole worldview based on a YouTube video. I'm not asking you to do that. I mean, that's why I was just trying to explain to you the mathematics behind it, behind the concept, which you can then apply to a lot of different observations. This last link I put in there at 42 minutes after the hour, that's a list of a whole bunch of different long-distance observations. I mean, one of those might be near you, but you don't have to be limited to that. You can go to any large body of water and you can measure, determine the distance to, it could be a fixed object. You could use marine traffic website to look at a ship and determine their distance, because in terms of the ships, you can use the horizon calculation. We haven't really talked about that, but you can determine the maximum distance of the horizon based on your observer height, and then you can look at a ship and see if you see the horizon behind the ship. And many times people have observed that the horizon is behind the ship, meaning the horizon is further than the verified distance of the ship, and that it's further than it should be on a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles. Those are just examples of how you can go out and do it yourself so that you're not relying on me, you're not relying on YouTube.
Right. Okay. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah.
See, I do have one thing I'd like to post, but let's see.
Bug?
Yo.
I just sent you a direct message of a video I found that I don't know, maybe you'd like.
Sure, I'll check it out, man. I think I posted the YouTube clip in the wrong one. It's the lobby, or what? Dear, why can't I? Oh, okay, I'm here. Sorry, give me a second. Okay, so this is just the one the first one that like really kind of caught my eye. I mean, just explain to me like what am I actually like looking at? Because, like I said, yeah. See, I don't know. I don't know about refraction and all that shit. So I don't know. I guess I can look up refraction.
Are you talking about the video I just sent? Is that what you're referring to?
No. Let me check out your DM.
So I can post it in this Discord. I just didn't know where to post it or where I should. I'm somewhat new here.
Right. Did you I don't think I got a. Oh, are you Noki? Noki?
Yeah, Noki, yep.
Okay, sick, dude. Nice cat. Oh, Rumble?
I'm gonna post it.
I'm watching your video right now.
Looks like it's worth a lot of money. Out of 30 years, I'll be sitting in front of my house like this, talking about storage options. So Madonna, remember Hester? And he's run his ass.
Yeah, I mean, well, I can see the boats like bobbing up and down in the distance, right? But like, if I don't know, I don't know what response is needed from me, but like, if they just were to keep going in that direction, like, what would happen? Like, would we just see the boats smaller and more in the distance, Bob?
Eventually, I mean, the medium, the atmosphere, you wouldn't. Once you get so far out, you wouldn't be able to pull it up at all because so much you can't see through the entire medium of you're not gonna see a little boat 600 miles out. I mean, you probably could if you had. I don't even know if you could through that medium, but if you had some kind of tool or utensil that you could to see through then all the atmosphere, then yeah, you'd be able to see it. But what you're talking about, the bottom bobbing up and down or whatever, that's just like from perspective of the waves. It's kind of hard to explain it. I don't know, maybe someone else can better explain it, but like the waves, when you zoom in, they look a lot bigger than they are, right? Because I mean, it's just your perspective. I don't know if I'm explaining that well.
No, yeah. I mean, maybe the sea or the current is different at that distance, and it's making the ships move
The
more.
sea or the curve is different at that distance. You're supposed to be on a sphere, my friend. The curvature rate is supposed to be consistent. Why would it magically be different because you're 9 foot more to the left than I am?
And for anyone who wants to watch the video we're referencing, I posted it in the lobby under Note Key. It's a Rumble one. It's the guy zooming in with was it the P9000 or whatever, the camera, and I want to say it's like 11, 12 miles out. So I mean that thing should be, I don't know. If someone know off the top of their head the 10 miles out, it's got to be, I don't know how many feet below curvature. If anyone knows off the top of their head.
Right.
I mean, you shouldn't be able to see the boat at all. Like, you shouldn't be able to see it at all. It should be well below the curvature.
If there was curve.
Yeah, if there's a curve, yeah, using their math, their calculations, 10 miles out, that boat should be well underneath the curvature. You shouldn't be able to see it at all. You shouldn't be able to bring it up.
66 feet.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, he's trying to make me watch Bill Nye.
I know. He's memeing. Yeah, just skip to like a minute. It's like a minute or something in is where you actually
Oh my goodness, that guy. I can't believe I can't believe that he did that. Corrupting children worldwide. I guess worldwide. Maybe just America's contaminated with Bill Nye. I don't know if they make them watch him other places.
I'm still haunted by the theme song.
Yeah, it was true.
It's catchy. That's what's so bad about it.
No, yeah.
Yeah, I know, Bug. You didn't like my Bugs Bunny comment. It's it's just it's not that I don't want to take your evidence seriously. It's just that I don't know how to explain it because I'm on the other side of this issue. Like, to me, there's just no question. Like, the globe is just a complete joke. So I understand. To me, it's just anything that claims it's just, it seems like a joke to me. It just seems absurd. Like Raiden, I guess Raiden's not here anymore, but Raiden was saying, that he thought flat Earth was absurd. To me, like, the globe is just so completely absurd. Like, there's just not even any question at all. I have no doubt that there's no globe, there's no curvature. I mean, that's just the way it is. So I just don't take things seriously. But I see you've got a mirage. You've got like a video of a mirage there. So in what way are you thinking that this is showing curvature, this video that you've posted?
I mean, it's definitely not a mirage, right? It's actually a video of a boat, and you can see it going over the horizon. But to get back to
there's a mirage at the top of it.
Yeah, the
title
If it's the video at 45 past the hour, it is a mirage. And if you read the title of it, mirage of passenger boat disappearing behind the horizon.
Yeah, so I think it's just like to get back.
Is that the one you're referring to? Yes or no?
First, I'm gonna speak to the other person.
Yeah, I know. The other person's a lot nicer than me. I just want a yes or no. Is that the video you're referring to, please? Yes or no?
I'm not going to speak to you right now.
45 minutes past the hour. That's all I want to know, mate. Listen, you're acting like a child. That's great. I just would like to know. Okay, I'm going to do this the old-fashioned way.
What?
Shut up. I'll ask Dandelion. Dandelion, is the video he's referring to the one at 45 minutes past the hour?
Yeah, the one that's titled Mirage. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Right. So it's titled Mirage, and Clown Shoes is saying it's not a mirage, even though you can clearly see the banding. And I thought boats disappeared bottom up. That one disappeared top down through the mirage. But anyways, Bug, since I've got my answer, you may now continue. Thank you.
I didn't know this is how people were treated when they first got on this server, with insults and rudeness. But
you've been on here for over an hour. I've been listening on YouTube. Stop sulking.
So to get back to the other person, so listen, I think it's just a matter of like opposition, because it's like between like everything we can observe, right? That I read about it, I'm told about, and I watch videos on. That's all I have, I'm not going to spend the time to go to like a large body of water and do these laser experiments. I have a full-time job, a life. I do other things, right? But I just can't. I'm on the opposite side where I cannot fathom like a flat Earth, because it makes no like logical sense in any way, shape, or form. So.
Buck, would you agree that watching the video that you should not be able to see that boat that far out? I mean, you can't see it with the human eye. I mean, he had to zoom in quite a bit. That was. Do you agree
I know that we have to zoom, man, but the Earth is pretty big. Like it's not a small thing. Like, and I know the ship was going under the water, but I think it's at that point maybe the waves or the sea was at a different like fucking I don't know, man. But you can see. Oh my god, dude! I'm just exhausted now. Sorry.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, I think we're not expecting to like change your mind. I'm glad that you're at least willing to look at some of the evidence, at least you now understand at least somewhat what our argument is against the globe.
I think I'm like remembering why I left like a year ago in the first place. But yeah, I hear it.
I was saying earlier, man, the only person that's going to change your mind is you. Like, you're the only person that's going to change your mind. So like, if going out and doing the test yourself would change your mind, but you don't want to do that, then the problem is more with you than it is with, the concept. So it's just,
I mean,
you're just refusing to like the videos and all that. Like that, like I wouldn't even say that should change your mind. But like the fact that you're saying that you wouldn't even take the time to go out there and do it just says that you don't really care one way or the other. So I'm kind of confused as to why you're here at all.
I mean, dude, to stop and take time off work to go to do these experiments, yeah, you're right. If I'm not willing to do that, then what does that say about me? Fuck, I don't know. I would hope that I wouldn't have to like physically go to these things and do it myself. There was some kind of knowledge or a book or a video or a lecture I could attend.
Then why are you here then?
You know,
like, what I mean, if you're not here to, like, obviously, like, I can't like pick you up and take you some, you know what I mean? Like, all you're gonna get here is people's, testimonies to measurements they've taken, to videos,
Right.
to like all the work that they've done. But if that was never going to convince you, and only you're going to convince yourself, which Indio and I had discussed earlier, we can only give you the breadcrumbs that are going to give you the the spark or the curiosity to want to go and figure it out yourself. But if you're not willing to do that, then it just kind of seems like I don't really understand why you're here. If you're not willing to be convinced or open-minded enough, and you're just going to say, well, yeah, okay, that boat's pretty far out there, but like, they're really big, even though like all these people in here are giving you, their testimony as a lot of these people have done the measurements themselves. They have nothing to gain here. So
I mean, I was asked like what my position was, right, by I think you, and I kind of gave my thoughts, right, and then it kind of delved into like, well, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I don't really have any, and then it delved into, well, if you're not going to do it yourself, then how valid is your criticism of the other side? It's like, really, I just came here to just kind of like hear what was going on.
So you're admitting that you just believe the Earth is a globe, that you don't actually have the evidence that it actually is. It's just a belief you hold.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like I remember when we first started, like I believed a lot of like what NASA said and all that stuff. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you know what? I haven't done any of the experiments myself. I do believe it. So if that makes me,
it's more like you have faith that the Earth is
Okay,
a
then
globe.
like why do you believe it? How do you ever ask yourself that? Why do you believe? Because they're saying some pretty crazy shit, right? They're saying, "Hey, man, we jump on a giant rocket and we fly way up in the air and we go to a place where everything is different. And when I drop something, it don't fall, and I float around, and we go hang out in this place. And believe us, we promise." Like, it's a fantastic claim. If they said they went to frickin', Mordor or something, you probably wouldn't believe that. If they said, "Yeah, we filmed Jesus Christ walking on water," you probably wouldn't believe that. So why do you believe this?
I mean, I don't know, man. It's no matter what I say, it's gonna.
No, I'm just
be
curious,
idiotic.
dude. Like, no, it's not
Dude,
idiotic.
it's like from
Look, I know.
what
Like,
I was-
I believe the globe too, man. We're on the same boat, brother.
Oh, wait, hold on.
We are
one
in the
second.
same boat.
Sorry, my Bluetooth died. 1 second.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know, man. It's just like because I know I'm going to appear as like a sheep or a shill or some stupid kid that was brainwashed. Man, it's fucking what I was told my whole life, man. There's videos, there's books on this stuff. You go to a library, you can learn about all this stuff. And for me to just jump on a Discord and be told like none of it's fucking real, you got to go outside and do it yourself, is just the most asinine shit like I could ever fucking think of, man. Like, really,
the
it
reason
is.
why
Like,
we tell you to go outside and check it for yourself is so you can validate it for yourself and then go, holy shit, those guys on Discord were correct, as opposed to just being a believer. You, like us, were taught the same thing. We weren't taught anything different, mate.
Otherwise, you're stuck with a competition between, do I believe this group or that group?
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at.
Well, wouldn't you rather just believe yourself? Like, wouldn't you rather? Like, what would you rather take someone else's word for it, or verify it for yourself? I mean,
that's why. That's why we tell you to do the test yourself, because then you're not a believer anymore. Then you know one way or the other. You don't have to believe us or believe them or believe anybody. And it's these aren't like difficult tests. These are pretty simple. I mean, it's like 3 hours. I don't think you're so busy that 3 hours of your life is gonna kill you if you lose 3 hours. Like,
No,
really not
no,
that
I'm
complicated.
on the coast too, so that would help too. Maybe I can observe some ships or going over the horizon or something like
Are you in South Cali or Northern Cali?
Northern California.
Maybe you can observe some ships go over the horizon. Maybe you can't. Ever think of
Or
that?
maybe that's what I meant. Hey,
I watched a boat go 30 miles away, man, where I could still see it with the naked eye. A ship, a container ship. Now, from 30 miles away, it should be 420 feet under the curve of the Earth, right? Under the horizon. The tallest ship in the world is 280 feet or something. So it can't be that the ship was just really tall, right? It wasn't tall enough to be visible. But I watched it for 3.5 hours. I watched it over a period of time. I didn't just like go, oh, I look, there's a ship. But there's an app. It's called marinetraffic.com. It'll tell you the boat. It'll tell you its position. And you can track any boat that you pretty much almost any boat you see at sea and know exactly where it is. So this is what I did. I've done this 3 different times, but the furthest was 30 miles, which is pretty fucking far, dude. You have to admit, 30 miles is far.
Yeah, 30 miles is pretty out there.
Yeah, so it's like, but it's not a difficult endeavor. All we're saying, dude, is like, you've been told a story. We were told a story. We're all told a story. We're children. They said, hey, Earth's a globe. They never gave us any evidence. They said, look at that toy in the corner. Earth's the globe. Christopher Columbus, he sailed around the world. Earth's the globe. If you don't believe it, you're stupid. Earth's the globe. You know what I mean? And that's all. That's what we got. We didn't actually get like, even if the Earth was a globe, do you think you got a proper education about it?
I mean, not that I remember, but I mean, I didn't
Don't you think that would be pretty important? Like, as far as education? Hey, we might want to teach these kids where they actually live. Instead of going, Earth's a globe, we'll get the toy.
Well, man, I'm in my mid-30s, man. I don't remember what I was taught in fucking high school, but
kindergarten. They teach you this shit in kindergarten.
I know, man. I know, but I don't remember the fucking astrology course I took like 20 years ago. But
yeah, but they don't tell you then. They tell you when you're 5. Right? Wasn't there a globe in every classroom you went in?
Yeah, there was.
Yeah. They
Did I tell
literally.
him why I started researching flat Earth?
Yeah, that should be interesting. It's quite a story.
I'll try to give him the short version. Yeah, the reason I started researching flat Earth is because I was taking a physics class to get my master's degree in science education, and we were asked to address a common misconception that high school physics students might have. So 2015, flat Earth was very much in the popular culture at the time. On Twitter, there were a lot of rappers and various popular figures talking about it, so I decided to research and do my paper on how to explain to high school students that the Earth is not flat. And I thought that would be very easy, Bug, right? Because the globe's confirmed. It'd be very easy to explain to them. And then I found out that there.
Yeah. So I don't mean to cut you off because I really care about your personal life, but
yeah,
like
you do.
I just like I
Okay,
do
the whole
shit like
point. No. If you're cutting me off, then I'm going to tell you, Bug. The whole point is I'm a goddamn certified science teacher who would have told you the globe was a globe, but when I went to see if there was any evidence, there's not any. And I scientifically and mathematically proved it to myself while getting my master's degree in science education that Bill Nye is full of shit and there's nothing to back up your illusion. But if you want to stay in it, nobody's going to stop you. Have fun. That's all I had to say to you.
Dandelion, you just got to get hired at NASA, and then he'll believe you.
Yeah, that's right. It's not good enough. He just said his teacher told him.
And he thought that was good enough. But a teacher tells him it's not. That's not good enough. So you know what it is? It's just you want to stay in delusion. You want to be in denial. And you're now a demonstration of what Indio was talking to earlier to Noki about. And says who said it too. You like being in the man's pocket. You like being in your Stockholm Syndrome slave mindset. So just go back to it. You said you remembered why you left here. That's why. Because you want to be in denial. You want to be in the man's pocket.
I want to
so
be
he
in the
won't be
matrix.
whipping you. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Don't lie to me.
You don't have to put other people down and raise your voice. You don't have to do that to make your point.
Oh, yes. Now he's a victim and I'm his oppressor.
I'm not a victim. I'm
The
just
bad
saying.
dandelion is hurting him now. He has to go back to lick NASA's boots. Have fun. Tell me what they taste like.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready and you're finished, okay?
Dude, he sounds like Josh now.
And you thought I was the nasty one. Oh, dear.
I know, Indio. I wasn't going to do that anymore. It's only because he interrupted my goddamn story because I actually cared enough about this kid to tell my stupid story. Because I
It
don't.
is stupid.
Yeah. Thanks, Bug. That's just what I wanted to hear. And I'm the mean one, Bug. You're so kind and sweet. And Matrix is so mean. And now Dandelion's mean.
Oh
And
my
you're
goodness.
just the
Let me know
globy
when you're ready.
victim. Poor
Holy
guy.
shit. A grown ass woman is on Discord yelling at some guy.
Yeah, you're
because
a
he doesn't
grown
believe
ass
in
This
the
ain't
product.
yelling.
Go back to
Oh
your
my
glow
fucking God, man.
plushie. Yeah.
You really think this is yelling? Jesus Christ, man.
It'll be so much fun. Go back to your rocket ship bed. We won't bug you anymore.
So what other codes have you got, Bug? Ship's going over the horizon obviously hurt ya. Dandelion hurts. I'm too loud and treat you like a little child. So what else have you got?
No, he showed you a mirage. Remember, he showed you a mirage going from the top to the bottom down.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, Bug. Do you think that this is about the shape of the Earth?
I mean, I would think it would be, right? I mean,
no, I mean just like really fundamentally, like this topic, flat Earth versus globe. Do you think fundamentally it's really about the shape of the Earth?
I mean,
or
I think
is that more like
deeper
a
than
symptom
that.
of some other problem?
I mean, I think underneath it all, underneath the flat Earth or whatever, I think it's like the whole like, what have you been taught your whole life kind of thing? Like, what have you been believing this whole time because someone else told you? I think that's what I'm being portrayed to is like the issue that I have.
No. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with any of that, but the problem is deeper. The problem is, how do you know it's true? How do you know what's not true? How much do you actually know versus what do you believe? So you said you believe you admitted you believe the Earth is a globe, that you don't know it. Okay, that's the position of everybody in the fucking world. Do you think your teachers knew the Earth was a globe, or their teachers, or you just had a teacher tell you she didn't know that she thought the Earth was a globe and she was wrong? So, right, a lot of people, think the Earth is a globe, but they don't know it. They have no information from which to even determine that in the first place. All they know is looked at a screen, they saw some pictures, some people said, "Oh, that's what the Earth looks like." And we're like, "Okay, I believe you," and that's the situation, and we're just trying to tell you and just alert you to that's the situation you're in. You're just like most of the world denies, and this might sound upsetting, but we all see the Earth as flat and motionless. That's how we experience the world. That's undeniable. That's how we actually experience the world. We don't experience it like they show you on the screen. We experience it flat and motionless. And then someone came along and said that is actually an optical illusion. That your reality that you see every day, that's actually not reality. That thing that looks flat, it's actually not flat. It's actually a giant ball. And you can't figure out it's a giant ball. You have to believe some other people. They figured it out. Believe them because they're smarter than you. This is a situation. Think about that. Just think about it. The ramifications of having a world in which everybody's running around believing in something that they in no way have verified that is directly contradictory to their actual lived experience.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I just because it's not just
Do you
that,
understand
man.
the
But
implications of that? Do you comprehend the implications of the whole world thinking the world is an optical illusion?
Yeah. Just everybody believing the same thing because they were told by some higher entity. Yeah,
No,
I
that
see.
they're believing something contrary to what they experience. It is contrary to your experience. Look, bro, you've never like climbed the top of a mountain, flown in an airplane, and been like, "Oh man, look at that giant ball out there," right? You go, "Hey man, that looks flat." It always looks flat. Doesn't matter where you go. It always looks flat. But someone's saying that perception, what you see, is not real. That's not real.
Yeah.
That looking flat, that's not real.
Yeah, I mean, like, listen, when I go outside and I see the street, of course it looks flat, man. Of course, like I go outside to a beach,
not
right,
real.
and I see. Oh wait, what?
You're saying that's not real.
I don't understand.
They say that it's actually not flat, that it's a giant ball that's curving.
Right.
Right. That it's actually not flat. Now you see a flat thing, but it doesn't look, that's actually not that. It's actually something else.
Yeah.
It's like you say you see the color blue. And then, you know, the authorities come along like, no, that only looks blue to you. But if you look at it at a greater scale, it looks red. And you're like, really? And they're like, look at this chalkboard full of equations. You're like, fuck, dude, I guess you're right. I guess that's not really red. I guess that is red. I guess it's not blue because I just didn't look at the equations.
But you actually can't do the equations, so you just take their word for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, there's things I observe though, just from someone who's not even educated about this stuff, right? Like I said, right? I'm going to bring up the ship thing again, but also like a sunset. You know, where does the sun go past the horizon? Why does it turn to night? You know, I can bring up all these other things that I see,
The sun moves
and
away.
someone in this Discord is going to laugh in my face, call me a fucking retard, and then tell me this is why you see that. It's an optical illusion, or it's this thing or that thing. And then what do I say to that, man?
No one has treated you that way. Like these guys have been open to all of your questions, and they've been super cool with me. Even some of the questions I've had, they're more interested in trying to help you to better understand their position. But like if you had asked any of these questions, no one would have referred to you as a retard or dumb or whatever.
Maybe, okay, yeah. So let's go back to what I said.
The situation actually is. What the situation actually is that listen. I mean, like it's about flat Earth, but it's not. The fundamentally, it's about, hey, there's a situation. I see reality a certain way. There's some men, they say that's not that way. That's really the fundamental problem of you not being able to trust your own senses, trust your own judgment, and have to rely on third parties to tell you what's real.
I mean, I know, brother, but like, I see things that like it's just kind of like a common sense thing, though, right? Like.
Look, they saw sunsets. Did they see sunsets 2,000 years ago?
Yeah.
Were they flat earthers?
No.
No?
No.
Yes.
They were?
Actually, India, let's break this down. Bug, when did flat earthism start?
I think that was like a couple hundred years ago to like battle science, and when he was coming up like in the church, if I'm not mistaken. Something to that effect.
Everybody was flat earth until certain Greeks.
The earth is flat.
Why are you interrupting? Anyway, okay, so the Chinese were flat earthers into the beginning of the 20th century. The whole world was flat earthers. A bunch of Greeks decided, hey, the earth is not flat, earth is a globe based upon metaphysical considerations. And Copernicus and Galileo and Newton. So it's exclusive to Western civilization. Okay, it wasn't developed all. The entire world was flat earthers. Every culture, every civilization. They all saw sunsets. They didn't go, oh, the sun sets, therefore the earth is a globe. I understand why you think that, because you've been taught to think about what you see, the sun motion across the sky a certain way, and that when it gets cut off, it's going under the earth. Okay, and if I say at midnight, point at the sun, you have to point at your feet. Okay, yeah, you think about the world that way, but A, it's patently ridiculous. And the sun, as a light, as getting night, it just moves away from where you are. Just like if you had a glow stick in your hand and you'd be lit up if it was lit at night and you threw it away from you, you wouldn't be lit up anymore, would you? It would be dark where you are and it would be light where the glow stick is.
Right. I just want to bring up this one thing I just Googled. I don't know if that's a valid source, but Earth was established by Greek philosophers as early as the 5th century, including the Romans and Arabs that knew the world was round.
They don't know
Why
now.
are you hung up on valid sources?
Why am I hung up on valid sources? Is that a question that was just
I've been
asked?
listening to you for a while. Every time you've mentioned anything about getting information, you've always questioned if it's a valid source. It's data. I don't care where it comes from, as long as you can back up or validate the claim made in said data.
Yeah. He's just saying that you don't need to qualify it with. He's just saying you don't need to qualify it with valid. It doesn't matter. There's no such thing as a valid source. It's completely subjective. What you think is valid. Hold on, dude. Just listen. Just listen, dude. Dude, you need thicker skin. Valid to you and valid to me might be two different things. That makes it subjective, right? You might think a source is valid, and I might think, oh, no, that's not valid, right? So saying it's valid doesn't help us at all. It's just...
I mean, we can get into the semantics of validity. Sure, man, but...
What's valid, what makes it valid is whether there's evidence to support it. That's what makes it valid. And when I say evidence, I mean empirical evidence, actual, you can go out, test it, verify it, replicate it, go into the natural world and actually see the thing, whatever they said, whatever they claimed, and actually verify that that's actually the situation. That's what we consider valid evidence.
Also, like, you should probably do a better job of just Googling and then clicking the first link. I mean, the same people that like big tech and all that, I mean, they're not going to give you the information that, contradicting information that's going to counter their points.
Look, generally what he said, though, is accurate, right? The Arabs, I don't know about the Romans. The Romans in the mid-Roman. The Arabs during the Muslim period, during the frickin', not in the 5th century. And it was only some Greeks. So some Greeks, and specifically we're talking about, there was actually a split among ancient Greeks. So it was like Eratosthenes, probably, what was the other guy's name? Aristarchus. So a few Greeks in their little sect thought the earth was a globe, but there was other Greeks like Thales and Anaximander that thought the earth was flat. So the Greeks themselves were split on whether the earth was flat or a globe. So when you Google stuff, you get a very I don't know how to put it. But they're not lying, but they're not giving you the whole truth. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a worldwide consensus.
Yeah.
Okay, so where would I go? Where would you guys go to get your information on the flat Earth? Let's start with that.
Well,
I need to know.
It doesn't matter where you get it, as long as it's backed up by evidence. That's what he's saying. Okay. It doesn't matter where you get it. I mean, if you get it at the front page of Google and it's backed up by evidence, then it doesn't really matter, right? I mean, it just needs to be backed up by evidence.
Look, the thing about flat Earth is it's like if nobody told you that the Earth was a globe, you never would have thought it in the first place. So when you say, where do you get your evidence for flat Earth? It's just like, That's how we experience the world. You would never even have thought it was a globe unless someone came along and said, hey, dude, that's not flat, it's a globe. You never would have even thought about it. So there's nowhere to go to get information on flat Earth other than the natural world. The globe you can't find in the natural world. That's why there's a bunch of books. And they don't say, hey, dude, the book doesn't say, experience the Earth as a globe. Go here on the map. And you go there, and then you see a globe. No, that's not the situation. They publish a book, and they say, Earth's a globe, and they come up with all these convoluted ideas, models, mathematics, and bullshit to convince you that the Earth's a globe, but they don't just say, hey, just go here. I can just say, hey, go to a lake, go to an ocean, go to a pond, climb top of a mountain, go to the frickin' prairie, go to the Bolivian salt flats, go to the Bonneville salt flats. Like, I can tell you anywhere on Earth to go. Hey, do you want to see a flat Earth? Yeah, here's all these places. But they can't say, oh, you want to see a sphere? Oh, yeah, go to your couch, turn on your television set. That's the only way it's ever going to happen.
No,
Look, we're just informing you. I don't care if you think the Earth is flat, globe, or not. We're just informing you what the situation is. It isn't a lot of people think the situation is way different. The Earth's a globe. It's been proven. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows the Earth's a globe. No, nobody knows the Earth's a globe. A bunch of people fucking believe it, and they would never believe it in the first place if they weren't told it.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well, it's good to get the opposite side's perspective too. That's always
yeah, dude. Look, I know the globe model better than any fucking globe earther alive. I'll tell you right now, and I'm not just fucking whistling Dixie. You have any globe earther come in here and talk bullshit about the globe, I guarantee I'll be fucking correcting him.
Right.
I've read all of it, you name it. I know their whole shit, like the back of my head. You got to know your opponents. You got to know your opponent's position, right? If you actually want to engage it, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not just talking about knowing the opposition, what their position is, just for the sake of a debate, winning a debate. I would want to know it because it's
I'm not talking about debate. I'm just talking about what their position really is. Okay. So there's a lot of things that globe earthers will say. The globe earthers will say, Earth's a globe because of eclipses, right? That's the shadow of the Earth on the moon. And what they believe about that, right, is that there's a heliocentric model, that they calculate orbits, and that they predict that when there's going to be a solar eclipse, and that's the shadow of the Earth on the moon, because the Earth is round and that shadow's round, so that must be the shadow of the Earth, right? This is what they think, right? You think that's accurate, what I just said? About eclipses?
I mean that, and it's
none of that's true, dude. None of it.
Okay.
They don't use a heliocentric model to predict eclipse times. They use something called the Saros cycle. It was invented by flat earthers in 2000 BC. They've been using that for 4,000 years, a flat earth model to predict eclipses. Second, if that was a shadow of the Earth being cast on the moon, well, the moon is supposed to be a sphere. So if you the only way you would see a round shadow is if a sphere Earth was being cast on a flat sheet of fucking paper. Because when you cast the shadow onto a curved surface, it conforms to that surface. Just like if the shadow was being cast on a set of stairs, right? It would be jagged. The shadow would look jagged, zigzagged, because it's being cast on stairs. So if the moon is a sphere and the Earth is a sphere and it casts a shadow on a moon, it wouldn't be round. It would actually be a distorted freaking S-curve. And you can demonstrate this to yourself by taking two balls and a light source and testing it out. So everything I just said that all globe earthers pretty much think is true is, on further inspection, is actually not true.
How do so many people have that oversight, though?
Because they just think they believe it because they think everybody else believes it. And they think they have this problem with this. And I was telling this dude in here, the magic science guy fallacy. They think that all these claims have been vetted, that they've been checked on, that they've been double checked and verified and checked out. And all the scientists somehow got together somewhere and were like, oh, Earth's eclipse would cause a round shadow. And they all went and checked. Nobody checked. Nobody checked. It's just a bunch of bullshit. Want to know who checked? We checked. And then we tell people, yeah, we checked. That shit's bullshit. And they're like, you're a dumb fuck. You're a flat earther.
Yeah.
And they don't believe us. But then they're like you. They don't want to check themselves. Like, what the fuck are we supposed to do? We're like, bro, dude, we checked to see if it's a globe. It's not. You check yourself. And you're like, fuck no, I don't want to do that.
Okay, I'll go out and do the experiments myself because
it's one simple test, dude. You don't even need a
observations
camera.
aren't enough. I mean, I have to go out. Okay, you know what? Let me just do it.
Look, there's only one question that needs to be answered,
and then I'll do it myself. Let me see for myself, and maybe that'll change my perspective. So.
Yeah,
he's got a problem with going out, Indio. He might be allergic to the front door or something. There's something going on here.
Listen, only one question needs to be answered. Only one question. The answer can solve the question. Right. Okay. There's two things that separate a flat Earth from a sphere. There's only one thing. Is the surface of the Earth curving? If it's not curving, then it's not a sphere. If it is curving, then it is a sphere. That's the only thing you have to check for. All the other shit, sun, stars, moon, all the stories, like, even if those were true, there's no evidence they wouldn't work on a flat Earth anyway. And that no one has decided they want to construct a model with a flat Earth with fucking stars and sun doing a bunch of shit. It could never prove what the Earth actually is. The only thing that can actually prove that is actually measuring the Earth. Right. So the Earth's supposed to curve at a certain rate, according to them. You just go check to see if it is. You'll go out, you'll check, and it won't be. And then you'll be coming back saying, holy fuck, I saw 20 miles from fucking goddamn fucking 6 feet. I don't know how I saw that shit. It was so far away.
Yeah.
That's what you'll be doing.
Okay. Well, I'll look up some experiments and I'll get on it, man. So.
During an eclipse, the leaves look like a circle.
Who said that?
I can see your mic open, but I don't hear anything.
Oh, sorry if I'm hot micing. That's my bad.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks for listening, bro.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Look, man. We like, I don't know if you've seen that. There's plenty of information channels. If you scroll down, right, they're in alphabetical order A through Z. Every possible freaking topic at infinitum. I mean, the best test really to do is like a mirror flash test because you can just buy a door mirror for like $4 and just get a friend and be like, hey, go to the other side of that lake 10 miles away. I'll flash you with the mirror. It's like real simple because 10 miles, the drop is supposed to be 66 feet. It's a 6-story building. If you're both standing on the shore 10 miles away and you can flash your mirror, then Earth's not a ball. It's literally that simple. The Earth's supposed to curve a lot more than people think. That's really the issue. Is it's supposed to curve a lot more than people think. Like I said, 66 feet in 10 miles, the Earth is supposed to drop down. It's a 6-story building.
Going, man.
Yeah.
No, I gotta get going, man. But it was good talking to you guys.
Yeah. You have a great night.
No, man, I'll try.
Avoid the storm. Oh, you're not even there. Oh, you took off.
Makes you wonder if they wish they could change their calculations Like, no, not 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, I'm sure you've heard it, right? Maybe the Earth is just bigger, but it's still a ball.
yeah. That was his. That was one of his main talking points there. But I just
He
don't
tried
think
that?
Oh yeah. He. I don't think he was gonna be convinced either way. I don't know if he was just like an expert troll. I don't really know.
He could be doing like the frustrator troll, which is a troll like, I don't know, and just try to frustrate you and shit.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
But I always because there are live stream bots. I like even it's kind of like settling, like, because we know there's an audience on YouTube and on Rumble and on Twitch and all that. Even if they're being a troll, just get it out. Just get it out, and like don't even talk to them. You're talking to them, but like it's for the audience. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So even if I didn't get through to him, maybe someone else was listening on YouTube or wherever.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, I kept asking him, like, then why are you here? He's like, he literally said, he was like, I mean, I'm not gonna go out and like do these tests myself, and it's just, and he's like, I don't know, man.
Of course, he's not gonna.
And I
He's
was
like
just like,
Dandelion said, he's too busy bootlicking.
yeah, I was like, then what are you doing here then? Like, if you're not going to be convinced off of testimony of people's measurements and all these, personal stories and all this, then why are you here? And you're not going to go do it yourself. So then why waste your time here?
I don't know, maybe the boot didn't taste good. Maybe he just wanted a new flavor. I don't know.
Probably, yeah.
He got plenty of that in here. At least he's got something to think about now.
Yeah, what are the odds he's actually going to go out there and do the test? You guys think he's just BS?
0.
Yeah.
He don't want to know. He's the type that are afraid to know. He ain't never going to do the test because he's afraid of the results.
Didn't you listen to all the excuses, Nocky, of why he can't do it and why this bit of data isn't qualified as good enough? It was just excuses so he didn't have to look in it. He's just a hardcore believer. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less.
I can't believe he sent that Mirage video, and you're like, are you talking about the one that says Mirage, right, in the title? And he's like, I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah, my voice has got this talking down to, yelling at people from 100 yards away type sound to it. And some people that I call sooks can't handle it at all. That's why straight away he was
Yes,
backpedaling.
I'm so glad word today. Yes, he's a perfect example of that. Very good.
That was the highlight of the night, though. Dandelion going off on him.
Because we sat there for hours, did we not? Being incredibly patient with his obnoxious self.
We were completely cool with him being like helping out the best we could, and then he literally reverted to saying, he's like, oh well, if I say this, you guys are to call me retards. I'm like, no, that's what you guys do. You're here. Obviously you wasted all your time because you're not going to be convinced either way. You're not going to do the test yourself, but we're here just being cool with you, talking. And he just like, oh, you guys are just going to be complete dicks, even though none of us were mean to him whatsoever, until he was just completely evading. Like, when Matrix was, asking him, was like, does your title say Mirage? The video you just shared, and he just like didn't want to answer the question. He just wanted to go and talk to Dandelion and completely avoid that.
Yeah, I guess someone told him that Mirage video showed curvature. That's all I wanted him to tell me was how does that Mirage demonstrate curvature, which of course he could not, but no surprise there.
You think you'd at least check the title before you're sharing it as evidence for your curvature?
You think so? Yeah, they just want to believe, so that's what they're going to do.
No, sorry, mate. That is a YouTube video. We don't accept those. You're going to have to go and film something for yourself.
Right.
Yeah, I just wanted to know which video was it so I didn't make a complete clown of myself, ripping his arsehole a new one and it's the wrong video. That's all I wanted to know. It's like...
Yeah, that's the only video he presented. He just earlier had said that there were many famous videos of ships going over the horizon, but that was the only one he could come up with.
You're referring to the video where it disappears from the top down, right? The Mirage one?
Correct.
And I was really enjoying Indio destroying what was his name? Wesley G. Were you here for that? Matrix?
When the channel first opened up earlier and Indio put out the call, I went and had a lay down because I was tired. Anyways, and I had YouTube running, so I was sort of half awake, half asleep, listening to bits and pieces going on. And I woke up probably an hour and a bit ago, and I was listening to you have a chat with Indio, and then that other fella having a chat with Indio, and then I'm sitting there listening, going, why is he sidestepping this shit? Why is no one pulling him up on him having to qualify every single source of data? This is bullshit. I'm in. And that's where I jumped in. And I'm like, right, let's have a listen out. Give it 30 seconds before I explode.
Right. Yeah, no, Indio was debating his, what was his name, Dandelion? Was it Wesley G or something G?
Yeah, that's right. Yep, he did a really good job with that guy.
Yeah. Which, I mean, that guy, he was trying, man. He was trying all of the tricks. Indio was putting him in his place, though. Well, I think that about wraps up my night, guys. I appreciate you guys' conversations and education. I learned a lot from you guys, and appreciate you guys' time.
Yeah, we're glad you were here. Yeah, hopefully we'll see you again.
And maybe we should say gals too. So I don't mean to loop you into the guys thing.
Yeah, that's okay. There aren't too many of us here, so understandable. You could say guys
don't feel
and
bad,
dolls.
Noggy. She's got bigger balls than half the globes that come in here.
Thanks, Matrix.
All right. Well, you guys have a good night. I'll probably catch you another day.
All right, cool.
Yep.
See you next time.
Gotcha, man.
Yep. Bye.
When you were having a chat to that fella there, Dandelion, the one that you went off at, for a minute you sounded like, what's that? Back to the Future, number 3. The school teacher in that. Or the Clayton. You sounded like her when you were ripping it into him.
What's her name? What is her name?
Clara Clayton.
Oh, okay. I've seen that one, but I haven't seen that one very much. That's the one where they go to like the Wild West.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. I've probably only seen that one like one time, maybe. I can't really recall much about it. I just remember them like being on top of a train and running around.
Must be cold outside, Raiden, if you're hiding in here with the cool kids.
Yeah, I don't know what Raiden's doing. He's gonna rescue us. Is that what he was saying in the chat there?
Oh, I don't know. Apparently, he thinks we're trying to get to the same place. We're just using different techniques to get there.
I don't know what place that would be.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, that's something I forgot to tell you. Pro tip for young players. If you're in the English hub, don't use the little wheelchair icon on anyone's comments. You'll get a naughty boy sticker.
Did that happen to you?
Yeah, someone posted up some dumb shit and I just did my usual no, laugh, wheelchair. And next thing I've got a little note saying, this is a warning, please don't do that.
Oh gosh, maybe they should just get rid of the wheelchair emoji. I guess they
Yeah.
can't do that because you can use it from other places, right? You can get it from other places.
Yeah. Which server?
English Hub.
Oh.
Because it's the universal sign for disability. So when you post it up against, when you stick it on someone's comment, you're telling them that they're disabled. So it's offensive to tell someone that their comment was disabled.
You could be supporting them. You could be saying that you are. Like, what the heck?
Yeah, maybe you're just a fan. Exactly. I agree, T-Dup. You're saying that you're making a parking place. I don't know. I don't really even know what the emoji would ever be for. I mean, when would you ever use it? I don't know. It seems like a odd one to have. I don't know.
I'll give you a demonstration. Where's Raiden's post? Come here. That one.
You're just alerting others that, go easy.
Oh, I thought he was going to talk.
Did you have a question?
Why do you think you have answers?
No, I cut out. I didn't. You were saying something and I didn't hear it.
No, we just wheelchaired you. It's all good.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, to answer your question, Dandelion, we're trying to get to the truth. That's the place we're trying to get to.
I don't think you're trying very hard, Raiden. I think you're avoiding it. I don't think you're trying.
Okay.
No, he's
That's
just
what you
using
call
a
your
different
basement?
technique. His technique is close your eyes and just disregard anything and everything and believe.
I enjoy your opinion, Matrix. I do.
I know you do, mate. Because you know it's the truth.
I don't doubt you believe that. That's fine, You're entitled to that.
Yeah, I made you a globe earther earlier, Raiden. Did you notice that? I couldn't believe you didn't have the role yet. But you were giving such an impassioned speech, pro globe. I had to give you the role. Does that make you feel happy?
You said you gave me a role?
I've given
And
you
you've
3
made him a
roles,
Blitz fan
actually.
too.
Yeah, because he said he didn't know if he was a brain in the jar or not. He said, "Yeah, I actually created that role, Raiden. You're one of the first people to
yeah?
get it. The Lookma no hands role. Do you like that one?"
Oh, I didn't even notice it.
Yeah. This is a gift. My New Year's gift to you for 2026.
Oh, okay. That's fascinating.
And you're also a prospect for Valued.
Is that the new brain in the jar one?
Yeah. Do you like it,
I love it.
Professor Triangle? Thank you.
So where do I go to find that?
Look at your profile.
Okay, let's see. Oh, okay, yeah. Nice. You guys are delicious.
That way we know when we're looking at you that, oh, shit, this dude doesn't even know if he has hands or not, so it's kind of pointless sometimes.
Right.
Pro tip, Raiden, just be careful who you go near. You might end up with space AIDS, space herpes, and there's a whole heap of nasty diseases that are going around.
Really? I enjoy the irony.
Yeah, he might have gotten too close to Bug. You're right. He might have gotten space herpes from Bug.
I just got this feeling that one day I'm going to be sitting at a Chippendale table with one of you guys, and I'm going to find myself not being able to stop laughing.
I guess that's better than
And why would that
crying.
be?
I'm going to be dancing on some table in front of you.
No, you're going to
Yeah,
be
we went
sitting at
over
the
this
other end.
earlier. Yeah, I was thinking he was going to, Professor Triangle, that he was wearing a bow tie with no shirt, but he explained that it was a very long table.
Right. Which adds
Oh.
to the splendor of the meal. Yeah. Dandelion, you must be thinking about those strippers in Canada, right?
I don't know. Are they Canadian?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
You want to thaw them out first.
We're getting a snowstorm.
Are you getting the snowstorm now?
We sure are.
We already have a whole bunch of snow here. I don't know that we're getting a ton more. I feel like it might not be coming up to Michigan, but we already have a ton of snow on the ground, and it's very cold.
But we have snow. It's already really cold, but supposed to get 12 inches overnight.
Is it like in Russia?
What?
They're getting like all these massive blizzards, right? And it'd stop, and they'd clear they'd dig their cars out of the snow.
Yes.
And,
Yes, that's
and
how it
as soon as
is.
they'd done it, no sooner had they done it, it snowed again and filled it all back up.
Yep, that's what it is like. That's not a joke. Just depends on where you're at. But because both cars I drive are 4-wheel drive, I don't really get stuck like that.
Yeah, mine does say 3 to 4 inches today and 1 to 3 tomorrow, so I guess we are getting up to 7 more inches.
Is it nice and warm at your place, T-Dub?
Yeah, it's muggy.
Oh, and you've got humidity. Ouch. It's still 42 degrees here.
$42.
Yep.
Oh, jeez.
I better translate for our friends. Temperature. Celsius, 42. That's 107 for the guys using Freedom units. It's 6 o'clock at night.
Wow.
Start for another 2.5 hours. But yeah, 6 p.m., 42 degrees.
It's 4 degrees Fahrenheit here. 4 degrees.
Oh, what's that? Oh, negative 15.
There you go. That's a huge difference, isn't it?
I'm happy with about halfway. That'd be good. Well, today's Facebook conundrums, or entertainment, I don't know how to view this yet. I get on the one of the Flat Earth pages, which is run by Globers. Fancy that. Question. What would it take for you flurfers to believe the Earth is a globe? Serious question. And what's stopping you from seeking the truth? Most of the flurfers who've tried to disprove the Earth is a wonderful ball orbiting the sun have been proved wrong. When will it end? Alright, so I couldn't help myself. Interesting you use the term believe. So you only believe you live on a ball? You don't know? How would you prove it for yourself to go from believing to knowing? Alright, insert clown shoes, number 1. I know, I flew on a Concorde airplane. The captain told all of us, those that could, to look out the window. You'll be able to see the curvature of the Earth. I did, and I could clearly see the curvature of the Earth. Now you know the truth. You can stop embarrassing yourself now.
Yeah, but the captain forgot to tell him that your eyesight's not good enough to see the curvature of the Earth.
Ah, look, that's great, isn't it? So, I get back there and I'm like, right. I put the picture of the plane window construction. I posted that for him. So I looked up plane window construction. Are you sure you saw curve and not just a distorted view? Don't embarrass yourself. Be honest. And his
because the windows on the Concorde have to be strong enough to resist Mach 2 speeds, so they're made for strength, not optical clarity.
Yeah. So his reply, no, not distorted, just a clear view of the curvature, as advised by the pilot. Do you think Concorde pilots are all in on the conspiracy as well? Lol. And all I wrote back was, so how do you tell the difference? Because the pilot said so. And I haven't got a response back. But insert clown shoes number 2. So this next Muppet gets up there, and what do I get? Fly to space and back in amazing SpaceX booster cam video. Launch to Florida landing. So a YouTube video showing me SpaceX booster.
You got to send that Concorde guy the BBC documentary about how they designed the Concorde to fly flat and level to save fuel.
Ooh. I didn't even think of that.
Like I said, they spent a lot of money just perfecting that, balancing the fuel tanks so they wouldn't have to use control surfaces to control the aircraft and great drag, and all that drag just costs fuel. And then show them the Perlan 2 glider that's flied at 66,000 feet, which is higher than the Concorde. And because they don't need Mach 2 windows, when you looked out the window, it was flat, no curvature.
How's this, Tito? Just reading down. A shock as $10,000 plot to kidnap Anthony Albanese is exposed. I don't want any money. Take him for free. Holy shit.
What the heck? Why would anyone even want him?
And here's the best bit. The first comment. Is there a GoFundMe page? Oh, these comments are great. Yes, I was looking for a GoFundMe page too. Most of Australia would be happy to subscribe. Anything to rid ourselves of this egotistical moron. The next one. Christ, who would want to? That'd mean you'd have to be near the bastard for a long period of time. No one should have to suffer that. Oh, this is great. I would subscribe, but Labor has destroyed the economy so much, I'm sorry I can't afford it.
Sounds like it'd make a good comedy.
Oh, yeah. Where's Martin and Malloy when you want him? Now this one's a bit better. This guy must be a... Yeah, he is. Come on, Globies. This doesn't look weird to you? There are no other planets. The pagan cults are worshipping their deities. Earth is flat. And he's put a screen grab of... He must have looked up Wikipedia or AI. And its answer was, most planets in our solar system are named after Roman gods or their Greek equivalents. A tradition originating from ancient Babylonian, Greek and Roman observations of wandering stars. Earth is the only exception, as its name is derived from Old English Germanic words for ground, rather than a deity. Key details regarding planet names: Mercury, Roman messenger god; Venus, Roman goddess of love and beauty; Mars, Roman god of war; Jupiter, king of the Roman gods; Saturn, Roman god of agriculture; Uranus, Greek god of the sky; Neptune, Roman god of the sea; and Pluto, Roman god of the underworld. While the planet's named after deities, the Earth's name, Earth, simply refers to the ground.
Hello? socially awkward, and I'm just a nerdy guy that's just curious about different things that even it's nonsense or meaningful. And when I started to socialize, I realized that nobody gives a fuck about these things, and it is hard to find people to debate or just to talk. That's why I'm here, and the Flat Earth is one of the most different and mind-blowing thing that I bumped into. And
You're the first flat earther I ever met was from Turkey.
I've never met a flat earther
Yeah,
before.
just by chance. Because I wasn't anti-flat Earth, but I was just curious, and I asked him, "Well, do you have an explanation for why they would lie?" And he went on to tell me this story that I had never heard before, that the government had built these apartment complexes, and they had used a shit ton of EU money. An ass load of EU money to build these like apartment complexes, to modernize your urban areas and whatnot. Then a earthquake hit Turkey, and there was just unbelievable amount of devastation. Unbelievable. Like everything, like all of it just came down like literally like a house of cards. And they found out that all this money was being pocketed by government officials who were then replacing like concrete and building materials with bullshit. I mean, there were concrete walls that were packed with like newspaper and shit like that.
Yeah.
And then he said that once that happened, and that was like 2006 or so, I remember the exact year, but he said that was his pivotal moment where he realized that the West isn't your friend. These governments will always lie to you. Everything is about money. And the more money, more corruption. And he asked me, so now, you knowing this, because it probably was buried, people have to look it up to see what happened. He said, what would be your explanation for why NASA wouldn't lie? People at NASA wouldn't lie for upwards of $100 million every 72 hours, like every 3 days. $100 million is dropped in the coffers at NASA, and no one would keep their mouth shut for that level of money. And I didn't have an explanation. I really couldn't think of one thing. Because I already knew about some light scandals, like NASA taking photographs of Iraq. So I knew that NASA has been used politically in the past. And I couldn't come up with one single explanation. That if your government officials will just straight up build buildings that they know that sooner or later an earthquake's going to happen, and people are going to be completely unprepared for the devastation, just the unthought destruction, that these buildings are not even anywhere near earthquake code. A light fart, a light breeze will have taken these buildings down, and they packed people in there anyway.
Yeah. But I wonder about something, and I'm so curious about it. There is some scientists, and you guys say that they are lying about that the flat earth and these things. Why would they lie about?
Oh my God, we just went over that. We just answered that.
But even the ones.
How about money? Do people lie for money? Do they lie for that?
Yeah, money, but
okay. So Neil deGrasse Tyson wrote a book called Accessory to Murder or something along those lines. I can basically he describes that the majority of the people who get these jobs in rockets and weapons and are basically working for weapons. They don't work in science. They're not boldly exploring space. They're like these suborbital or low orbit satellites. Those weapons are pointing down. Those cameras are pointing down. It's a whole plot line for Captain America: Winter Soldier. They're not in it for the betterment of humanity.
So, but I meant a different thing, that what will happen to the scientists who have no stake in this?
Like who?
like just a normal guy in
Yeah, like,
university,
can
a
you name one?
professor or something.
Can you pick one?
Yeah, no, I'm at university, and it was just a topic that our professor just meant for a few minutes, and he just mocked the flat earthers, and they
Yeah,
and
it's
he
a
said
yours team.
and he said
Just
that
mocked flat earthers. For what purpose?
like it was a lesson. Sorry guys for my English, but I'm struggling. It was just like a thing that like sometimes the teachers are, you mean, talking with the students or something. And once in a time, I remember that the topic was a scientific thing about Earth and geography or something. And just a few minutes, we talked about flat earthers. And I didn't know anything about flat Earth, and I didn't heard it before. I'm 18 years old, by the way. I got curious about it, and I just wanted to research. Like I write in ChatGPT, Gemini, or something, and I watched a few YouTube videos, and I came here, but I can't understand why Earth will be flat. Like I mean, the sun. You mean in Japan right now? It's time is different, but if the Earth is flat and is there like a light or something, wouldn't be like shine everywhere or something, and there's big mountains and like Burj Khalifa or something, the big buildings or something. Like if Earth was flat, why we cannot see them? And these type of questions probably you heard hundreds of times, probably, but I'm just curious about it. Well, why would Earth be flat? Why Earth is flat, and why people are lying except for the money? If they are not taking advantage of them, why would they say that Earth is not flat?
Yeah, I can answer all those questions really quickly if you want. I think most people aren't lying. Most people just believe the Earth's a globe because that's what they were taught at university and growing up through their life, and they probably never questioned it or tested it. They just took it as a given. Okay, why can't we see forever? Because the atmosphere is opaque over distance. It's not completely transparent. And if you check the weather report, it's going to give you a visibility rating. Because we have dust and pollution and mist and fog and all sorts of things in the air, it has it absorbs light, essentially. Okay, so as the light travels through the medium of the air, the atmosphere, it becomes extinct over distance. Technically, the maximum distance under perfect conditions, which never exist, right? But under perfect conditions, if you didn't have any fog or dust or anything like that, you could see about 300 miles or 400 kilometers through the medium of air. So that's why we can't see forever, because it's just not possible. And the other one was to do with how come it could be like daytime in one part of the Earth and nighttime in another part at the same time if it's flat. Well, we don't claim that the Earth is a flat disk in space with a 93 million mile away sun that's many times larger than the size of the Earth. If the sun is smaller and more localized, and it moves over the surface of the Earth like we see it do in the sky, then the light cannot push forever through the medium. It kind of ties into the previous answer.
Yeah, like I guess so, right? Like I don't know, man. Like they also the anti-earthers or just the globers, I don't know how you call them, says that they have proven that the Earth is globe, and they say that flat earthers didn't test it, or they have no even a test, a real scientific one, and it was proven lots of times that it's globe and it's not flat or something. I can't choose which one to believe.
Well, what you should do is put on your critical thinking cap and look at the evidence from both sides and then weigh up which evidence is more substantial. Okay, because we could sit here and present observation after observation after observation for the next 20 hours straight, right? And then when I ask any globe earther to present one that validates the Earth's a globe, they're not going to be able to, because there aren't any. It's just something that people are telling you, but actually it's the opposite. It's kind of, it would be called projection in a way. They're projecting. They're saying the opposite of what's true. Really, they're talking about themselves. Unfortunately, maybe they're just in denial. I'm not sure.
Like
one way you can test it too is to say no, thank you. Like somebody's trying to sell you something. They're trying to say someone's trying to sell you flat Earth. They're trying to sell you globe Earth. Say I'm going to walk away. No, thank you, and watch what they do next. The flat earther would be like, all right, well, you're lost, buddy, because you're going to come to that conclusion eventually anyway, so you don't need anything from me at this point. The globe earther will then turn on the hard sell, start mocking you, try to find out where you work. Like all kinds of crazy shit. They will literally lose their ever-loving mind if you tell them no, thank you.
Isn't there any possibility of that they are just maybe they know the truth and don't give a fuck about this, or they just don't want to suffer of telling you the truth, or what? Maybe you guys can do the same thing to the globe earthers. Maybe there can be a worthwhile debate or something, because I don't find any mass of a thing that's debate or kind of thing between flat earthers and globe earthers. They're just speaking without debating, and they are not showing anything. At least maybe I couldn't find it. Maybe. At least in the internet.
Yeah, you guys. Think about this. For them to debate, they'd have to have a claim. Do they have any claim on the table? Even you'd be like, "Hey, what's your claim?" They'd be not flat. What the hell's a not flat? What type of claim is that?
Yeah,
how about
maybe.
What is it? Is it curved? What's the rate of curvature?
Maybe
they don't know. They don't know what it is, so they can't claim it.
Maybe that's because they are not the scientists. Maybe it will be a great thing. Globe earther scientists would have it as its own thing, like a geography or astrologist or something. I don't know how to tell in English. And with debate with flat earther, but all I can see from internet is non-scientists, just a normal random guys are speaking and debating about this. There is nothing much on that.
Yeah, my theory on that is we just saw it not too long ago. We got kind of a mini raid from this group of people. They started talking about that they were going to expose flat earthers because we've committed crimes, like literal crimes against humanity, like terrorism. So you're like, huh, really? You think that's what's going on here? Like, so if the Earth is a globe and flat earthers disagree with that, or really to show proof of it to begin with, no, they won't do that. What they will do is try to find some way to use the force of government in the courtrooms to prosecute you for crimes against humanity. Does that make sense to you? Does that sounds like somebody who proves it's not flat? Their next step would be to weaponize the court. And what's interesting too is like the guy was a bunch of atheists who did this, by the way. I go, don't you know in courtrooms they have the 10 Commandments? Like the police who call will have "In God We Trust" on their police cars. You don't see a problem there? And they're like, no.
Oh, you know that I'm on your father. Earth is curved.
See, look at, as we're talking right now, the dude just started bombing my DMs. You need medical help. I'm reporting you for what you just said. You're spreading lies. Like, I didn't even say his name, but they're always listening.
What if you're
Look
not right? What if you're wrong?
Look at right there. Everyone knows this guy. Look at, they're always listening. I'm telling you, they're always listening.
Yes.
Just in real time, you know? Like, it's like, you just say, like, hey, look at these deranged crackhead freaks who are completely spazzing out. I don't mention his name. Don't say who they are. Just be like, hey, just trying to avoid the drama. And they'll just start blowing your DMs up.
Like, the rude people make rude things. You don't have to.
But now use that to predict what group of people would do such a thing. Somebody trying to sell you some bullshit or not?
Yeah, that's right. So, is there any relation, a flat Earth thing, with religions?
No, it's a completely separate issue. If you wanted to go the religion route, you could start with Copernicus. You know, why did Copernicus call the book he wrote about heliocentric the heavenly bodies? Why did Newton invoke God of the Bible that is the cause of gravity? You know, why do the astronauts pray before they go on the launch? Why do they put a Bible on the moon? Why did the last director, Bill Nelson, come out of retirement? They said, hey, why are you coming out of retirement? He's like, well, God of the Bible told me that I am the special person to lead NASA back to the moon because I was both a statesman and an astronaut. I can thread the needle to return to make America great again and return America back to the moon. Even more than that, you got, at the time when they went to the moon, Richard Nixon said that God picked America to win the space race because God told him that God loves capitalism. So, no one here in Flat Earth is going to start telling you that they've personally spoken to a sky daddy who told them the Earth is flat. No one's going to say that. What you will see on the globe side is back-to-back theological claims. A couple of years ago, an astronaut wrote a book about finding space Jesus. There's something interesting with that. 100% of the American astronaut corps is right-wing Christian conservatives. 100%. So I would say if you really want a theology discussion resolving this topic, ask the astronauts, why are you so deeply religious? They'll tell you, by the way, they have an answer. It's called the right stuff. You have to have the right stuff to be an astronaut. And step one, are you a religious conservative? If not, you're already done. You will never be an astronaut. Your goose is cooked.
And I saw that there is some people, very religious Christians, Catholic, Orthodox, doesn't matter, that claim that flat Earth comes from the Bible and it's not contradicting with it.
Who would say that? Who would tell you that flat Earth comes from the Bible?
Like, I just heard it and I saw it. Like, I guess like some globe earthers also says that Bible say not that the flat Earth is the truth, and also flat earthers says that there is a thing in the Bible that says that Earth is flat. I didn't read Bible.
Yeah, what I think you're misunderstanding is there are some flat earthers who use extra Bibles. They're called the Apocryphon. And one of these books is called the Book of Enoch. And in the Book of Enoch, it describes some things that could be interpreted as a flat stationary Earth. The days of creation in Genesis, they could be described as a flat stationary Earth in different interpretations. So like you had day and night before the sun was created type of thing. So what you're looking at here is not that people are using the Bible. They're saying, hey, look, the Earth is observably flat. measurably flat, practically used as flat. And oh, by the way, the holy book that Western culture is built on describes the flat Earth too.
Yeah, if flat Earth is the truth, then there is no solar system, right?
Yeah, there's definitely no solar system.
So there is no stars, but
There's stars. Yeah, like well, you could say this is their thing going back to the firmament. They'll be like, "Hey, flat earthers, why do you use the word firmament?" No, maybe rakia. The word firmament comes from Copernicus. He said there was a glass sphere right outside of Saturn, and on this glass sphere, the stars were printed on or embedded in or something like that.
So but the stars outside of Earth and the planets are globe, but the Earth is flat.
How do you know that? Where did that come from?
Like I wonder your perspective, because I already know the globe, like the mostly believed one. I wonder why, what flat earthers believe, what space looks like.
It does the same thing. Just look up. What do you see? That's what I see. Exactly the same sky you do. I just don't go one step further and start talking about outer space, invisible forces, dark and light forces, battling for the supremacy of matter against time and space, gravity wells. I don't go into all that sort of stuff. I just say, hey, there it is. The stars move cyclically throughout the year, like a clock, depicting the seasons. The moon moves in a cyclical nature across the sky, depicting the month. And the sun moves across the sky as a clock for the daytime. So you've got, it's like a clock, an ever moving clock. And this is in direct contradiction with what the globe says. If you're heliocentric, you've got things moving all kinds of different directions.
So there's some things that globe earthers believe, some truth things according to flat earthers.
No, we're just
not
talking
all
about
wrong.
the surface of the Earth. I think you misunderstood. The sky stuff. Yeah, don't use divination. Don't go into divination. Divination would be looking up at the sky and saying that ball of light, which you think might be a ball, which is really just a circle. That circle of light just told me something. Like, well, certainly, what did it tell you? It told me to buy a lottery ticket, that today's my lucky day. I'm going to meet my true love tonight, and the earth is a giant lava ball, a water-covered lava ball in the vacuum of space, spinning on an axial rotation around a giant ball of fire inside the vacuum. You're like, whoa, holy shit. Those were some weird things you just said there. And oh yeah, those were hallucinations, which we used to call divination. Divining earthly world knowledge based on the sky.
And you're just like rational, right? You're like a rational, logical person.
Well, I hope so. Is that what's going to win the day at the end? What do you think should win the day? Psychopathic levels of deranged violence or rationality? What could be the better way to go?
I think it's reason and logic.
Yeah, that'd be the way to go.
Right.
So if you disagree with me, no problem.
No, I agree.
Can I ask something?
Yeah, dude, ask away. Yeah, definitely. I want to steal the stage here. Does anyone else want to field some questions too?
Yeah, is flat Earth contradict with theory of relativity?
What is the theory of relativity? Is that where you marry your cousin and it's relative?
No.
Your marriage is relative?
No, the theory that came from Albert Einstein.
Oh, that you can tell what reference frame you're in? So, yeah, in the theory of relativity, he explains why the Earth appears motionless. It's a cope. It says it's not, it appears, it measures motionless, it appears motionless, but it's not, because all things are relative to your observer point. So I would say no, it's not contradictory. What he did was he tried to explain why, despite all the evidence, the Earth is still moving anyway, because it's not. You can tell it's moving because it's not moving.
And so where did he go wrong?
Who?
Einstein.
With what? Would go wrong with what? With marrying his cousin? That I would say that was probably wearing women's clothing.
No.
I would say putting on women's clothing and marrying your cousin is two big wrongs.
No, but like his scientific theories, like the theory of relativity, the general and special theory of relativity. Like what's wrong?
Well, yeah, you could. Well, if you want to look that up, they've talked about stories that scientists have said, like current rhetoric is that he was wrong, like it dead wrong, like so wrong, they're not even sure where to start. This sort of like quantum entanglement. Einstein originally shit talked Newton by saying Newton's gravity was spooky action at a distance.
So you're like pretty well read on Einstein.
Well, I mean, same as everyone else. I mean, whatever was covered in, basic.
Well, it sounds like you know a lot about him. Like,
well, yeah, I mean, the same stuff that everyone learned about.
So, like,
general relativity is not like pretty. I mean, that's not like common knowledge. That's like
yeah, that's really like you go to any high school, they're going to go over Einstein. Everyone knows who this guy is. It's not some obscure like Tesla. They kind of erased from the history books. So someone would be like, "Oh, hey, you got a bunch of knowledge about Tesla." They'd be like, "Huh? Einstein and Edison."
Right. What are your opinions on someone like Ludwig Boltzmann?
Yeah, I'm not familiar.
Oh, okay.
So you're
guys, where are you?
ABB.
Can you please? Can I? I mean, so you're telling me that you're better than Einstein and you know better than Einstein.
No, I did. If you heard that, I would call that a delusional state. You hallucinated. It's like talking to an AI at this point, where it just randomly gets hallucinated what you think you wrote. That's why we record this. Like, how about this? Go back, listen to the live stream, and go clip where I said that.
So what did Einstein or the other guy that was just mentioned do to validate that the Earth is a globe? What empirical testing was done by either of those two?
From what I can see, scientists claim that they have instead of flat. Yeah.
I can't understand your language.
Matthew, that was kind of incoherent.
Hey, Crit, can I ask you a question since you're kind of taking the lead here?
Yeah, I mean it's a whole panel. I mean, anyone can jump in at any time. It's not just the Crit Hour.
I did just ask a question, but that's okay. I know I can answer it as well. Okay, they didn't do anything to validate that the Earth's a globe.
Okay.
We can move forward now.
Do you have opinions about Anton Lavoisier, for example, or do you?
What did he do?
I'm just asking what did he do? You're not familiar with him?
I'm asking. No, I'm not. I've never heard of him. I've never heard of him. So, what did he do to validate the Earth being a globe?
Never mind.
Yeah. So what did he do? What did he do to validate? Why are you bringing him up in a flat Earth channel?
He was a chemist, but he discovered oxygen. For
He
one.
discovered oxygen.
Yeah,
Before
I mean,
that, people didn't breathe.
no, they did, but
Like the thing that you observe chemistry in it, it's not a thing that. Oh, okay, go on.
I mean, the notion of oxygen wasn't like always around. I don't know if you guys are unaware of this, but you're
No, they did.
kinda,
Even back when they had chemistry or alchemy, they had the air.
well, they had air like around
because
them, but they
oxygen,
didn't.
yeah.
They didn't have the notion of oxygen.
Yeah, they called it the elemental air.
No, not air.
Right.
If oxygen wasn't discovered, it wouldn't be like scuba diving things.
The fuck?
Right. It was an important discovery. That's why we remember him and study him in chemistry.
Okay, and what's this got to do with the room topic?
Well, it's about science, which is kind of just, I think we're all trying to get at a more scientific understanding of the world, not based on, hearsay and delusions.
And
Okay, so yeah, what we're trying to do is talk about the actual Earth. Okay, so we're talking about a geometric question right now, not necessarily a cause and effect relationship question. Okay, so it would be a category error, and I think what you're doing is you're just trying to throw out people that you think we might not have heard of, and be like, oh, I've read it up on this guy who discovered oxygen. You guys haven't, so therefore the Earth must be a globe. Like, I really don't get your logic here.
I didn't say that.
Well, I mean, do you have any
I'm just
evidence that the
asking.
Earth is a globe? I mean, what do you?
No,
There's literally tons of empirical evidence, but
Okay, like what? Like what?
But we're expecting you to know these scientific guys because you're claiming.
You're the one that's making the claim. So we expect that you might know something about science.
And the thing that you're claiming is too big, and so you have to get more knowledge than us to answer it properly.
Well, you guys don't sound like you have any knowledge on when it comes to the globe. You have to bring up something completely unrelated to what we're talking about, right? You don't have any globe evidence. I mean, I could ask you guys some basic questions, and you probably don't know the basics of the globe. Like, what's the radius value, guys? What is it?
No, we're not.
Do you know it? No, not
Like
if you're going to say
9,000 something.
It is
completely wrong, right? Like, not even close. Not even close. The other guy doesn't know it either. How fast does the Earth spin at the equator? Okay, it's 3959 miles or 6,371 kilometers.
Right, but you only know that stuff because you're like a flat Earth guy.
Yeah, because I study this topic. I've studied it for 8 years, and I know all of the arguments, and I know all about the globe because I've studied that as well.
What kind of ontology do you have?
Yeah, you've asked this question before, Mark.
And do you have an ontology
What's it got
or no?
What does that? Is it going to make the water curve, whether I do or don't?
It would say something
You're
about
ban evading, by the way. I should just perma-ban you right now for ban evading.
How am I ban evading?
Because I banned you, right? And now you're back again. I perma-banned you on 2 different accounts, and now you're back again. Asking the
What
same
accounts
stupid
are
questions.
Okay, questions that you don't have an answer to. You don't know what ontology is because you're not a scientist, because you don't know anything about science.
That's your only game, though, is it? That's your only game. You try to say a
Just
word.
to ask questions about your methodology and to expose that you have none.
Yeah, I do have methodology. We can test you.
No, you don't. You don't have a methodology. Otherwise, you would have an ontology. You would have an epistemology, but you don't.
You're a spiraling soy boy. You come in with the same tactic every single time.
Okay, that's not an argument. I don't care about this anymore.
You don't have an argument. Yeah, run away, soy boy.
DJ, can I ask something? You guys ban people that disagree with you.
No, we don't ban people that disagree. We ban people that come in bad faith and don't have genuine conversations. They don't try to present any evidence. They don't talk about the topic that we're talking about right now.
It is what it is.
We are talking about the topic.
This is what Discord is for. What do you mean?
No, we're talking. Okay, look, you're in our channel right now. Okay, you need to come here, be respectful, have a normal conversation. Don't come here and troll and try to catch people out on terminologies that have nothing to do with the actual topic.
That you don't know about, that you don't know anything about.
What does my ontology have to do with the testing?
Do you know what ontology is?
No, I don't know much about that. Can you tell me about
okay.
it?
So
Tell
you
me
don't.
about it,
You,
and tell
so
me how it
anything
makes.
outside of your like world.
How does it help the? How does it help the Earth? How's it going to make the water curve?
DJ,
Mark?
you studied 8 years flat Earth and you don't know what ontology is.
I don't know much about it, and I know it doesn't really matter to whether the.
If you
water
don't
is
know
curving or
much
not.
about it, then how do you know it doesn't relate to science
Okay,
and the shape
well,
of the Earth?
I'm asking you to explain it to me right now. Go ahead. Tell me how it makes the Earth a globe.
I've had enough, guys. Fuck these flat
Yeah.
earthers.
Yeah, bro. You
Yeah,
got
fuck the
0
flat
globe
Earth.
proof. Run away, bitch. So you guys are pathetic. 0 globe evidence provided. Just coping. Coping soy boys. That's all we get in here. Feelings and fallacies. Every day. 0 empirical evidence.
Yeah, I mean, I knew he was good. I didn't say I knew. I was pretty much when he's like, I'm a proud Turkish man, and no proud, Scotsman like me, no true Scotsman would think the Earth is a flat. I go, well, that's interesting because, oddly enough, just by random coincidence, the very first flat earther I ever talked to was from Turkey. Was a Turkish. And he answered the question. I asked him, why would they lie? And then right after me telling this story, his first question was, why would they lie? Okay, so what's next?
Can you guys post a flat Earth map?
Oh, you came back, did you?
Yep.
Post a globe Earth map. We don't have a map. Do you have a map?
You don't have a map. Okay, cool. Thank you. I don't care.
Do you have one? Do you have one?
We have many maps. Yeah.
Okay, post it and tell me how it was made.
I know who has a flat Earth map. Here, I got 3 sources for you.
I mean, the burden of proof is on you. You're the one claiming that the Earth is flat.
Okay, here, how about this? I got 3 sources. I'll start with NASA. Would this be a flat Earth map that you'd be looking for?
A flat Earth map? We wrapped the flat map around the ball. Yeah, dude, that actually proves the Earth is flat. Are you, like, literally retarded?
No, is this a flat map? Are you looking for a flat map? Yes or no? A full Earth flat map.
I think you might legit be room temperature IQ.
That's fine. You can think all you want. Now, are you looking for a full Earth flat map?
I'm looking for a map that you have created using the principles of cartography.
You said I'm retarded. You wouldn't ask that then. So you contradicted. You are not a rational thinker. You are irrational, illogical thinker. See, I know you are retarded, so I would know not to ask you for a map.
Okay, what kind of epistemology are you using?
Yeah, the same answer as before. Are you looking for a map or not?
Okay, you don't have one. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, so you broke your logic again. Right here. So this one right here, would this work? I got more. This is just one. Does this work for a flat map?
Please post a map that you've created of the flat Earth.
No. Just say yes or no. So NASA used a low orbit, suborbital, and took a snapshot of the Earth. Would this count as a flat map?
I don't know. Would you count as having a learning disability?
All right,
it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter about me. Okay,
he's going.
Oh, well, you can't handle the heat. What happened to the marketplace of
Yeah,
ideas?
all right. Bye-bye.
Post them for the other people here. This is the next one. You got Library of Congress. They have a flat map. And then here you've got the Department of Defense. So if you want a flat map, go to the people who said they have them or who have made them. You got the Library of Congress, Department of Defense, and NASA's. That's where you can find these maps. It would take millions of man hours, like ungodly amount of money to map out the whole Earth. So go to the people with that resource, that level of resource.
Good one for that type of example of exploitation is Pontchartrain. Taylor took them to task on that one. Had a great time. She went straight to the people who built that bridge, who maintained that bridge, and obtained all of the physical plans of both phases of the project. You know what I mean? And she sent them to me. So, of course, then I mapped it out to scale. And I've got a fair bit of history looking at architectural plans and stuff. And I noticed that there are no mentions of curvature, anything to do with elevational change other than strictly referring to water level. To the city indexed terms, and they're right on the plan, to do with that lake and the expected levels over time, and that it's the same data point across the entire 24 miles. You know what I mean?
It's funny how all these things segue, dude. It's funny how all these things segue together. I just searched our back history for the curved table. That came up immediately, and then other images talking about Pontchartrain also came up.
Small
That's
world.
so sad, bro.
Small world.
My goodness. I mean, Pontchartrain. If you just thought about Pontchartrain for 5 minutes, 30,000 plus cars go over that bridge daily. Right?
Yeah.
It should be like modern folklore that you could see the curve of the earth there.
Yeah, should be. There should be a sign-up place and a place to sit and look and observe it from there.
Dude, that's what I've been saying. It would be a tourist trap. Right at the end of the bridge, there'd be a little thing with binoculars and
yeah, the little put your quarter in there for 20 seconds to look through it and
globes.
Yeah, people
I used
from
to
all
think,
over America, from all over the world to see that.
yeah, but remember when Brian Mullen was doing Force the Line? I used to think that would be a good place to put Force the Line, right out against the side of the bridge. So as you're driving along the bridge, you can see the Force the Line, stay parallel with the water, or raise up.
Well, I don't know, man. With Force the Line, there's so much room for physical error. I mean, you got to get those suckers exactly square and support the weight and no. That's so much work and production cost. And frankly, I don't know. Conversely, I guess other side of the coin, it would be exactly the kind of thing I would expect to see in a Disney park to demonstrate curvature. You know what I mean? The guys at Disney, they've got the budget to produce something that has that kind of physical demand on tolerance.
You know what, brother? You know what? It would be a sweet roller coaster, but it's almost like a straight line where you just get on this really fast roller coaster going straight, and then you see this line on the side of you, and you and the line diverge because it's raising in altitude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If it was proven the Earth curve
or lowering, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be fun to see, along with a Cavendish experiment. That's the one I sack Globies with on Friday nights a lot, is that if mass really did attract mass, why don't we see that in Disney parks where they have gargantuan masses floating on near frictionless bearings, attracting each other over and over and over? Why don't
you know what I just thought of something, dude. The best place I know Disney could pull it off, but they wouldn't do these speeds. The best place to pull off to Force the Line to where you could be on the side of it watching it would be like on a maglev bullet train, going 200 miles an hour.
Yeah, Elon, all the way. And
yeah, because you'd be able to see it. Because otherwise, like if you're going on even if you're going on a 60-mile-hour roller coaster, it'd be like 3 minutes minimum.
Yeah. I think we should just get the plans off the Japanese for their trains. Like they laid track, and it's all maglev, and it's all 220 miles an hour or whatever it is. You know what I mean? There's the precision demands on a layout like that are through the roof. if you want to have an avoidance of absolute disaster when you run something across it that fast. Like it's got to be dead straight. And it's the reason that SR-72s don't turn while they're going really fast. You know what I mean? It's one of those. There's an inertial problem you cannot ignore at that kind of velocity. And you're right, it would be an absolutely cool thing to see. Right side by side, out your window. You know what I mean? That'd be neat. Really neat. Oh well. Too bad I don't own one of those. Cool. Railway. Yeah, that'd be hot. Okay, so yeah, Kevin Jackson. That's the guy who took the picture, or claims to, back in 2021. With his Nikon. Yeah. Yes, we'll be looking into that. Just to see how things go. But guys, it's 20 after 2 my time right now. So if there's any other questions or comments you want to throw my way, now would be the time. Otherwise, I'll be doing the crash thing.
I got no questions. I'm gonna be watching your videos, so
yes, by all means.
I had a good time.
Yeah, and if you guys feel like it, the detail is everywhere. It's probably on my BitChute channel the last time I remember actually putting it somewhere. But the invite link for the Stone Cold Truth channel on Telegram is a great place to find me, other than just plain old @ManOfStone on Telegram. You just hit me up there, DM me, and I can send you the links to the relevant places. And yeah, get any subsequent questions answered, etc. Oh, there was one I was going to answer here, and it was, I believe, Wesley who just posted something. I got to find which text place that actually happened, though. And he's not in the VC with us here. So where did it go? Walk around. I should have tagged it when I found it. There it is in the lobby. Was there a reason you gave a budget for a plane that can't even fly on ILS glide slope? Well, okay. Wesley, if you're listening, if you watched my presentation yesterday, you'll notice that when I was handing out price quotes for renting planes, I also brought into the discussion protocol of calling up these people and asking if they do indeed have ILS related hardware on the craft as well. That I don't necessarily know that I did give a budget for a plane or recommend a particular plane that can't fly an ILS glide slope. More than that, I also pointed out that in more recent years, especially in the Garmin end of the hardware that you find in typical civilian aircraft at this level, that the graphics capabilities have really come along, and that they're using GPS-assisted function now in producing 3D representations, graphically speaking, in the display of your position relative to that glide slope. That it's not just a pink diamond on a vertical slider anymore. It's far more enhanced in terms of the experience for the pilot. So I really don't understand the question. Let's just put it that way. All right, that clears that up. And if Wesley doesn't hear this and you see him before I do, feel free to forward my answer. Or refer him to the live stream point where we're talking about it right here. Yeah. But really, when I look through the comments, and there were only half a dozen at the time immediately after the stream yesterday, there was another butthurt Globie who decided to just puke all over the place with a comment to the effect of, "Oh man, this thing has so many flaws in it, I can't even count. It's just ridiculous why anybody would even consider this thing," but gave absolutely zero substance in his comment. Just the nuh-uh hand wave, and that was it. And, geez, I wish the Globies had more to offer. Then we would have something to talk about.
Yeah, we all wish for that, man. It's not in the cards.
I guess not. Or yet, or whatever. Maybe I should watch what I asked for. But no. That's exactly what I'm asking for. Is we're in the pursuit of truth here. This is why I have been handed the title, "The Blade of Truth," by the Ether Cause boys. That it doesn't matter who says it. I'm going to objectively look at what is said, and I'm going to give my opinion on that. You know what I mean?
We just gotta keep trucking, because it doesn't matter if they all want to slide backwards. If we don't do it, who's gonna?
Yeah. I like the other question that likes to get asked on Friday nights, and months ago even, I remember it being asked that, okay, and I think FTFE Craig is hot for this question, inclusively. It's like, okay, what kind of evidence would you need to see in order to become a Globie? And I think I've answered that question yesterday. You know what I mean? That's the kind of evidence, that's the data set that I'm looking to amass, regardless of the result. Do you know what I mean? I'm on the path towards truth. I'm walking the walk, and maybe it'll even come out.
Speaking of that, brother, can you post a link where you can get the refund if you donated to his leg surgery?
Good question. Good question. Good question. Hilarious. No, I think some effort should be put together to get the court record of how it went down when they dragged him in front of the judge for whipping out his cane and whacking somebody who wouldn't give back his wife's bike or something, whatever that story was about the dude who bought a bike and he got violent over it. Maybe connect him up with Owen Benjamin and they can swap horror stories about bikes. Just a thought. All right, gang. Well, it's been a blast, but we're hitting 2:30, and I think I better call it for now. Feel free to invite me back sometime for a specific thing that's going on. Not just the regular drag a Globie through the muck kind of thing. If something's happening, I wouldn't mind coming by and checking it out. It's kind of fun. And I'm gonna grab my flyblat and kill that bug.
Have a good one. You're always welcome back.
You too, guys. Have a good one. We'll catch you guys soon, and enjoy the stream. It was a blast to produce. Catch you then, hey.
What was that?
What's an
So do you have any
oblique spheroid?
Oblique?
Oblique. I don't know how to spell it.
Oh my
Oblique.
goodness.
You know what oblique means, right?
It's that if you ever wonder how like little kids, they hear a word one time and then they try to repeat it. He heard some kind of word about ob something and he's like oblique. Oh yeah, it's an oblique sphere. That's like art.
Yeah.
That's like painting or glass.
It couldn't be OBLATE by any means.
Yeah, I'm sorry for spelling it wrong. Oh Jesus.
Oblate. Yeah, that's all right. Okay, so Earth, oblate spheroid, is that your stance? Is that your position?
That the Earth's a sphere, yeah.
What's the size of the Earth?
You want to give me
Ooh,
the
good question.
you want the radius?
Radius, circumference, diameter. I pick and choose.
I'm pretty sure. Well, hold on, this guy posted it. 3,959 mile radius.
Awesome. So with something that size, you think we could calculate like drop over distance?
I would say on a local scale you could calculate probably small amounts of drop over distance, yeah, but it'd be difficult to do on like a
If you're 6 foot
wider
tall and you
scale.
look out over water, how far away is the horizon?
I'm not sure. How far away is it?
Surely we could calculate it, right?
Yeah, you could calculate that, yeah.
I mean, a quick Google search will
Yeah, I'll
confirm
Google.
it,
I'll
but
Google.
it's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height and peak. So take the square root of 6 and multiply it by 1.22 to get your distance to the horizon.
So it's about 3 miles away. If you're 6 foot tall. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
Oh, it's not. It's further. When we go out to test this claim of a geometric horizon that should be at that calculable distance, the horizon does not appear in this location. In most instances, it appears much further than it should do.
Okay.
What do you think about that? If it's further than that, if it's supposed to be in a certain location, but it's not, and it's further, what does that tell you about the shape of the Earth?
It doesn't really tell me anything, really. I mean, there could be multiple explanations for that.
Well, it can't be bigger, because if it's bigger, that means the story they told you about how far away the moon is and what it's doing in the sky is wrong. Like, everything's wrong. The whole story's wrong.
I mean, how far away do you see it then if it's supposed to be further?
Well, hang on a sec, bro. Because in order for you to have a reason why your globe doesn't look like a globe, right, you'd need to know it's a globe in the first place.
So, did you ask how far we see?
No, I didn't actually ask anything. These guys asked me to start talking about the horizon, so.
Okay. I thought you asked how far we do see, like from a flat Earth perspective. But I apologise if
No,
that
we were
wasn't
just
your
talking
question.
about how far away the horizon was. If you're 6
So-
foot, and that's about 3 miles.
Yeah. So the horizon distance is going to change, and that's going to depend on two primary factors. One, the technology you use. You understand that you're probably going to be able to resolve things in the distance better with a telescope or binoculars or a high-powered zoom camera than you are with your eyes, obviously. And the other factor is going to be the weather that you're looking through, right? The meteorological conditions, like fog, rain. If it's clear out, for example, you're going to be able to see further. Now,
Yeah, of
these
course.
are really, apart from how high you are above the surface, these factors are going to determine how far the horizon is going to appear to you. The problem is we're told that the horizon should be at 3 miles away if we're at 6 foot. We can see a horizon with good optical conditions and good high-powered zoom technology like cameras and stuff. We can see a geometric horizon well beyond 3 miles. In some instances, it appears to be about 30. And that's just from about 6-10 foot above the surface of the water.
And what technology would you be using to see that?
So, a high-powered zoom camera So P900 or 1000, you can use high-powered telescopes. You can actually see further by changing the spectrum of light. We can use the infrared spectrum, which kind of mitigates for the atmospheric hazing effect that we get with distance. So we can cut through that with infrared. And when we view in the infrared, we see much further than we do in the visible spectrum. It's because we have more clarity. That's why.
Yeah, then you find out that the horizon is due to. You find out that the horizon is due to the convergence of perspective, not because of the consequence of curvature.
Yeah, but the zoom of the camera doesn't break the curve. It just enlarges what refraction would let through. And refraction never brings back the parts hidden behind the curvature. So.
Well, let's try this one then, real quick, Jedi. Before you go into it, because I know you want to talk about it. If you lower yourself down to 1 foot of observation height, right? 1.22 times the square root of 1 would give you the distance to the horizon. Maybe we should talk about that kind of an observation.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, how far is the horizon from a 1 foot observer height?
Do you want me to search that up?
I mean, what's the square root of 1 times 1.22?
Man, I'm not good at maths. I
Square root of 1 is 1. 1 times 1.22 is 1.22.
Okay.
Cool. So the distance to the horizon for a 1 foot observer will be 1.22 miles. You just you get the square root of the observer's height. So 1 foot in this instance. So what we can show you, and I'll get around to it a bit, I've just got to deal with this quickly and I'll come back. What we're told is the claim that we can Google to the distance to the horizon. Now, when we go to confirm this claim, we don't see that horizon where it should be. That's the point. You brought up earlier about getting a distance to the horizon. That's kind of hard to do. So we'd have to use like known landmarks to estimate a distance to the horizon. Let's say, for example, we had a landmark out to sea that was 10 miles away, and we could say it's beyond it or in front of it, showing it was less than or more than 10 miles. It'll be that type of measurement. You understand?
Yeah.
Cool.
What I would like to say, if we're talking about the horizon here.
Yeah.
Let's say we're looking out towards the horizon over water.
Mm-hmm.
And we're watching the sunset. We're standing at the beach with a telescope or something like that, and we're watching the sunset below the horizon, and
Mm-hmm.
we're looking through a telescope, and we see it start to set, and then if we get up to a higher altitude, like a hill or something like that, and then we can still see the sun. We can see it again.
Mm-hmm.
What would you say about that? Because that's really only possible on the curved surface.
No, right. So we have to understand that when we're making observations, we're using our eyes or an optic. Eyes and optics have limitation of what they can resolve at distance. Quite simply, that's the angular size of the object. So that's the reason why that mountain far away looks small, and the one that you're standing next to looks really, really big, right? It's really simple to understand. Things get smaller in the distance. Same things apply to the Earth that you look across horizontally. Eventually, with distance, the angles that you can perceive are going to be too small for you to resolve. This extinction limit is known as the horizon, the limitation of what you can perceive of the surface of the Earth. Now, when you change your angle, climb a mountain, climb a tree, you've changed your angle. That angle with distance opens up because you're further away from the object. It's like putting your hands close to your face. You can't see the entirety of it until you move back a little bit. Same thing like with a huge surface that's thousands and thousands and thousands of miles. You can only perceive 3 miles when you stand up. You can perceive more when you get further away from it. It's like when we were down close to the surface. Like, put your face down across the floor, and if you've got a tiled floor, like black and white squares, you'll notice the ones in the distance appear really, really, really small until you can't distinguish the difference, until you stand up. Doesn't mean that your floor's curved, just means you've changed your angle. Want to know why you
Okay.
can see the sun again? It's the same answer. You've changed your angle.
Yeah, but where would the sun be going? I don't think it moves away.
Away. Now, again, this
That
is
doesn't really
just
work
going to
at all.
be this is just going to be perspective, as why the sun in the distance appears to go down, where earlier on during the day it was above your head, more or less. So the reason why it appears to go downwards is due to perspective. This is convergence, right? The same reason, like when you look down a hallway or a corridor, the walls appear to get closer together. The ceiling and the floor appear to get closer together. The ceiling and the floor aren't actually getting closer together, right? They just appear to do so. Same thing with all objects that are above your eye line. When they move away with distance, they will appear to you to descend downwards towards the horizon. So that's why
Okay,
the
but
sun appears like it's going down. It's not.
okay, even if we're standing on that beach and we're watching the sunset, if the sun were just moving away, it would shrink into a tiny dot as it gets farther. But that's not what
Sometimes it
happens.
does.
It stays. No, it doesn't. It stays the same all size all day, and then it drops
Oh my
below the
gosh.
horizon.
This
Go on,
guy's seen
Joe.
every sunset apparently. So you've seen every sunset on Earth.
What's that got to do with it? Like, I can go out and watch the
Because
sunset.
you're saying nuh-uh because your experience is that it never happened when you were paying attention. You don't
I've never
realize that
seen
there
the
are
sky.
other
I've never seen the
situations.
sun.
Yeah, I know you've not seen it. Other people have seen this.
Other people have seen the sun go into a tiny dot. See,
Hey, do me a favor. Look in the side chat. I'm gonna post a GIF for you real quick. All right.
oh yes, my favorite
Keep in
form of
mind,
evidence, a GIF on Discord.
I know, right?
but
It's
keep in
just a
mind,
video
that wouldn't matter either.
made into a GIF. It's just a time lapse video made into a GIF. A girl is
And where's the
painting
video
on a
from?
high.
Oh, let me guess. YouTube.
A girl is painting while a sunset is happening. She's not a flat
Okay,
earther. She's just painting while the sunset is happening. The sun gets smaller as it moves away.
This is all nonsense, anyways. Though, I mean, if you're going to affirm the consequent with sunsets and sunrises, then you've already lost. At the end of the day, the Earth is flat because everybody measures it and uses it that way. That's how it is. It's measured to be flat. There is no Earth curve measurements. Who cares about the sun? Has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
Well, how do different countries see different sun angles at the same time then?
Hey, does that have anything to do with whether or not the Earth is curving? Does that have anything to do with whether or not the Earth is curving?
Because it works exactly on a curved Earth. It doesn't
I'm
work on a flat Earth.
sorry,
Whenever the
it
UK
doesn't.
sees sunset, the New
I'm
York sees afternoon, and
sorry,
Australia sees morning.
dude. You can keep chanting, but you and I both know that
Well,
that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
The
because
Earth
are you
is
telling me?
measured as flat.
Sorry, Cesar. Yeah, but are you telling me though, right? Okay, so if you're closer to, let's say, a tower than I am, that we'll both get the same angle to the top of it on a flat surface. On a flat surface, let's say you're closer to a tower than I am, and we both measure an angle to the top of it, and we're on a flat surface, right? Are you saying that we'll both get the same angle?
That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying
Okay.
your version
So,
on a flat
from
Earth,
different
sunset,
positions on a
I don't
flat
think the
Earth,
sun works. Doesn't work.
right? So from different positions on a flat Earth, you can get different elevation angle measurements to the sun.
Sorry, what version of flat Earth are you strawmanning us with? What have we presented you?
Well, the Earth is flat, so what version of flat Earth are you talking about? I mean, it's
Yeah, the
pretty,
Earth being
The one
flat. You said
outside,
isn't a
version.
model or anything.
the one outside,
What
that version.
model? Yeah, the earth under your feet, yeah, it's flat. It's measured.
Let me ask you, B-Man. The B-Man, right?
Yeah,
Is the surface of water in a swimming pool flat?
it's level.
It's flat, right?
I wouldn't call it flat.
What would you call it then?
I would call it level.
Level is flat, right?
No, level's not flat.
What is level to you?
Level, I believe, is what was the definition of it? I think it's to do with
Having no
linear
point
drift.
higher or lower than another one. That's the definition of level.
It's a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
What's horizontal?
Having no.
What's a plane? What's horizontal? It's all flat. It's perpendicular to plumb.
So what's your point?
So my point is, water on the surface at rest is always flat.
At rest, it's flat. Okay, well, level would mean perpendicular to gravity, not
Right.
not
perpendicular.
Yeah.
You can't have perpendicular to a ball. There's no such thing as perpendicular to a curved surface.
Yeah, there is, because
Right.
on a
Call-
globe,
call it gravity
pulls
if you
towards
like,
the
right?
center, so level curves around the Earth.
Right. Perpendicular would be a 90-degree angle. Right. Perpendicular to vertical would mean 90 degrees, yes or no?
I don't know what degrees it is. I just know that
Yeah, it
pulls
would
towards
be
the center.
a right angle. Perpendicular would be a right to vertical would be a right angle. And if you're saying the surface of water or liquid at rest is perpendicular to vertical, then you're telling us that the surface of that liquid is flat and horizontal, because perpendicular to vertical is horizontal. Like horizontal is not curving. Okay? So you're agreeing with us.
No, because you're saying the surface of the water is flat, but it's
Yeah,
not
so are you.
flat.
So are you. If you say that the surface of the liquid is perpendicular to gravity, then you're calling the surface of the liquid horizontal.
No, perpendicular just tells you
Yeah.
the angle at one point. A surface
Yeah,
can be
90
perpendicular to
degrees.
gravity. It can be perpendicular to
Dude,
gravity
you can't
everywhere.
have
and still
you
be
can't
curved
have an angle
overall.
to
You
the
see what I'm-
surface of a
that's exactly
ball.
what
You
sphere
cannot
is.
make an angle to the surface of a ball. Try something else.
No, just because a surface being 90 degree to gravity locally doesn't make
You
it
can't
flat
have
on a
90
global
degrees to
scale.
a curve. You can't put a
Yes,
stick onto the
in a
surface
really
of a
big.
ball and call
Have
it
you
an
seen
angle.
Have you seen a really big circle? If you
Dude,
zoom in
what's
and
the
one of the
angle
lines, it'll
between a
look flat.
basketball? What's the angle between a basketball and it's sitting on your table? So your basketball's now sitting on your table. What's that angle?
I don't know. You tell me.
Exactly. There's none.
Well, you can
Plus,
if
you're
you're
begging
using
the
a
question of the
basketball.
ball anyway. There is no sphere Earth. You'd have to have a curvature for that. So if you don't have any curvature of Earth, I'm sorry, you just stuck with flat water, perpendicular.
No, hold on. You're saying you're talking about the basketball, right?
I wasn't talking about a basketball, but someone asked you about the
talking about a
angular
sphere.
relationship between a flat surface, or you could use a stick. Put a stick and put it on top of the basketball and tell me what angle you get.
Yeah, that's the same exact thing.
Yeah, so saying perpendicular means flat is like saying
we're comparing a sphere
every point
to
on
a
the
flat.
basketball is 90 degrees to the center, but the whole surface is still curved.
Comparing the surface of a sphere to the surface of to a flat surface. That's the comparison. Whether we use a basketball for an analogy, a baseball for an analogy, a soccer ball, or the earth, just know that we're talking about the sphere and the lack thereof.
Right. if you have two lines, right, that meet, right, can you have an angle between them if one of those lines is curved? One or more? Is there an angle? Can you measure an angle between the two lines?
I don't know, can you?
No, you can't. An angle will require the intersection of two straight lines. At least two straight lines.
Okay, well, tell me this. You guys believe the Earth is a flat plane? Yeah.
Here we go.
Negative.
Now we're going to
It's not
talk
a
about
belief,
something
bro.
else.
What do you believe in?
It's not a
No,
belief.
sorry, it's not about belief. The Earth is measured to be flat by everybody. We know that the Earth is measured flat by everyone. There is no curvature measurement whatsoever. The Earth is not a sphere. It is indeed flat as it presents itself to be.
So where's the edge, and why has no one found it?
What edge?
Uh-oh.
Well, if
What
it's
edge are you
flat,
talking
then there
about?
must be an edge. Or there
Really?
must be
Says you? Well, you okay? Well, then you tell me where I should find it.
I don't know if you just circumnavigate the world, see what
Dude,
happens.
Earth is not. Earth is not floating with your other planets in space. So where's the edge at now?
What's going on? So what's going on then? Where? How can it be flat and there be no edge?
Oh, because it's the floor. Yeah, it's the floor of the universe.
It's the floor of the universe. What is that?
I'm just curious why you think it has to have an edge. Where would this edge be at?
Are you fucking stupid? Have you ever seen something flat? You talk about basketballs and shit like that.
Let me tell you about my floor right here. Are you standing on a floor? Is there edges of your floor in your house?
No, listen to me. If you get the top
No,
of the
listen to me. Have I ever seen anything something flat? You said, have I seen something flat? Yes. Okay, so I've got this flat floor in here. Where's the edge of my floor at?
Whenever it meets the wall.
Oh, okay. So it meets a wall. Okay.
Yeah, where's the fucking wall in the globe?
Is that an edge or is that a limit?
Sorry, the flat Earth. Where's the wall? Where's the limit? Where can you?
Oh, I don't know. Where do you think I ought to find it? I don't know. Where do you think I should find it?
You guys don't know shit because you can't we've circumnavigated
Sorry,
the
friend,
Earth.
circumnavigation is in a circle. It's not about going to the limits of anything. It's going in a circle. You should probably think about the words that you use before you say them.
Huh? Yeah. Well, if you go from one point on Earth and make a complete circumnavigation of it, and you return back
You'll
to
be
where you were,
it's called a
you'll be
circle.
at the same point. You're not moving around.
Yes,
Can you walk in a circle on your floor?
Wait, you're not moving around something?
You're moving around the fucking.
Can you walk in a circle? Can you walk in a circle around your floor and not see your wall and not run into your wall? Can you walk in a circle around your floor?
Yeah, you can, but where's the wall that you guys are talking about?
I don't know. Nobody here said anything about a wall except for you. You brought up the wall. You tell me where it is.
Yeah, because you asked me a question. You said on a flat plane. You were talking about your floor, and I said, "Where's the edge to that?" And I said, "The wall." So how come we've never found the wall? We've explored the entire.
Have we? How do you know?
So dude, you brought up the wall then, just like you said. We didn't bring up a wall, just like you said.
Yeah, I know. I'm bringing it up. We've explored.
I don't know about any walls. We didn't make up a wall. That's on you, dude. We can't answer your question you made up.
So, let me get this straight. My interpretation of something being flat is there either has to be a limit, or there has to be an edge.
Okay.
Or something. Okay. Now hear me out here. We've explored the entire planet, minus maybe like a large portion of the ocean. Yes.
You don't have any evidence for that.
Every single fucking landmass we've discovered. I mean, come
on.
on.
What did you discover?
Yeah, tell us about what you discovered.
I discovered anything. I'm talking.
Well, you said
we. Everyone fucking else in human history.
Okay, what are
we pretty much dominated everywhere.
Okay, great. What are their names, and can you tell us where they went and they found the edge?
Oh, what I'm saying here is I don't know their names. You know, Christopher Columbus, the likes of those sort of guys. You know, Alexander the Great, who went around dominating everything. And we've been to every fucking island, every little nook and cranny of the
Did
planet.
you know that we discovered 7,000 new islands
So
off the
where
coast of
haven't we
Japan?
been?
No,
Right off the
he
coast of
didn't know
Japan.
that. Yeah, he didn't
know.
know that they found 7,000 new islands off the coast of Japan because he thinks everything's been discovered already.
7,000 new islands?
Yeah,
That's
look it
correct.
up.
Let me see these islands. Hold on.
This is going to be a surprise to him. He says we already found everything, whoever we is.
Well, flat earthers are
An
stupid.
undersea volcanic eruption created a new island in the Pacific in late 2023. So yeah, it created a new island.
What,
not
one
discovered.
island?
They
No,
were
we're
sitting
talking
there, no one
7,000.
discovered.
7,000 islands, bro.
Hold on, 7,000. Let me see this. 1, 2, 3. Japan did not discover 7,000 new islands. What the fuck are you talking about? There's literally no proof of this. Where did this happen?
Oh, he's a skeptic now. Okay, so let me be a skeptic. How do you know we found every piece of dirt on the earth?
1 second, I'm reading into this Japan thing.
He's reading AI. Whatever AI makes up about it.
CNN travel. Yeah, there's multiple reasons to why these islands have not been occupied.
Well, that's probably the only ones that have been. That's probably the only ones that we don't know about, right?
Because of different
Yeah, I'm sure those are
territorial disputes and shit. But I'm sure someone discovered it at some point in time.
Now
1
he's
second.
sure. You hear that?
Oh,
he's sure of it.
1 second.
Just bloviating, dude.
No,
Oh, I'm
5
sure
seconds.
somebody went to your edge at some point.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Say, okay, you guys are right.
Okay, so the Earth is flat. I'm sorry.
because they discovered 7,000 new islands.
Yes, because you said everything's been discovered already because we live on a ball. And we said, no, the earth is flat and they discovered 7,000 new islands. And you said, bullshit. Then you looked it up. You said, they did discover 7,000 new islands and
Oh, here you
the
go.
earth is still a ball for some reason. And that
You
doesn't
want to
make
know
sense
why they
to us.
discovered 7,000 new islands? Because most of them are just small, barren fucking rocks that go underwater half the time. Yeah, there's
Wow,
still
I
some-
can't believe they didn't find those before.
There's still some shit that
So now
pop up
you're
here
giving
and there.
excuses as to why they didn't find them, even though your argument was that we've discovered everything, and now we found out that we haven't discovered everything, and you're giving excuses for that.
See,
How
these
pathetic.
these are little pathetic islands, okay?
Right, little
barren
pathetic islands that we
rocks.
didn't
Listen to me.
discover.
We've discovered all of the major land masses, and I'm
Oh,
pretty
okay, sure, no problem.
a wall
I need your
surrounding
evidence for
the
that,
fucking
please.
Earth or an age would
Can you
be
give
a
me the
pretty
evidence
major
for that,
land
please?
mass.
Sorry, I don't know why you're still talking. I just need the evidence for that, please.
The evidence for that we've discovered all the major land masses and continents. In
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Earth.
Yeah.
Look at a map.
Nope, that
Okay,
doesn't
so
work.
It doesn't
It
work.
doesn't work.
No.
No, look
tell
at
you why.
Pacific
Why doesn't it
Ocean.
work?
Pacific Ocean doesn't have any land in it.
Yeah, because it's an ocean.
Prove it.
Prove that it's an ocean? Are you stupid?
No, I want you to prove that that's been all explored.
Okay, so let me go to the Pacific Ocean and search for some fucking islands and shit like that. What's in the Pacific Ocean? Like, what does it matter? Where's this big, massive, fuck off wall surrounding the globe? I'm pretty sure.
You there's your wall again, dude. Your wall, dude. Your
Yeah.
wall. You brought up your wall
what's-
again. Your
Yeah,
wall.
exactly.
It's your
I'm
wall, not
saying-
ours.
I'm not saying.
We didn't make up the wall. You did. Why do you want us to talk about your wall?
So what's going on then? I'm just saying, in my reality, on a flat surface, I'm looking at my desk right now. It's pretty flat. there's an edge to it. I'm looking at the floor.
Okay.
The only thing that
How do you know it's
once you
flat?
get to the
How do you know your desk
other
is
side
flat?
of the floor,
How do you know your desk
do you
isn't
want me to
curving?
measure it? It looks flat.
Sure, why not? Measure something, goddamn.
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. But once I go to the other side of my room, I see a wall.
Okay.
There's a
So you think the Earth has a wall? Okay, well, where is it?
you're the guy. You're the people that believe this shit. If the Earth is flat,
No, I
where's-
did I say that
where's
the Earth
edge?
has a wall?
Where's
Did
the
I say
wall?
that?
If the Earth
Sorry.
is flat, if the Earth is flat, if the Earth is flat.
Okay, finally.
No, we just said it was flat. Like, we didn't make any claims after that. We just said it was flat.
Yeah,
Captain
you're
Hook,
saying it needs to have a wall or an
the
edge.
earliest historical charts of the ice age
That's
in
enough.
the Chukchi Sea.
The Ice Age. How long ago was
we're
the
not
Ice Age?
talking about Ice Age. Not talking about that dumb shit.
That was one of you guys that posted that. So
Sorry,
called
do
your
you think
own
that
fucking police.
do you think that we say that there's a ring of ice around the world? Is this what you've seen in like media and so on?
No, I know you guys don't believe that shit anymore. So what is surrounding us, or what is stopping us from reaching the edge? Is what I want to know.
No idea.
A dense
No
hydrogen
idea.
ocean prevents anything from leaving the Earth.
Okay, that's interesting, and also a claim that can't be validated. The more honest answer is we don't know.
No, we could definitely make a scientific conclusion that it is a hydrogen.
Really, based upon what hypothesis and experiment?
Okay, so on the Earth, we can take hydrogen and get it to
Is this
extremely
going to be a hypothesis and an experiment?
Right. But the difference is if my hypothesis.
Go ahead and talk to the other guy. That guy's retarded.
Cool,
Yeah,
fair enough. I thought you
guys
were.
are
Oh,
fucking arguing with each
yeah,
other.
don't give up on Phil Platt so soon. I just checked him into our home server.
Oh my
Gosh, poor Phil Platt.
He's got to wait his turn.
So
I mean, I'd rather talk to Phil Platt than B Man. I mean, he's been
Yeah,
around
for
here
sure.
so long. My
B-Man gave
goodness.
up a long time ago. Yeah, B-Man should just listen
I
now.
haven't given up. I haven't given up. Fuck's it now.
Let me explain it before you dismiss it. I mean, what you're doing is literally what pagans do. If you tried to convince them their worldview is ridiculous, they'd wave you off and say their authority and consensus disagrees. So just listen first before you dismiss.
We're not trying to convince anybody.
Right, but I'm not trying to convince anybody either. I'm just trying to state what I believe it could be. And it's being hand-waved immediately before I even finish.
Oh, yeah, because we don't want to hear about belief systems.
I'm not talking about
Yeah,
belief
this is-
systems. I'm talking about something
Talk
you
about
could
what you
do
believe.
yourself.
You said you were talking about what you
Yeah, Phil,
believe.
you
You're
said it.
saying that that's not a belief system. Hold on, I
saying-
don't want to get off, my friend. I don't want to get
I
off on the
talk
wrong
about
foot
the
with you.
scientific process, right? You understand that
I'm
observation, measurement, repeatability is what declares
Obviously,
empirical
doesn't want the
validation,
olive branch. No problem.
right? You understand that, though. That's the empirical process.
The question was.
So get on
just
with the
for
measurements
brevity,
then.
All right. Well, this is what I'm saying is that if we can observe a pressure gradient, then we have to look at the scientific laws. What does a pressure gradient require? It requires
a container.
containment. Right. So now when we look at the containment, we can see our pressure gradient has hydrogen at the top. There's no reason to assume that hydrogen doesn't continue past the magnetic field. And we know
What
that
measurement? Sorry, what measurement is the hydrogen claim based on?
hydrogen claim, I don't know. I could use hostile witnesses all day. None of your model is claiming that hydrogen isn't at the top of the atmosphere. They agree.
What model?
But the
Yeah, we don't have a
heliocentric
model.
Are you telling me your
That
heliocentric
model,
model
we're not.
doesn't believe
Hold on,
a density
hold on,
gradient
my
in the
friend.
atmosphere?
My friend, yeah, we talk about gradient. You were talking,
Right.
sorry,
Right, is there a
specifically
density
talking about one particular gas, hydrogen.
Right, and there's a special property about that gas, and it's a special
Hold on,
property
before you run
that
off.
is a big
Hold
deal
on,
in its location.
my friend. I don't want to get off on the wrong foot. All right.
I know. I'm trying to explain to you an empirical fact, and you're dismissing it
know.
as if it has nothing to do with my
No,
final.
not this. No, not dismissing it. I'm trying to walk through it slowly. That's why I keep
Right.
kind of mumbling and trying to interrupt because you're going quite fast. So
Right,
slow
okay,
down.
well, slow it down then. Do you agree with me
So
that,
back to my
that the
question.
atmosphere has a density gradient, and at the higher an altitude
That's not in question.
But we're
Pressure
talking
and
about the
density
firmament, so
gradient.
it's important what elements exist around the firmament.
Is your foot constantly down on the accelerator, or do you think you can just ease it off a little bit?
I don't understand. You're interrupting me, and I'm just trying to
I've
explain something.
already told you I'm trying to slow down and go through this step by step. That me
Right.
trying to interrupt you is trying to slow you down because I want clarification before we move
Right.
on.
Yeah, I made the
So,
claim that it's probably a hydrogen ocean, and then I was trying to explain why I think that, and that's what you keep cutting off.
someone else can try.
Phil, take a deep breath. We're trying to communicate with you, but you don't have to keep talking over us. Just you say something, and then somebody else will say something back to you.
Right,
It's
but I
that
didn't
simple.
get to say anything.
Okay, go ahead. Go right now, and then stop when you're done.
Okay, what I'm saying is that it would be a hydrogen ocean. We can objectively confirm that we live in a pressure density atmosphere, and that the higher in altitude we go, the lighter the elements are. Hydrogen, under a scientific framework, you can test it in a lab that under extreme cold temperatures, it gets really dense and it liquefies. And the properties of liquid hydrogen is diamagnetism. It is repelled by magnets. And so literally, if outside the magnetic field is a dense hydrogen cold ocean, then it would be at the bottom of an extremely dense ocean, creating a pressure from the magnetic field meeting that diamagnetic hydrogen ocean. That would create a pressure bubble that we exist in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Right. That is empirical.
Well, it's empirical because that's what hydrogen does. We can do that right here on the surface.
No.
That's great.
No.
Hey,
What
fuck
we mean
you.
by empirical is, hold on. What we mean by empirical is so far, lovely story.
you,
I think we're all, I think we're all kind of nodding along, but at the end of the story, we want validation for it, don't we? So have
What do
you
you
been
mean by
there?
validation? What aren't you
Have you
agreeing
been?
with?
But have you been there to confirm that your hypothesis in this instance, or theory, is probably better, is true?
That's a fallacy. Science is about scalability. Yeah, it's about scalability. The fact that you say I'm not allowed to prove anything
I'll try
because
to
I
add
can't
more
go there.
clarity if you allow me. Thank you. So at the moment, like I said, we're all nodding along, right?
Right.
We still want verification that this is actually the reality in which we live.
So
So
basically,
far, sounds like
flat earthers just deny everything because their whole point is that they don't have the resources.
I'm really trying my best to communicate with you, sir.
You're telling me I can't say a word because I can't travel to the firmament.
No, at the moment, I'm really trying to make my point.
Yeah, but you understand that theories can exist in science, but the point is that can't contradict empirical laws.
Yes, I agree that theories exist in science if they have undergone hypothesis verification through experiment. You can then base your theory.
I'm just saying you would agree that the heliocentric model saying gravity prevents entropy, it contradicts the scientific law.
Dude, right, I'm literally trying to hold out an olive branch to you. If you let me say more than fucking 15 words, you'd agree that I'm trying to reach an agreement with you and hopefully add some clarity. Now, so far, you've given, and I'm like, try my best to steelman you and give you a good representation of what you think you're trying to give. So give me a moment. So far, I'll agree. You're giving me what is probably a good scientific hypothesis. A good scientific theory based on a few hypotheses that have been demonstrated to be true. Like you require a container for gas pressure, the observable reality that there is a gas pressure gradient. You're hypothesizing a cause for this, something that you could probably do in a laboratory and say this does cause that. But until you observe the reality and go there, you can't verify this theory of yours to be true, right?
Right. I'm not saying that's why it's a theory. If it was more than a theory, I'd be calling it law.
Yeah, so it's a good idea. I don't think anybody would say that it isn't a good idea.
Right, but I'm not saying it's law. I'm saying it's a theory. You can have theories as long as they don't contradict law.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just glad we had this conversation so we could add clarity to what's being said. There's no need for us to think that each other's being hostile. We have agreements here, but we also have limitations. This place that you are in at the moment tries to deal with what's empirical. When we get to theories that can't be tested, we must admit that this isn't empirical and underlie it as a good speculation or theory to a probability, an idea.
Right, but a hypothesis is just that. You take your theories and test them against empirical law. If I can
No, you need to get this order. Sorry, sir. Sorry, you need to get this order right. Scientific theories are based on an accumulation of scientific hypotheses that have been demonstrated to be true with verification through experiment. You've basically got to complete the scientific method, have an experiment, and then you can base your theory upon what you've proven to be true, which is what you've done. You've conglomerated a few scientific hypotheses and are basing your theory upon that. Now, at the moment, we must agree that it is just a theory, something you can't actually demonstrate to be true until you go there.
But I could demonstrate the science behind it. That is my point.
Yeah, this is why I said we were all nodding along. Yes, we observe a gas pressure gradient. We were agreeing with you, right? Now, the cause in your supposition, the cause in your supposition, we would also nodding along to, right? Hydrogen in this state, it acts like this. It could be the limitation to our gas pressure and maybe our whole environment. Okay? Right. It's a nice idea, like I said, but we can't go there to verify this theory.
Well, because what I'm understanding is, I heard the question where somebody asked what could, be the firmament or whatever, and I'm trying to give a theory that replaces the debunked theory that gas prevents entropy.
I get you, okay? Maybe, and I'm not being hostile. The question was more specific about the ice wall, the Antarctic ice wall, as in when you go out horizontally. But I will concede eventually you would meet where the sky reaches the earth. So if this is what you were speaking about, yeah, okay. But again, we must caveat it with this is a speculation. And dealing in conversations in this channel where we try to deal with empirical truths, things that we can validate to be true or not, then speculation must be underlined and pointed out.
Well, sure. I'm not claiming that this is fact. I'm claiming that this is this can replace the defunct theory that gravity prevents entropy. That just objectively can't be true.
Well, we don't need other speculations to replace the already existing speculation of gravity holding gas to the Earth.
But that is the exact scientific process. You create those speculations, and they hold if they don't contradict. And there's just
no, that's not the scientific process. That's completely false.
I want to ask Phil this. I want to ask Phil a question. Phil, do you think your hypothesis could happen over a flat surface as well?
Yes. Yes, in fact, I look at the Earth as a microcosm, macrocosm. I think it's a direct macrocosm of the hydrogen atom itself. And hydrogen atoms bond to each other, and they would create an inertial plane in between them.
Phil, you don't have any hypotheses.
Well, I'm just saying, you asked me if I believed it could happen over a flat Earth. I told you what I believed.
No, that was a different question. I'm talking about your whole hydrogen ocean.
Yeah.
You don't even have a hypothesis yet. It's not scientific at all.
Well, what do you mean? I can take in a lab and I can take hydrogen, liquefy it, and I can create a magnetic field and watch it repel.
Nobody cares. It's not science. It's not science.
It's literally science.
No, it literally isn't, because if you're going to use the scientific method in natural science in this situation, you would have to have a naturally observed phenomena. Can you give me the naturally observed phenomena?
Yeah, the magnetic field of Earth. And
okay, so
that exists at the top of the density gradient.
No. We're dealing with your original observation. You observe apparently in nature a magnetic field. So what?
So science is
what
about
about it?
Science is about recreating conditions.
That's false.
Right.
That's
To
false.
be
It's not
specific.
about recreating conditions and then
So
manipulating
to
the
be
variables.
specific, when we ask you what you see and you say the magnetic field of the Earth, the next question, because we've got the observed phenomena when creating a hypothesis, is very simply what caused that.
What
So
caused the
do you think
magnetic
you,
field?
yeah.
The Earth. What do you mean? Like, are you saying the Earth doesn't have a magnetic field? Or are we not?
No, listen. We're agreeing with you that you see this electromagnetic, right? Compasses
Right.
follow these lines, for example, right? If you're saying that this is the phenomena that you observe, the method's very strict. If this is your independent variable, your dependent variable, then the independent variable, the cause question must be answered, right? So what caused that? What you
You're
observed?
asking me what causes the Earth to be magnetic.
Yeah, because that's what you gave as your phenomena. Like I said, maybe you should, hold on, my friend. That's why I asked you. Maybe you want to give a different phenomena, because that one's not going to fit into your hypothesis, dude. Not the one that you're trying to give.
Are you saying that magnetic fields are like personal, like they're different? Like if I create one magnetic field and another one, that they're somehow different?
All right, okay, right. And I'm English, and I know my English is British to you, but I know that everybody else understands what I'm saying. I'm trying to understand why you don't.
It's it's about science and doing experiments with scalability.
Okay, first step of the scientific method is the naturally observed phenomena. When questioned about that, you gave the magnetic field of the Earth. The next step is to answer the question, what caused that? Now, you said science. That would be the construction of a hypothesis that we're going to test for experiment. I think so. This isn't a thing that you're trying to talk about.
Well, let's put it this way. Isaac Newton came up with the equations to describe the laws of gravity. He literally said that he can't tell you what causes it, but he can tell you the laws it must abide by. So are you saying he didn't follow any scientific process?
Yes, that's exactly what we're saying.
So the guy that's responsible for every piece of infrastructure that ever existed on Earth didn't even follow the scientific process to come up with that equation.
What equation?
Scientific process to come up with an equation.
Equation
The
for
only way
gravity.
that you can come up, hold on. The only way that you can come up with an equation, which is the use of language, which is math, to express what has happened within the scientific experiment.
Isaac Newton came up with
So we need the experiment
that
then.
gravity must follow. He said he doesn't know.
So what was the experiment then?
What was his experiment?
Yeah, what was the experiment the formulae or equation were gained from?
Observation, measurement, and repeatability. He took physical objects.
So what's the
experimented
hypothesis?
with their
So
gravitational
what's the
effect.
So what is the hypothesis that Newton gave?
He gave his mass equal, or I'll look it up so I don't get it wrong. But he definitely gave you a hypothesis.
Okay, when you said you were going to give me an equation, a hypothesis doesn't come in the form of an equation.
Use him as an example. I'm not here to argue that, but I can look it up and argue Newton. I'm just saying that he literally says he doesn't know the cause, but he can tell you the laws that it must obey.
Dude, you're rattling around like one of them balls when they draw the lottery. You got to stick to one thing.
I'm telling you. But you're telling me that I must tell you the cause before I tell you the laws. And I'm pointing out that one of the most prominent scientists ever literally did not do that.
No, you're claiming hydrogen water in the sky, right?
I'm claiming hydrogen is in the sky, and I'm saying that hydrogen at extremely cold temperatures will be dense and it will liquefy. And that we can produce that right here on Earth, and we know its properties.
Cool. So act as a container for the gas pressure, right?
Right.
Cool. So that's not the magnetic field doing that now, is it?
No, it's the magnetic field meeting the hydrogen ocean.
Oh, okay. So you now need to observe this phenomena.
Right. Like you can create that in a lab.
No. The phenomena in the natural world.
See, you're pretending like I have to
I'm pointing out.
The Earth
So-
has a magnetic field. It's objective.
Yes.
I don't have to tell you what causes it to say that it has
Phil,
a magnetic
I'm
field.
gonna steelman you real quick. I'm gonna steelman you, Phil. What you're saying is the magnetic field is encapsulating liquid hydrogen around the outer edge of the atmosphere.
Yeah, a good way to put it is like, I know this is a silly way. Think of like SpongeBob with Sandy under the ocean with her dome. She's inside an ocean. Picture that ocean as a hydrogen ocean, and that the dome
get
is
it, man.
a dome, but a
But
magnetic field repelling it.
You have no evidence for it other than just a hypothesis and what you think might be
Right.
going on in your mind.
Right, that's what I'm trying to give you, a hypothesis, and I can test the hypothesis.
It's not
I
a
didn't-
hypothesis.
I didn't verify it.
It's not
How do you
a hypothesis.
That is exactly how science works. You create a hypothesis.
No, it isn't. You can't just make it up as you go. You're making up stuff as you go along.
No,
Give
I
me the
didn't say that
naturally
there's
observed
invisible matter
phenomena,
that
and
you
then
can't
I want
observe
the
that's
independent and dependent variables. We're not going to do this anymore. Give me the naturally observed phenomena, and then give me your hypothesis.
Magnetic
We'll see if it's
field
any good.
and hydrogen at the top of the gradient. Those are
Okay, so that totally incoherent. Your magnetic field is apparently your observation in nature. You see natural magnetism, and now you're going to claim that the cause of that is what?
Why would I have to explain the cause for it to be real?
Oh my God.
I'm not asking you whether or not it's real. That's not what science adjudicates. It adjudicates cause and effect relationships. So
Right,
the
right. I'm not
effect that
trying
you're
to prove that
observing is the
magnetic field exists.
magnetism. Exactly. You're observing a magnetic field. What causes it?
I'm not talking about the magnetic field. I'm talking about
Okay, well
something
then
else that is affected by an existing magnetic field.
nothing else is being affected by it right now. You would have to show me liquid hydrogen being affected by an electromagnetic field or a magnetic field in this scenario.
Yeah, that can be produced on a smaller scale. Why wouldn't you
No,
be able to scale it?
yeah, you can do this on a small scale on your countertop. That's fantastic. We're talking about the grand scale of the Earth, and you don't observe this to be happening. The only thing that you can point to as a naturally occurring phenomena is the gas pressure.
And the magnetic field that the Earth has.
Spot on.
And you cannot
Sophie.
connect the two.
I don't have to tell you the cause of something that exists if I'm not
Yes,
trying
yes.
to
Hold
explain to
on.
you what
Hold on.
causes.
Hold on, my friend. You were giving us a claim to the edge of the Earth, right? And I use the term loosely, as in what contains us.
Right.
That would be the cause of the gas pressure, wouldn't it?
The cause of the gas pressure, yes, and that is
Yeah, you're saying, so I know we'll follow. You're saying that the electromagnetic field of the Earth meets hydrogen at a high level and creates this container. Yes?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, lovely hypothesis, but every single time we ask you for the phenomena, you don't observe it. We've gotten past it's not the electromagnetic field. The phenomena needs to be the electromagnetic field meeting the hydrogen that you claim.
Right.
Because
So
that
I'm
would
not
be the
saying that
cause of the gas
magnetic field
pressure.
creates the containment. I'm saying that
Yeah.
the hydrogen ocean creates the containment. It's being repelled by a magnetic field.
Yeah. So you would need to observe this as the cause for the phenomena of gas pressure.
So you're saying, though, even though I can reproduce it on a smaller scale, that I'm not allowed to scale that up like normal science works, but I'm just supposed to just say it's not a case unless I can travel there?
No. We will reach the conclusion that the gas that's under pressure requires a container. We can't reach a conclusion as to what that container is.
But we can create
We
hypotheses,
can make,
and that's what I've
but
done.
we can make theories, best guess.
Let's get sure. Why
Yeah.
can't I have that?
You can have your best guess, but it's not proof.
Right. I didn't
Here's
say
the thing,
that.
Phil.
I'm giving
Here's
you
the
a
thing.
replacement
Here's the
theory.
thing. Here's the thing. You create a small scaled down version of that on your countertop. How do you go about proving that up in the sky?
Scalability.
No. You still have to go up to the sky and verify that that's still the thing that you think it is.
Yeah, you need to make
how can you
14.7
make that
psi
claim?
at gas pressure when you do this. Also, don't forget about that.
How can heliocentrists make
It's
that
actually
claim when when Albert Einstein made his assumptions, like in 1905, when they didn't even claim to send a probe up until
Dude, he
1957.
used to stick his tongue out. So don't go by his word.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's like the heliocentrists, they have this idea like they're allowed to make all these hypotheses and theories, and nobody's allowed to.
No, they're
challenge
not.
them.
We already threw them all out.
Oh, then what are we? Oh, we're talking. Well, I'm just creating a theory and a hypothesis. If these are flat earthers, I'm just giving you
But
ideas.
You're not.
Yeah. So sorry, right?
It's definitely scaled. For
Yeah,
instance,
my
the
friend.
claim that gravity can prevent entropy. Like you can produce an experiment right here on Earth that proves that's not possible.
No, you can't.
Yeah, we know.
No, if you create the conditions at the edge of the atmosphere that heliocentrism claims, you can recreate that in a chamber. And then you can put a chamber right on top of that with a vacuum that's not even nearly as strong as the claimed vacuum of space.
No, you can't.
See, now that's just ridiculous. You're just denying the scientific process.
Okay, so let's try this again. Hey, Phil, can you show me that someone has taken a big giant vat of liquid hydrogen and then they've taken some kind of magnetic field and created some kind of magnetic force field to hold back the hydrogen ocean on a small scale? Can you show me that?
I mean, it's producible. There's lots of citations that talk about it.
Just get me the study that they did this, please.
Okay. Give me a minute. I'll look it up right now. I mean, this is how I came up with my hypothesis, was looking at this stuff.
Right. So you saw a liquid hydrogen ocean with a hemispherical bubble inside of it created by a magnetic field. Did you?
In a lab, you can produce it. Yeah. You can take hydrogen.
I want you to show it to me. I want you to show me this exact thing.
So let me get this straight. Are you? Are you a flat earther or are you a globe one arguing?
Who cares? I could be an anybody. I could be a flat earther. I could be a glober, and this would still be a great question.
You either not understand the scientific process of scalability, or you don't understand what's behind.
I'm not worried about scalability. I'm talking about cause and effect relationships, which is what science is all about.
Listen, dude, you didn't observe an ocean of hydrogen that you're going to scale up to. So
like a cup of water.
You're already done. You lost me at ocean of hydrogen.
A cup of water is just a cup of water. If you scale that up, you can scale it up to an ocean. It's
great.
Are you denying the scalability?
Don't try to run away from this point. I want you to show me a small liquid hydrogen ocean having a force field of magnetism inside of it, creating a bubble. Let's see that.
So you're denying that liquid hydrogen is diamagnetic.
I haven't seen anything to deny that.
Didn't deny that at all. You're taking words and twisting them around and making it seem like I'm denying something. Okay, I'm asking you to reproduce the thing you are claiming is happening.
I'm trying to steel man here. If you're saying that, I know what you're asking me to do, but I'm trying to understand why you need to see something.
You're not going to be able to figure me out. I'm asking you a specific question about your claim. I've made no claims. I want to see your claim in action. Show it to me.
Well, that's the beauty about my claim, is me showing it to you is irrelevant. You can produce it yourself.
Okay, great. How would I go about doing that? Because no one's done this so far, so I'm going to be the pioneer, I guess. You know what? Maybe you should do this.
Liquid hydrogen was diamagnetic.
I didn't ask you anything about the properties of the liquid hydrogen. I asked you to reproduce the thing that you are claiming is happening.
Yeah, you can reproduce it.
Okay, show it to me then. If it's so easy, why don't you just go ahead and show it to me? Don't try to run away from this, Phil. You're not going to be able to filibuster. Show me the thing that you're talking about. I don't want to hear any more words out of you. I want to see the thing that you're talking about.
You're either denying.
Are you still not even steel manning me? You don't even understand what steel man means. You need to get me the evidence for the thing that I asked for.
So if magnets repel liquid hydrogen, how can you not scale that? How can you not make a stronger magnet?
Friend, I just need you to go ahead and show me what it is that you're talking about, since it's so easy.
You're just avoiding.
No, it's totally relevant. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go ahead and talk about your claim again. Let's see how relevant it is. Were you claiming that there is a hydrogen ocean? This is your quote-unquote hypothesis or theory, that there is an ocean of hydrogen being held back by a magnetic field of the Earth, creating a bubble that we can live in, like the squirrel and freaking SpongeBob SquarePants? Isn't that your claim?
Yeah, I tried to explain it with an analogy that was as simple as
What I
possible.
need you to do is, on a small scale, get that demonstration for me.
Yeah, you can just look up any citation about liquid hydrogen. And
No, I'm sorry. This is you providing it for me since it's your claim. You make the claim, you provide the evidence.
You can independently verify it yourself. I'm not a monkey or an authority. These are things
Hold
you
on.
can independently.
This is your claim.
2 seconds. 2 seconds. Right, my friend, you new to the channel, right? Now, we welcome you, but we have standards here. One of those standards is if a person makes a claim, they provide the evidence, especially from the flat earth side, right? We don't turn around to people and say to them, go and Google it. You should research yourself. If we make a claim, we're going to provide citation and demonstration. Now, so we all move forward in a good manner. Just remember that, right? If you're going to make a claim, someone, whether it's a flat earther or a globe earther, would probably ask you to provide evidence for it.
Can I ask a quick question? What's the order of the word? Give me the terminology of what I'm supposed to look up. I just looked up liquid hydrogen diamagnetic, and I'm not finding a damn thing. Like, I'm finding videos on diamagnetic demonstration, but it's not creating or producing a bubble or anything like that.
It seems to create a streaming amount of bubbles.
It's got to create a bubble with 14.7 psi inside of it, and then you guys got to measure that too.
This is also a problem when someone says you should go and research it, because people are going to find not what you're talking about, and then you're going to have to wade through the minefield of not what you're talking about. It's easier for you just to provide what you're talking about.
I'll provide you something here in a second. Give me a minute. Somebody just knocked on my door, but I'll get it in a second.
No problem. If people need time, 5-10 minutes, that's cool.
Open up, FBI.
I knew it. They busted him for knowing that the sky is liquid hydrogen.
Yeah, he let the secret out. We probably all are in danger now.
I mean, when I look up the liquid hydrogen diamagnetic, like, hydrogen is laying flat and level in the petri dish that they're using to test, or the bowl, or whatever. So I'm confused.
How come the bubble just stays there?
What bubble? I don't even see a bubble. Are you talking about when they produce a frequency and then, like, they got the little drop to hover?
No.
I'm confused. Which bubble? I'm not seeing a bubble.
He says you can use frequency or magnetism to create a bubble in liquid hydrogen. Where's the bubble go?
I want to. That's what I'm trying to look up. Like, give me the exact phrase that I need to look up in order to get this.
You gotta look up. Just Google. Let's make shit up. That'll.
Remember, wink, wink. Somebody
Kimbo
came to the
coming in
door,
hot.
so he's probably looking it up right now. He's having ChatGPT put it together for him.
Is there a problem with asking GPT to provide any citation for something I'm looking
As
for?
Sorry. You can ask ChatGPT anything as long as you actually provide that reference and citation, not just what AI says. So you can use it to find stuff, but that stuff better be the reference material where the citation comes from.
I mean, there is a fun little test that he could actually perform. I know it takes a lot of energy to essentially turn hydrogen into a liquid. So if he could just go ahead and get like a small glass of it, right? Just a glass of liquid hydrogen, and then take a magnet that is 0.5 Gauss, right? So that's the strength of the magnet. It's the same as the Earth's.
Months, but you can only see the sun in the sky for a shorter period of time.
But how do you explain it? Even if it's just like
So there are some flat earthers that do try to explain it using a model, right? But we don't live on a model, and models usually have flaws, right? Just like the globe model has an explanation for why we can see that in the south, right? But the globe model has big flaws as well, doesn't it, right? Like we just went over in this observation. When we test the surface of the Earth, there's no curvature, so it cannot possibly be happening above a globe Earth. Now, everything in the sky works like a big clock. Everything runs in cycles. None of us know exactly how it works, right? None of us know exactly what the sun is, what the stars are, what medium they're in, what distance they are. Okay, we've just been fed a big story about them. That's all. That's as far. So you have a belief that it's happening in a heliocentric model, right, which falls apart at step one, which would be actually having curvature to be able to have the globe in the first place. So whatever's happening in the sky doesn't change that the ground is flat.
What about the shadow of the Earth and the Moon during the eclipse?
Once again, it's something. It's like an assumption based off a spherical Earth. Like you're first having to assume that what you're seeing is caused by a spherical Earth. Think about this. Okay, if we can measure a surface flat, okay, it doesn't matter what happens above the flat surface. It's not going to make it curve. Okay, it's already been measured flat. Let's say you have a room in your house with a flat floor. Okay, you've tested the floor. The floor's flat. Doesn't matter what you see on your ceiling. It's not going to change that the ground is not curving. Okay, that's the case with the Earth. So whatever's happening in the sky.
The shadow?
How do you? Okay, so you're claiming this is your. I don't try to explain things that I can't empirically validate. Okay, it's not logical to do that. Okay, so I could try to give you explanations, but I don't need to because I'm not making a claim about that. The things I'm making a claim about, I can empirically validate right now. Okay, you're claiming that that you're seeing a shadow on the moon, and it's caused by the Earth being a globe. Okay, so what evidence do you have that the Earth is actually a globe, right? Because that's the requirement for your claim.
Okay, I'll tell you something. The eclipse of the moon, it only happens when the Earth is between the sun and the moon. That's why we see the shadow of the Earth on the moon.
Yeah, that's the claim, right? So that's what people do here. They claim that the shadow that we see on the moon is caused by the Earth. And then when I ask them to validate that claim, they just give me the explanation in a different way. So all you did was just make the same claim again. I'm asking you to back that claim up. Okay, so what are the requirements for the claim you just made? The Earth has to be a globe, right? Right? For the Earth to be a globe, what do you need to have? You have to have Earth curvature. Has to be there. Okay, so I just showed you an observation where the Earth curvature that has to be there isn't there. Right? And I could show you one after the other, after the other, after the other, laser tests, long distance observations, over and over again, all sorts of different methods that prove that the curvature that would have to be there for your claim to be true is not present in reality.
But come on, you don't even have an explanation for that.
Yeah, you need.
He doesn't understand the logic.
Yeah.
What?
It's basic logic, right? So if you don't have
logic is failing you pretty badly right now. Listen. For you to claim that the Earth is getting in the way, producing a shadow, you would need to have measured curvature.
Okay, the curvature, we can measure it, I think, by the difference of the shadow at the same time, at the same cities, for example, in different cities. For example, it has, I think it was done 200 years before Christ.
Okay, how did they do that then?
I think the scientist, his name was Artastonus, something like this. He was Greek, okay? He noticed the difference in the length of the shadows in two different cities at the same time. And
well, why would that require a curving surface?
Because it's at the same time.
Yeah, but they're two different angles. Why would that prove that the curve the surface is curved if they're two different angles at the same time.
Well, I don't have an answer for that, but I think if we have
Think about this. Listen, I'll give you an analogy. Let's say it's really, really dark. It's nighttime outside. You're in a parking lot, and there's a big bright light above you in the parking lot. If I go stand 100 meters away, my shadow's going to be very long. But since you're under the parking lot, your shadow's very short, if any shadow.
Yeah, I understand.
That's not on a curved surface, right?
Well, yeah. I can't say any other thing except that. Well, I get your point, but like you can't say 100% that the Earth is flat or it doesn't have any curvature, because in that experiment, he didn't measure the curvature of the Earth, but he measured how do you call it? The circumference. Do you get me? Like
you're not measuring circumference. You're measuring the length of the shadows.
Yeah, circumference.
No, yeah, but you're not measuring circumference. You're measuring the length of the shadows.
How did he get circumference? How did he go from measuring shadow lengths to circumference? Can you explain the logic?
I think it's something with mathematics. I don't have anything to do with mathematics, honestly, but I think like over almost 2,000 years, if it wasn't true, like we wouldn't have no day. Yeah.
Well, the logic isn't sound. The reason why is because he's making a deductive claim based off of inference. He had to assume the curvature existed in the first place for him to derive a circumference from those angle lengths.
Fair enough.
You couldn't have done it any other way without first assuming. So here's the other thing. If you were to assume no curvature, then you would be able to conclude that the sun is not very far away and that the surface isn't curving.
But another thing, okay, you assume that the sun is like 200 miles away, yeah? I
don't know how far away it is. I have no idea what it is.
The person who was talking to me, I don't remember the nickname, but he said that the sun...
didn't say that. I definitely didn't say that. I said nobody knows the distance, the medium, the size, or what the sun's made of, or anything like that. That's what I specifically said.
I said it was 75 miles away. I dare you to.
Yeah, so that was just a thought experiment there. The point is, listen, if you're triangulating things, you should be able to get the height of the sun. But we know that you can't do that, flat or globe. You cannot triangulate the height of the sun. You can't do it on a globe because they say that the sun is so far away and the surface is so big that the surface is effectively flat from the sun.
Yeah.
This is why the rays are parallel to a curving Earth that's really tiny. So you can't triangulate that. You can't triangulate the altitude from parallel rays. We say, well, on Earth that is not curving, the angles to the sun do appear to diverge from the sun as a source, but nobody can triangulate its fixed point in 3D space in the sky. Both of these ideas are true. So how do you determine whether or not the sun rays are parallel versus diverging? Well, you measure the surface. If you can't measure the curvature of the Earth directly, then you cannot conclude anything about it being curved.
But even Aristotle, Aristotle? Do you know
so Eratosthenes is out. Is that it? We're going to toss the knees. We're going to toss him out.
Yeah, but he calculated the circumference of the Earth, like.
Yeah, but we just went through that.
And
we just went through why that's not a proof, right?
But even till today's like the present time, we take into consideration these calculators. Like we don't just ignore them.
Well, no, we don't just ignore them. We ask them to substantiate their claims. People accuse us in here all the time. I'm not saying you're doing it, but all day people accuse us of ignoring evidence when we do the exact opposite. We're like, no, we're not ignoring it. We're demanding justification and substantiation of that evidence. That's not ignoring. This is saying, let us accept your claim for the moment. Now justify it. Provide us the data. Provide us the logic. And when the Glober comes in, right, and they make a claim and they can't justify, they cannot substantiate the claim, then why should we automatically accept the claim?
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, this
I
is
think
about using logic and
I guess,
empiricism.
yeah, I'm open to all theories, honestly, but I'm just wondering. That's what I'm talking about. And also, I have a question about the UV light. If the Earth is flat, like, how do you think we're getting protected from the UV light? Otherwise, it would kill us.
I mean, we measure the sun's spectral rays, right? And we get a complete set. We get UV, IR visible. We get gamma, X-ray. We get all kinds of stuff coming off the sun.
Yeah, but how do you
I don't know why.
protected from them? Because in the globe theory, it's because of the polar, like the North Polar and the South Polar. So they kind of like somehow protect us. But what about the flat theory?
So the question is why does the sun emit a full spectrum of radiation as we measure the Earth to be flat?
No, it wasn't like that. I was saying that if the Earth is flat, so why do we not getting killed by the UV light? Because if it's globe, okay, we can clarify that.
Right, so you're jumping back into flawed logic again. Listen, what DJ is offering you is a flat Earth observation and measurement. And we've got hundreds and hundreds of them.
Okay, how do you explain it as a flat Earth?
Why should we have to explain something that is not necessary?
Yeah, there's explanations. Yeah, hold on,
like,
sir. There's explanations. Sir, can you hear me? There's explanations that are already given that explain all of the ideas and like the ways that people talk about light and how we interact with the sunlight. That's already been shown. That has nothing to do with the cosmology aspect, like the size or the shape of the Earth. So the UV light and all that you really want to know about, it's already been told to us how that is. We agree with a lot of the particular science about the nature of the Earth, except for when it comes to when people start making claims of the size of the Earth or what the shape of the Earth is. So there's specific claims that we already agree with. They don't need explanation. That's exactly how we understand things like science and the properties of the Earth and which we understand it to be are the same. It's not like a different Earth that we're talking about. It's the same Earth that you understand with applied science, physics, right? So we're not going to go off into like talking about something else with like UV light. It's going to be the same as you. The only thing we're talking about is what people think of the size of the Earth and the shape of the Earth. That's what's different. Do you understand? Like that's the only difference. Everything else is basically the same. That you know it.
So the only thing you're against the global Earth are just the globe itself, yeah?
Yeah, well,
like
the claim that it's a giant sphere in the vacuum of space, because that's a huge claim that nobody can substantiate. And that's what we're talking about. Everything else, like the physics of the Earth, like we're experiencing the same thing as you. So it's not like a different Earth. It's the same. The physics are the same. It's just you have an explanation as to what those things are based on a spherical Earth. So we're not basing it on a spherical Earth. You understand? Like,
yeah. So the globe is not the consequence of observations. It's not the consequence of measurement. It's not even the consequence of scientific claims.
Okay, but I'll tell you something. For example, people who believe in the like spherical Earth, they believe in the like how to say the two polars as well, like the magnetic field. Okay, we cannot have a magnetic field if we have a flat Earth. So how do you explain that?
Again, we measured the Earth. Okay, the surface does not curve anywhere it is measured.
No, I'm talking
Not
about
in accordance with the globe.
point.
Okay, so listen, this is the crux of the matter. All of your questions about how things work beyond that point are not necessary to the claim that the Earth measures and is observed to be flat.
Yeah.
No, I'm just asking for like.
Oh, listen,
knowledge. If you
we
have
can
any
come up with
about it.
speculation, right? Because listen, nobody's ever measured the sun to be 93 million miles away. Nobody's measured the sun to be 400 times bigger than the moon.
I think
nobody's measured any of these.
Because, like, if you calculate the light speed and, like, for example, if we, in a certain point of the Earth, we get light after, for example.
Okay, how do you measure? How do you measure? It takes 8.25 minutes for light to get from the sun to the Earth. Does a photon have a little clock on it?
No, it doesn't.
No.
Okay, I get your point.
The reason why people conclude that it takes 8.25 minutes for light to reach the Earth is because people have assumed that Earth is a globe inside of a solar system.
Yep, and that the sun's a specific distance away from the Earth. It's all about calculations. It's not about measurements. These guys are just like making assumptions.
Yeah, it's physics.
It's all assumptions. Listen, and here's one more thought for you, okay? A flat Earth is not inside a space vacuum. There is no space underneath the Earth.
I don't know, bro. I think
Maybe.
you have
We don't know that
a
yet.
certain claim. No, I tell you something. If you have a claim, I think you have you have to have like narrative for that claim. For example, why do we get protected by the magnetic field? If we don't have a magnetic field in the Earth flat, the flat Earth, how do we get protected then? Okay, that's the point. Another one.
Hold on. How do you get a magnetic field if the Earth isn't a globe? Listen, we already measured the Earth. Why is this question necessary, logically or just philosophically?
But literally, even people who
do you think they know why Earth has a magnetic field if it's a globe? They don't even understand that.
Why? But they literally have the magnetic field.
We're actually working on that project.
The flat earthers.
Why can't we have a magnetic field on a flat Earth?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Why can't we? When nobody knows how a magnetic field is created on a globe, why should we have to answer how it's being done if Earth isn't a globe?
Because the magnetic field is like formed by the iron in the bottom of the Earth. That's why, like the nucleus of the Earth.
All the things, guys.
That's why. But for example, in the flat Earth, you can't explain that.
We can explain it, okay? You just wouldn't like the explanations.
Okay, how explain to
and
me?
and your
don't care to.
Look, your explanation is just wrong and can't even be right. You understand that metal like iron loses magnetism at high temperatures. It's called hysteresis. So why don't you explain how you even have a magnetic iron core when it's supposed to be thousands and thousands of degrees and a liquid? So the magnetic domains can't even line up in the first place.
That's right. You need dipole alignment. And when everything is vibrating because it's excited due to heat and friction, those dipoles can't align and suspend a magnetic field. That's right.
And it's liquid.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no structure.
I understand.
See, man, but hey, you got an explanation.
I don't know, honestly, but maybe I need to think about it.
You know what they say? The Earth is a giant electromagnet.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, what kick-started it in the first place?
I don't really know.
Right. Well,
But,
we demand an explanation. I demand an explanation from you.
No, I'm telling you, I'm not like.
Well, they say
impressed
the
by
magnetic
certain
field
certain theory.
creates an electrical current, and that electrical current creates a magnetic field. What came first, the chicken or the egg?
I don't know, but I'm just telling you guys, I'm not impressed in a certain theory. I'm just open to like talk about it. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm asking you.
We're only concerned with one thing: what does the surface of the Earth measure? Because then we can figure out if the Earth is a ball or if it's flat. Looking in the sky and just imagining the Earth is like those things, or should be like those things, or other phenomenological ideas, that can't even prove the Earth is flat as a matter of logic. The only thing that can prove the Earth is flat or a ball is to measure the Earth. That's it. It's your only choice. There are no other choices. If I want to know how tall you are, I'm not going to look at the lights. I'm not going to look at the ceiling. I'm not going to ask your neighbors. I'm not going to look at other people to figure out how tall you are. I'm going to take a tape measure and measure you. That's it. It's really simple. People overcomplicate this.
Okay, but you know what? Even the flat earthers, they have some measurement of the Earth's space. You know what? You know that.
Measurement of what?
The Earth space.
The airspace?
The Earth space.
Earth space? Are you talking about Jaren? Are you talking about that stupid Netflix one, dude?
Okay, I'll tell you what. For example, in people who embrace the flat, the spherical Earth, they believe that the Earth has 510 million square kilometers.
Yes.
And they're divided into like land area and water area. You know that, yeah?
Yeah.
The water is about 71 and the Earth is about 29. So they literally explain that.
We don't care about the surface area. How does that tell us the surface of the Earth is curved? Has to be curved, right? Not a straight line.
Okay.
The surface area don't matter. Okay.
I'll tell you something.
Let's do this. So if you were do you know how much the Earth is supposed to curve?
Yeah, he just told me about 66 feet. Yeah?
Yeah. Do you know how much that is?
About 10.
Like in meters? Like 20 meters? Is that it?
Yeah, he just told me. I just
Yeah, so like 20 meters and 15 kilometers. It gets worse than that. So at like 30 kilometers, it's like 120. At 30 kilometers, or not 30, like 40 kilometers, it's 127 meters.
Okay, we're back to that point
Now
again.
think, you're three times farther, but the amount of curvature increased way more than 3 times, right? And of course, it increased 6 times. This is an exponential, brother. What I'm trying to tell you is the curvature is an exponential function. It should easily be visible from the surface of the Earth, or measurable, in fact. But nobody measures it or sees it.
But bro, how could you calculate it? The curvature that you're claiming. If it's 66 feet, how could you calculate it? You should have some physics for that, yeah? So how do you get it? Hello?
So we're not the ones claiming this. This is the geometric. This is the geometric constraint of the globe.
What does it mean?
Okay, so if Earth is a globe with a radius of 3959 miles on average, then we can use the Pythagorean theorem to derive the distance to the horizon, and also we can derive the curvature rate and approximate it. Right? So we do this by using math, by using geometry, and we can fact check this by visiting astronomy websites. by visiting NASA. They will tell you the same thing that we're telling you right now.
NASA would say that.
Yeah, the drop. Yeah, that over 10 miles, the drop is about 66 feet.
Could be.
Okay.
Not actually.
That's why. That's why the further you go in the sky, for example, in a tower, that's why the further you can see, like in the vision field. Yeah. And the later the sunset will. Is it the same reason you're talking about? The same thing.
Oh, I mean, you see farther because your angle changes. I mean, that's just obvious. You never climbed a tree because you were trying to look over the curve of the earth, okay?
Well, but even it's not.
But you could see farther from the top of the
angle.
tree, right?
But now we're not talking about the angle itself. We're talking about the later the sunset. Like
What
the
about
sky
the sun?
is already. The further you go up in the sky, the later the sunsets will be. And the sun is already up there. Like we're not taking an angle over it. Yeah.
No, but look, what's the sunset? It's when the horizon chops the sun in half, right? Cuts the sun in half, but the horizon is not the edge of the earth. It's not the edge of the ball. It's not any of those things.
Okay.
You know how we know that? You know how we know that it's not that? Because the horizon moves without you moving. You can stay in the same place and go to the ocean and watch the horizon and see it move around, as in it'll be 3 miles, then 2 hours later it'll be 6 miles, and 6 hours later it'll be 30 miles. So if the horizon itself moves around, that can't be the Earth. Unless the Earth is changing. Unless the Earth is changing. Unless the Earth is changing. Why you interrupt me every time I talk? This 3 times in a row. Unless the Earth is changing size. Do you understand? Do you think the Earth is changing size?
Of course not.
Okay, then why does the horizon change?
What do you mean the horizon change? How can the horizon change?
One day it'll be like 3 miles away from you, and then another day it'll be 10 miles away from you. Now, when you calculate the curvature of the Earth, the first calculation you have to do is you calculate the tangent, which is the horizon distance. Okay? Now, if the first part of your calculation is moving around,
okay,
then what do you have? You can say, hey, man, we watched the sunset. It was cut in half by the horizon. Well, okay, what's the horizon? Well, that's the edge of the Earth cutting the horizon in half. Well, your horizon's moving around. So how's it the edge of the Earth? Is the Earth changing size? Is it? No one thinks it's changing size. It just shows that what you think the horizon isn't true.
What is it? Okay, you're keeping moving.
Horizon is purely an optical effect created by a shallow angle of view to the surface of the Earth and the meteorological conditions of the day. That's it. Different weather, different horizon. Different elevation, different horizon. At high elevation, in fact, NASA says that the horizon is not well defined and that it's impossible to measure the distance to the horizon from like an airplane.
Okay, I get your point. I get it, but it also doesn't explain, like, whenever I say that the further we go into the sky, you say that we change the vision angle, like we see further.
Yeah.
But
yeah, dude, I think you're looking at a checkerboard, right? Think of a giant checkerboard, right? And there's squares everywhere. And then the higher you go, the more squares you're going to see down that checkerboard. Right? It all depends on how high you are. If you go really, really high above this infinite checkerboard, you'll see more and more squares. But if you're really, really low, you'll see less and less squares.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt there, guys, but
What's up, Jen?
Yeah, nice one, guys. Hottest Man, his name is. When you say you get the point, can you please acknowledge that that is an anomaly against the globe. Okay, it means the globe has a problem. You're getting the point, but you're not acknowledging it, and you're not registering it. Please, that's what I'm going to say. Thank you.
I just told you that I'm open to all theories, so that's why I'm talking here. If I'm not open,
We don't have a theory, dude. A theory is something like for cause and effect relationships, phenomenon.
Yeah, I think so.
We're talking about what is, not why or how or any of those things. We're just talking about what is, right? Whether something exists or not.
But you don't
It's a
have
different type of question. That's all I'm saying, brother.
Okay. Anyway,
Right. Theories are for like how and why. In scientific theories are for how and why. How does this happen? Why does this phenomenon happen? It doesn't concern itself with whether something exists or not, unless that existence of that thing is testing a theory of how and why, such as a Higgs boson or something like that. They want to test a theory like the standard model of physics. They go, okay, we need this Higgs boson to exist. Let's test to see if it exists. So we don't have a theory. We're just saying, hey, dude, you observe the Earth is flat and motionless, and we don't measure any curvature. So now what? And we're not telling you to trust us over NASA or anybody else. We're just saying this, that if you go out and you take what they say the globe is, and then you go out into the natural world and you test what they say is there, it's not there. That's what we're telling you. Now, you can do whatever you want with that. You can ignore it. You can stick your head in the sand. You can do whatever. But we're telling you, if you go out into the natural world and test if the Earth is a globe, you'll find out that it isn't.
Okay, bro.
And this is where the rub happens, because people get afraid to test it. They don't want to know.
Yeah.
Because the consequences are too scary for them.
Yeah, I understand you. But also,
well, what if you went out and did a test tomorrow, right? And you could, like, you went to the ocean and you watched the boat, and you watched the boat sail like 50 miles away, and you could 50 kilometers away, and you could still see the ship.
I don't have explanation for that, honestly.
Well, I've done this myself. Yeah. I tracked the ship. I tracked the ship for 3.5 hours, right? So they have an app called Marine Traffic, which tells you where the ship is. So I watched and photographed the ship for 3.5 hours as a cargo ship. And after 3.5 hours, it's 30 miles away, and I can still see it with the naked eye. I even took pictures with a shitty ass iPhone 4S. Okay, still seeing the ship the entire time. Now, if the Earth was a globe of the size they say, that ship should have been 420 feet under the horizon, which is like 130 meters.
Yeah, I understand you.
Yeah, so
that's why I'm talking. Yeah.
So that's what I mean. I went out and tested it. And I'm like, holy shit, bro! Like, the Earth actually is flat, and not because somebody told me, but because I was like, okay, you guys say it is. I can go test it myself. I'm gonna check, see if you guys are full of shit. Now, let's go with NASA. Can you test what they say?
No, we can't.
Yeah, exactly. You can't even test it. You just got to completely trust them. People that aren't trustworthy.
It's not only NASA. That's the point. It's not only NASA. Like,
well, you got to trust whoever it is making the clip. You got to trust whoever.
Yeah.
Now,
I don't know.
I mean,
like, my
mom told me never trust strangers, but
you know what this means? You need to ask them to explain. Ask them to explain how Earth suspends a magnetic field, even though we've got contradictory claims. Ask them to explain how space can be an infinitely expanding vacuum and gravity compresses gas down to the surface of planets.
Better yet, ask them what the evidence is, and then you're going to get nothing.
Yeah.
What's the evidence the Earth is a molten iron core? Well, we have this theory based upon plate tectonics, and yeah, but I asked for the evidence, like the physical evidence, like what did you do in the lab? What data do you have? And they don't have shit, dude. Nothing.
Okay,
There's
right.
more fucking data about schizophrenics in the world than there is about, some molten iron core.
But I had a question. One more, just before I go. You guys, flat earthers, you don't believe that like humans have been on the moon yet?
Hell no.
Oh.
You do?
Some flat earthers think so.
Really?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you think people went to the moon, bro?
No.
Not you, the other guy. Really?
Well, we have some rocks from the moon.
Well, can you explain to me this? I'm not going to get into like the various problems with their documentary evidence. Now, you know what telemetry is? Telemetry is like data that tells you exactly where something went.
No,
So the telemetry data for the Apollo program doesn't exist. They said they lost it. So the only thing that would prove they went to the moon, they don't have.
Right. So they can't explain contradictions and provide evidence for said contradiction and claim.
They say they lost it. They say they taped over it because tapes were scarce. And why were data tapes scarce? Because they stopped whaling, and they made the tapes out of something from the whales.
Yeah, I also wanted to ask something that when some reporters have asked the astronaut of the Apollo, okay, they asked them if they ever been on the moon, something like that, and they asked them to make a note on the Bible, and they refused to do that. Did you see that thing?
Yeah, that's astronauts gone wild. Barca, bro. That's not the only one. One of the guys that accidentally left their wireless microphone in there, his son asked him if he wants to call the CIA to have him whacked.
I was in the globalist space yesterday. Well, it wasn't quite a globalist, but it was like a conspiracy group of people. And they're talking about the Apollo program. And the pro-Apollo program people had no clue what year it was, who the president was, how many times they landed. They just kept repeating the mantra, we landed on the moon, science is great, all that crap. And the people who were like, against, or not against it, but like, hey, it didn't happen the same way. They're telling them like, all the story, everything wrong with it, and then finally they had what broke the debate. What finally, after all the discussions going back and forth, this is like the facts, the evidence, all of it. What finally broke it down was that clip from Buzz Aldrin who says, "We didn't go there." So I'm like, as you like Yola just said, you never know when you talk to these people what is going to be that spark, that click that's going to get them to think, let me reevaluate this position that I went to the moon. The guy who said he did there didn't go there.
Yeah, you made a good point, man. You never know because there's so many things that destroyed the moon landing. It's like, is it going to be the photographs? Is it going to be the frickin' telephone call? Is it going to be just the contradictory nonsense that they said afterwards?
Lack of shielding, lack of protection from the radiation.
Technical reasons. There's technical reasons, but you never know. Some people, like Kurt just said,
the power it would take to transmit from the moon to the Earth.
Yeah, there's so many things. It's like freaking some potpourri. It's like, where do you want me to start? I don't even know where to start. This just too much.
Yeah, I tried with the whole thing that there was no advancement of humanity. There wasn't a kumbaya moment. There wasn't the overview effect. And I said, you basically had Nixon carpet bombing Cambodia. George or Carl Sagan saying how ironic it was. And their counter was, what does Nixon and Sagan or Cambodia have to do with this at all? And I'm like, what? Wait, so you're trying to say actions taken by Nixon at the same time that Nixon was in office are unconnected to what Nixon had done when Nixon was in office? And they're like, yeah. completely unrelated. Like they said, if I go to the grocery store on Tuesday, that doesn't mean I can't go to a restaurant on Friday, or so, I don't know. It was like something that just is bizarre. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to tap out here at that point. It's irrelevant talking about this with you guys. Like, you'll never get it. I could spend the rest of my life trying to explain to you the overview effect and, whatnot. So then another guy jumped in and, tried to talk about, like, antennas and wavelengths and whatever. Nope. Didn't get that. And then, here's a clip of Buzz Aldrin. What was the scariest moment about going to the moon? Well, it would have been scary, but it wasn't because we didn't go there. And they're like, oh, shit. What does this mean?
Well, there's the other one, like they never tested the LEM. They tested it on the moon, basically. Oh, that thing we're going to land on the moon with, the most crucial part of the trip, we'll test it there. When they couldn't get it to work on Earth, it's just so absurd. If you know anything about humans and how they engineer things, especially, mechanical devices, they at least test them. Especially if you ever put anything together. You'd never put like, oh yeah, I'm going to build this thing I never built before. Let's not test it.
Yeah, usually you test it to destruction, and from that destruction point is where you begin to build the new one. You see what I mean? But no, they didn't do that.
Well, even you buy a new car, right? You test drive it. Even though they manufactured 500,000 of them. You know what I mean? There's still the one that you got.
At least kick the tires, right? Like you're going to walk.
I want it to be a lemon.
Hey, did you hear how they found out that they knew that they could orbit the Earth? They sprayed and prayed. They just sent something up there and used some trajectory that actually made sense on a model, on an idea, and then they hope for the best. That's what I hear from these guys. They're like, how do you know that you could go around the Earth like this spheroid that you think exists? Well, we just, they sent things up there and they hope for the best. Have you guys heard that?
You know how you know that method works? Because it works.
Because they did it.
It's called real good engineering.
That's like, you're going to send a particular craft up there to go around the Earth. How do you know it can go around the Earth? How do you know the Earth is what you're claiming it to be with the calculations? How do you know that? Yeah, that's weird, huh?
Was it easier to fool than to give it to someone they've been fooled? Somebody has an identity that they are smart. They can't fool them. They're wiser than the average bear. Smarter than the average bear. They're the ones who bust the foolings. And then you tell them, dude, you got hoodwinked. They got you coming. They saw you coming.
Yeah, that could be why some of these people, we've seen them who, they'll even accept the moon landings didn't happen. They'll accept alternative versions of events that have been portrayed a certain way in the mainstream media, or they'll realize if any new event happens or is said to happen, assume it didn't happen until demonstrated otherwise. But they can't get to the flat Earth because that also, even that kind of alternative mind set, puts you in a place, of thinking, I can't be fooled again. Because I know for me, that was 2012, the last time I got fooled by a media thing where everybody was crying, and I might have even cried. And then like 2 days after the so-called event, in 2012, I was like, shoot, they did get me again. They are never going to get me again. But then I realized, oh, they got me when I was, first a tiny child with this globe thing. Shoot. So people should be able to humble themselves and say, like, yeah, I got fooled when I was a child. Yeah, and then everything around me reinforced that fooling. Like, that's not, like, it's okay, guys. Like, you were just a child when they indoctrinated you into the globe cult, so it's not your fault. But it is your fault if you keep clinging to it despite having zero evidence. Then you're proving yourself to not be as smart as you thought you were.
I think the globe is like a chink in the armor. It's like a gap that they can always exploit. Because they just use the same type of messaging, and people just like Pavlov's dog just fall into that type of thinking. Because it's already just like a gigantic case study in cognitive dissonance for like all of humanity. Well, you have to think, if you're running around thinking you're in a frickin' illusion, because kids don't believe that crap, so you get brainwashed by adults into thinking it's true, and you have to suppress that cognitive dissonance, otherwise you could be in crisis. For me, that's why people are mentally freaking ill, because they're holding around this idea, this contradictory idea. Here's life, and they're saying that it's not like this, but the point is that it's like if you're mentally holding on to something that's not true as true, then it's like anything can slip through that door. You have a big hole in your intellectual protection. I mean, they got me at 9/11 for, I can't even believe I fell for that shit. For a couple days, at least. And I realized how ridiculous it was. And other people realized how ridiculous it was.
It was the invincible passport that got you, huh? The one that was on the plane and it.
No, them turning into dust like that.
They found the passport?
No, that is pretty cuckoo. It was the freaking dustification, the turning into nothing.
Oh, yeah. 3 buildings, 2 planes.
Yeah, but there was like nothing left to the buildings.
Yeah. 500,000 tons of material just gone.
Well, and then if you just start thinking about it, okay, say you had a plan. I want to destroy the World Trade Center and turn them into a 3-story pile of dust. We're gonna hire the U.S. military. How many weapons does that take? Like, how many whatever their biggest thing is? I think it's like the Moab. How many Moabs is it going to take to flatten the World Trade Center? It would take like 200 of them to turn it to dust. It would take hundreds of them.
Yeah.
If you look at like the war in Ukraine, they got freaking a lot of their buildings. You can't use the Middle Eastern buildings; they're trash. But if you look at the war in Ukraine, these are getting hitting with 300, what they're called Fab 3000. So they're 3,000 kilogram bombs, 6,000 pound bombs. And while they're being destroyed, they're still standing. They're not being turned into dust.
Yeah, they're gutted. Like the exterior walls are kind of up, but everything inside is gone.
Yeah, but the World Trade Center, there was no exterior walls. It's gone. It was freaking gone.
I like how they say the 24,000 gallons of fuel in the airplane is what took it all down. Where the fuck do you put 24,000 gallons of fuel at? In the wings?
Well, I had a friend that said that too, but I said, you know that giant fireball that shot out the back? What was that?
That's impossible. You got to think about how, because of the momentum of the fuel, it's supposed to go in 500 miles in one direction. And then the fuel shoots out, an explosion shoots out the back the way the plane came. Would the fuel forget it's going 500 miles an hour? I mean, what really broke it was It was Webfairy. There was an article called Muslims violate laws of physics. And it just went through it, just using Newton's laws of motion, that the pancake is impossible, the plane smash crash is impossible, the fuel explosion is impossible, like all these things that are just impossible, just basic ninth grade physics.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm even more embarrassed that I was actually teaching high school physics, watching the towers fall on CNN in the classroom with the students. I'm such a bad teacher. I should have seen it instantly. But I was thinking about all the poor people. I had the emotional, the emotional side. It clouded my brain.
Yeah, they have the lists of the old people. An elderly couple that was married for 70 years. They were high school sweethearts from New Hampshire, and they died in the world. They died crashing in their plane. And then you go, look, because I went through their.
Anyway, Indio, it's fine. They're 70 years they were married. Get rid of them.
Well, their flame never died. It just got brighter. In the center of the World Trade Center. I went through the CNN list, all the people they said died, and went and looked in their local, like where they were from, to see if they had an obituaries, see if they owned any property, because you can look at the registry of deeds. I got like 30 into the list, and I hadn't found a single frickin' person where that local, and these people are like from small towns. I brought up the old person one because it's an actual one. They said they lived in this town for 80 years, worked in this factory, whatever. There's no obituary in the local newspaper. There's no funeral. There's no, anything that happened like in the school, the freaking city council or mayor or whoever was running that little podunk town. Like nobody did anything. Like they never heard of them, these people. CNN heard of them somehow, but nobody else heard of them. No property records, nothing in either the husband or the wife's name. Because one of them was supposed to be a school teacher. They retired. Nothing from the school celebrating her, whatever. But if you just go down the list of the names, dude, you won't find anybody. Whether there's an actual like funeral or an obituary about that person.
It makes me wonder, right? This is why archive.org and archive.is and all these others, Wayback Machine, are so detrimental to them. Because taking snapshots of records and images of databases as they appeared in that time is going to be very hard for unscrupulous evildoers to backdate information and start backstopping this stuff. And then having AI run.
Yeah, what did archive.org capture in 2001, though? You know what I mean?
Probably not much yet.
Yeah. And they had those weird freaking web pages that they were hard to scrape because they were running like, what was it? ActiveX or some trash.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, everyone remembers MySpace, right? You can inject all kinds of code into that shit. But we're seeing where people are going through these archives and pulling up information on a lot of these highly visible politicized events. And just debunking the narratives of the bad guys that are pulling stuff off.
I know, but it's just whack because the normies will never buy it unless the very people that told them that 9/11 was real also tell them 9/11 is fake. Like that's the conundrum. I mean, how many people we get in here like,
right there.
They have to like, well, I'll believe everything you say when the authority says that you're right.
Yeah, that's so true. Yeah. I was going to say that when you were talking about the globe. Yeah, when you're talking about the globe, because you were saying how how they had a inherent understanding of the world the way it is, which is flat and stationary, the way they experience it, and then all the smart said, "Oh, you're so silly, ha ha ha! You just think it's flat and stationary, but here's what it's really doing." And then, they put all of their trust in those people. So. And you're talking about the cognitive dissonance, because it's like admitting those people were wrong, is not only admitting that you were very badly fooled by them, but then it's admitting that the people that you think have all the answers have not only don't have the answers or aren't giving them to you if they have them, that you have to pretty much like start over. It's a very intimidating prospect for these globetards. I'm going to say, PSA, you don't actually have to start over because you've taken this amazing step of understanding that it's possible to accept the world on the terms by which it presents itself and not have to rely on an external authority. What an amazing life that will be if you choose to accept it. Or you're going to start ahead of the game. You're going to start at the point where you can be as maddening as we are to the globers, because you can be 100% confident that there is no globe. And imagine all you can do with that amazing level of confidence. I guess DJ's talking about that image of the flags with I guess these are the various alleged moon landings. Okay, yeah, I guess so. What we're saying there is the lander should still be there and it's not there. Is that what we're saying in those images?
Those graphics are on par with Nintendo 64.
Yeah, look, man, what we're talking about is actually taught by the mainstream. So what you end up finding is a contradiction and academia talking out two sides of their mouth. Right, so you'll go to one lesson and they'll teach you to essentially they don't use the might not use terminology like flat earth, right? But they're essentially telling you, just treat the earth as flat. Measure's flat. You can't have gas pressure without a container, all that. And then you go to another lesson or another lecture, and they'll be talking all about this theoretical hoo-ha about how you can, like, nature will violate entropy and the earth is a sphere. And, theoretically, you can, the earth is curved and spinning and all this stupid stuff that they can't demonstrate it. They're just believing what they see on the TV and what they're told by things like NASA, agencies like NASA and that. But essentially, there's nothing we're saying that you're not going to go into academia and not find information about yourself. Like, they teach what we say. Surveying, hydrostatics, all of it. All of it's coming from academia, bro. Go and tell academia to debunk themselves. We've raised this to them. We've talked with high-level educated people, or claim to be anyway. Do you know what we get in the end? Stupid statements like, well, you can't really prove anything. You don't even know if you're a brain in a vat.
That's why the perception of academics survive, because they're never put in the public eye with anybody asking them really serious critical questions that put their feet to the fire, that causes them to give stupid responses like what you just said, TW, They're never challenged by anything. You know, they're certainly not going to be challenged by their own peers. They're all profiting essentially off the same nonsense, whether they know it or not. You know, they're not going to threaten a good setup. Just academia is just one massive echo chamber.
They're just currently working under the heliocentric model. That's all it is. And in times gone by when people spoke against it, we can reference that and see what happens to them. You know, they claim that it's the evolution of science and that science shouldn't rest, but when challenged directly with the measurements that we have, or the way that we actually reference flattened level in engineering terms in the real world, they just won't accept it, they won't address it. You know, you're now pilloried almost, as a sense, you know, get that person out of here, call security in, we're not addressing that. Phone calls get cut off, you know, when they realise that you're actually trying to approach them legibly as flat earth or someone with views on the earth. There's a certain line of questioning that they will not answer anymore because it's outside the heliocentric model. And you're allowed to talk about anything else on earth nowadays. But you're not allowed to talk about flat earth.
Who was it that was piping up and asking questions?
It was Cal.
Was it Maddox? Ah, okay. Is he still here?
He seems to have went quiet.
Maybe Kasher is Maddox. Right.
Oh, that Maddox. Okay. My bad.
Yeah, there's because of the sometimes, you know, on the app, it shows their actual username,
profile name. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you click on them and then it changes.
Well, either way, he seems to have went quiet. Probably had to go off and do something.
Are you still there, Cash Ripper?
I had to mute up for the end of the last bit of that conversation Jedi had with Gunman. I take it didn't go very well. I literally unmuted 5 seconds before he muted him, and then he left.
He'll be back.
Oh, of course. He's just making everything up on the fly, though. You know, doesn't have a clue about anything and can't tie anything together coherently. Yeah, like he was making stuff up blatantly, like with the barometer thing on the rockets and things like that, and then posting links that he hadn't even read himself. And then when you ask him what's in the link, he says, "Oh, just click the link." It's like you didn't read it. You don't know anything that it says. You're just like trying to research on the spot. Super annoying, dishonest. Yeah. He was doing the same thing yesterday in the side chat with me regarding the dynamic pressure, right? Saying that the blast pressure wave from a bomb is proof of gas pressure without a container. Just things like that. Even once proved wrong with, like, you know, university citation after university citation, he just wouldn't quit and kept shifting the goalposts and just like kind of like snaky behavior.
Something says he knows Professor Phil.
Yeah, he's friends with like yeah, I think he's been friends with Josh Ingersoll and maybe Eggshells and people like that.
Yeah,
I think I saw some screenshots.
Is that like going to be the new sort of GS6? It's like a new challenger.
Just going to say the same thing, Grit. Yeah.
We're working on the same wavelength there.
Yeah, but listen, mate, there's a certain wavelength that vibrates at a certain frequency, and once you've heard it once or twice, well, what can I say?
Yeah, it's like, I want to argue against flat earthers. You're like, oh, what's a flat earther? I don't know. Oh, how do you know the Earth is a globe? Earth's a globe.
Well, it didn't end well for the last GF6 crew, so. It'll end well for these guys.
It's all because their goal, their end, like the end game. The end goal is always to shut the conversation down, which hard counters their action because they want to be part of the conversation. So they're always in a perpetual cognitive dissonance. Their proof that they want to advocate for the globe is that you shouldn't be able to question the globe, or that flat earthers should be silenced. And they demonstrate that by engaging with flat earth 24/7 and completely ignoring anything they could present for a globetard. You're like, dude, you are in multiple layers of deep-seated logical breaks with reality internally, like in the internal worldview. Your own internal worldview has back-to-back contradictions inside it. That's your fault. Nothing to do with me, nothing to do with this topic, nothing to do with flat earthers. You are inside a mental break with reality.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Crit. It's just layers upon layers of personal illusion and bias and misconception and everything, man. Hate, bigotry, all this. Fucking do not envy being in their minds.
That's interesting what Sheepdog's posted there with the definition there. That's from Oxford. It seems to have been edited because it used to say the systematic and intellectual study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation, experimentation. Wait, they've added to it because it says, and the testing of theories against the evidence obtained. That's not what it used to say.
Yeah. There you go, dude. There's evidence.
Yeah. Ask and you shall receive.
Did they say something too? Like it replaced experiment with observation. That's how you ended up with Brenda. It's a shoe. That hypothesis is a shoe. You gotta observe it. That's it. Just look at something. What do you see? A clock, which is a dog bone. Because their main function is that they've had to say, if you see an effect, it can't have a cause unless the effect is the cause. Where you go circular, like gravity or mass. Mass causes mass to attract mass.
Right.
Then you can circle jerk yourself into like a hypothesis. But otherwise, no. You can't say like the Earth comes from a supernatural creator because of you're looking at the cause rather than the effect. That is outside the scope because you'd have to see God do it yourself. But you don't have to see mass bend and warp fabric of space and time. That part you don't have to see. All you got to do is see things drop to the ground and you're good. That's it.
Right. See, they've tried to sneak pseudoscience into the definition. But really, if you look at it, right, and the testing of theories against the evidence obtained, that's redundant because that's an experiment.
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah.
Because basically your theory is your hypothesis, right? So you've come up with this idea. Okay, this is causing that, or it's not causing that. I'm going to set up a situation where it could only be one of those two outcomes. I'm going to test my theory, right, in an experiment. Like that's, and then you get your evidence, which will either confirm what your theory or falsify it. It's really redundant to say experimentation and then add and the testing of theories against the evidence obtained. That's just redundant, stupid. It's unnecessary. But that, of course, we know that that's not what they're talking about. That's not what they're talking about, right? They're talking about pseudoscientific theories, claims, which they can then just use the observations to confirm their bias, right?
I really hate the fucking internet when it comes to definitions, man.
Right. And there's another individual that if he was here probably would say, listen, if they're talking about theories and they're concerning the definition of science, then they're talking about scientific theories, which is only going to have been developed through the experimentation.
Yep. Scientific theories are based on hypotheses that have been completed through experimentation.
I try teaching at the government next time then. I love that. That one astronaut in that interview that said, "Oh yeah, we shipped up 6 tons of science to the ISS." What?
Dude, that's freaking hilarious. Like unintentional comedy gold. He says science about 50 times in 1 minute. This is what I mean. Like astronauts are not necessarily like academics, but this is what I meant about academics, and they're like shielded from proper scrutiny, and that's what, of course, paints the perception that these people are infallible or know what they're talking about, or not just complete fucking bumbling bozos at the end of the day when you really put them to it. It's like someone said we shipped up. If you were interviewing that astronaut, he'd said we shipped up 6 tons of science. Would you not follow up on that? You know, what do you mean by 6 tons of science? But of course, it's just glossed past and accepted. I mean, almost any follow-up question to that, any level of scrutiny would have showed that that astronaut was just mumbling shite. That's why I love that interview that I always forget his name, but the guy that went and interviewed some renowned female astrophysicist, Sweden or somewhere she was from, I'm not sure. Copenhagen, I think, actually. And you know the one I'm talking about? Wakey.
Yeah.
Wakey, that's it, yep. That is such a great video.
Yeah, what a spiral. That was brilliant. How do I even know that these photos are real? It's just like the girl in the meme. this is 23 billion light years away, right? It's like, oh, that's beautiful. This is 100 miles away. This mountain. Yeah. As if, how do you know that's real? Like,
well, did you guys say Grumman? Was he the one that spiraled?
I think so.
No, I missed it. Oh my goodness gracious. Sorry,
he did spiral, but we're talking about something different. We're talking about an interview with the astrophysicist lady that spiraled.
Oh, okay. I was about to say.
Yeah. Have you seen that, lads? From WikiWiki. He comes in as he's posing as, some to do with high school education, and he just wants to interview her, get some material for his students or something like that. But he eventually shows like flat Earth observations and such, and what do you think of all this? And she spirals into what you'd expect. Pretty much.
Is that the one that's posted up in the side chat?
No. I don't think Gold Sync is like broken for me at the moment, but it might be it.
I'm still looking for it to post it.
No, it's just a GIF. Yeah, it wasn't loading for me, but no, it's not posted. Someone could drop it.
What was her name? Is that the Sabine Hofstadter thing?
No, that's a YouTuber lady, isn't it?
Oh yeah, okay, never mind. It's like, yeah, I've seen that. Just kidding.
I think you'll only find mirrored versions of it now, because I think, his channel eventually got taken down, I think.
I've got it.
Yeah. Good.
Got it.
Of course it got it. But lads, you definitely want to go and watch this video, once it gets dropped. If you have guys. I was going to say that what stuck in my mind from that interview with her was when she was trying to assert that the flat earthers making these observations are not qualified to analyze the results of them. Totally fucking gatekeeping science quotes,
Wait, did she say?
You didn't account for refraction, so are you denying refraction? We can say that yes, we accounted for refraction. So with refraction, it won't be that far, 10 miles. It will be this and this, those specific distances that they give in the proper model.
Yeah, it's atmospheric refraction just in itself has nothing to do with the Earth being a globe. The definition doesn't say anything about the Earth being a globe, and you can demonstrate it in your living room, like sky freeze observations. Okay, you can set up some blocks across your flat floor, and then you can manipulate the temperature conditions in the room, and you can make it look like the blocks start to go over a horizon. The only thing that was manipulated was the temperature, and that fits with the definition of what atmospheric refraction is. Has nothing to do with the globe. The globe earthers, they take that and then they hijack it, and then they try to bake their radius value into it. That's when it starts getting into the fallacious territory, right? Because they're begging the question, and they're trying to account for certain observations by including the globe in, and they're just basically trying to increase the size of the globe. Now, this is the crazy thing. So that's why I was saying earlier, we don't need to worry about flat Earth. We can just say, if we assume the Earth's a globe, to explain the observations that we have, you would have to have so much refraction that the Earth would look flat. Okay? Because you can use Walter Bislin's calculator, and it has a refraction slider, uses the refraction coefficient, and it has a scale between 0 and 1. 0 meaning that there's no refraction at all, and 1 meaning that there's so much refraction the Earth would look flat. Okay, so that means that if you've got something hidden in the distance that's 15 miles away, something visible in the distance that's 15 miles away, it should be hidden by a certain amount of Earth curvature. Okay, you need to slide that refraction slider up to 1, or just close to 1, to have no hidden height if the Earth were a globe. And that's the case in nearly all of the observations, right? Like the Great Salt Lake, the windmill ones with Dr. John Dee, the 3-inch lake observation in Canada, the Black Swan, right? You have to slide that refraction slider up to the point where there would be so much refraction that the Earth would just look flat anyway. That's how ridiculous it is. Okay, and then you start looking into how is that possible? Has anyone ever measured that? And what sort of meteorological conditions would have to be present to have that much refraction on a globe? Okay, and it's impossible. And especially impossible to have such consistent results of being able to see too far.
By the way, I watched the Black Swan, video, and I was like analyzing it sentence to sentence, and I even like checked the numbers and the calculations for the hidden heights needed to be applied to the turbines in the distance for each of them, like 8 mile, 8.3 till 11 miles. Okay, and I know that any kind of considering any kind of refraction to justify the non-existence of that hidden height on those turbines would be kind of ridiculous. Okay, I admit that. But the thing is that lady that was explaining the whole theory, she herself told that there is a big mirage, in some of the in some distance. But I'm just curious why she didn't imply it in her calculations.
There's no miraging effects between the target, right? So the wind turbines don't show any sign of any mirage that exists whatsoever. It's crystal clear. It looks the same as what it looks like from close up. The right out, really far out into the ocean, you're going to start getting some disturbance because you're looking through a really thick air over a huge distance, right? Like you can see the boat that's 14 miles out. Okay, if the Earth were a globe, you wouldn't even be able to see that boat at all. Okay, and then in some of the footage, there's another boat that's even further out than that. Now, there's so much air between you and that boat, you're going to get some effects. You're going to get some atmospheric effects that happen over that distance, right? That's such a long distance, and you have all of that air, right? So over huge distances, you're always going to get some effects that are going to be taken into account. But looking out at the turbines that are 11 miles away, it's extremely clear, right? There's no waves. There's no wind, obviously, because there would be waves and ripples and things like that. So there's hardly any wind. Okay, and then there's no miraging effects on those windmills. Okay, the windmills look the same from 12 miles away as they do from close up.
Yeah, you can bring up.
So what miraging effect? Like what miraging effect is there? Like, look, I'm going to post a close up. Right, here we go. Just a second. I've got it right here. Okay, so this is what they look like close up. And
you can bring up types of mirages, and you can see the observation that won't align with any type of mirage. There is no mirroring, no upside down image, nothing.
Yeah, so have a look at the images here. Okay, so look at the pole on the right-hand side of the first image I posted, and then look at the poles from 12 miles away, 11 miles away. Looks the same.
And besides, you can't have a mirage on a ball. You can only have them on a flat Earth.
Yeah, Dr. John Dee actually goes into detail towards the end of that video about how mirages, inferior and superior mirages, are impossible on a globe.
In the same video?
In the same video, yep.
Towards
the end. Oh yeah, it's really good information. He shows examples. He goes over it step by step. So yeah, there's no I don't see any mirage here. Like there's a list of different miraging effects. Okay, so we can count them off one by one. Okay, so Fata Morgana. Okay, obviously this is not a Fata Morgana. Doesn't have any of the characteristics. Okay, cross that off the list. Superior and inferior mirage, right? They both have total internal reflection and they're super obvious. Okay, superior mirage will have things look like they're floating in the sky. Inferior mirage will have things look like they're sinking, cut off bottom up. And both of them will have total internal reflection and just optical chaos, right? Okay, so we can cross off those two, right? So now we've crossed off the three main types of mirages. Okay, after that we have towering and stooping, which is when things look stretched out, being towering, and when things look squished and compressed, which is the opposite of towering, it's called stooping. We don't have that in this either. Okay, so that's most of the mirages crossed off. Now, what do we have left? We have super mild versions of inferior and superior mirages called looming and sinking. Okay, so those are very, very minor effects. Neither looming nor sinking is going to flatten out 11 miles of water and allow you to have no obstruction of things 11.2 miles away, right, from a 3.5 foot observation height. Impossible. Okay, that's pretty much it. That's all of the mirages accounted for, right? So, yeah, it's wouldn't be a good rebuttal.
Is impossible.
Oh yeah.
Try to keep everything I say as mainstream as possible. Because the mainstream should at least be honest about what they're doing. You know, like the idea that planar surveys are being mathematically bent to a ball. Such a fundamental concept in geodesy. It was described over like 1,300 pages of text by a German, I think he might have been a geologist, but he was also a surveyor named Friedrich Helmert. He wrote a book called Higher Geodesy, became foundational text for the entire field. And he has like a 10-step process buried in there where he walks you through taking physical flat earth measurements. He doesn't call them that, right? But you have to use discernment when you read because they're setting up a planar survey. And then you have to select a datum. And then here's all the math that you can use for that. And then here are all these corrections that you can apply. Because the mere contortion of a planar survey to a ball is not enough to be consistent with observations. Why? Because Earth is flat. So here are all these corrections where you basically flatten it back out again. It's freaking hilarious, the process that they go through. And what I like about this book is it's painfully clear and obvious what the process is. He spells it out in a very honest manner. He's not a flat earther, but he's a German who speaks and writes with precision.
I was going to say, I liked when he called you a conspiracy theorist for reading NASA's document.
Yeah, the conspiracy was the foundation of NASA as a psychological warfare tool. It's not flat.
Oh yeah, I need a clarification on that bit you did say about the satellites being used for the exploitation of people's minds.
Yeah, I posted the document.
He heard that as you saying they're using satellites for mind control, right? That's what he heard. And then I said, no, that's not what he's saying. But I actually wasn't sure what you were actually saying. I interpreted as you were saying that, you know, that the technology involved in satellites and that whole system and everything surrounding it to paint a perception for people, right?
Yeah.
You meant it, yeah.
Right. It is. It's
exploiting people's minds in a certain direction with it.
Yeah, I better be careful because America might be watching me from a place I can't get to. That's really kind of what it comes down to. Listen, when Sputnik was first launched, right, and this is like supposedly kicking off the space race, even though the space race had started before, called the International Geophysical Year. You should look that up, get your history straight. But when Sputnik was claimed, the head of the Department of Defense, Charlie Wilson, called it basically a cheap scientific trick. People weren't convinced that it was real at the time. This idea that the whole world was shocked and accepted it and finally knew that like Earth was not only round, but you could put satellites around it, that this was definitively solved with Sputnik is a refabrication, retooling of what really took place at that time. We've got newspaper articles where physicists, engineers are writing in to the editor saying this is BS and there's no way they could have done this for these reasons. Very similar to rockets in a vacuum that were claimed in the 1920s and 30s. Similar news articles with letters to the editor from physicists and researchers saying, no, rockets can't work in a vacuum. Goddard is an idiot. So this unanimity of thought is a fabrication itself and is almost very suiting and befitting to the foundational documents of NASA, which are supposed to create in the minds of every man and seal America's fate forever as the dominant superpower in the world that nobody else could come close to touching. So yeah, look at all this technology America has. Self-orbiting satellites, folks, to compete with the Russians.
Yeah, I mean, people were just far more critical in general back then, you know, because they probably had to be, and they were just generally more intelligent in that manner.
So a propaganda tool was in place and well-funded to reverse that mindset. And look what happens today. They've been telling us that they would put another man on the moon for the last 60 years. That they would have moon tourism like in the 1980s and 90s.
I know, I've got that newspaper clipping I like to always post.
Because why would they lie? Why would they lie? Well, I got great reasons. I have a foundational document from NASA that says why they would lie.
Oh, you heard what he said. He's like, oh, well, yeah, NASA does lie sometimes.
No, but we got to keep it real. I mean, I think this panel did a great job today. We got to keep it real. Like, people already think flat earthers are the craziest retards on Earth. And there are lots of flat earthers on TikTok and Facebook and X who post the stupidest freaking shit that make us look like the retards that people accuse us of being.
Yeah.
We
They're
can't
all
do that.
shells. Like, all coming out of the government. Like 80% for sure.
So we have to keep it empirical. We have to keep it real. The conspiracy theory flat earthers are probably just as annoying to me as the esoteric ones.
Yeah. No, I liked your comment when you said we're the Pentagon of flat earthers here. That was good, man.
Thanks.
Shit. What? Oh shit. I don't know if you heard. It was quite early on. I was explaining to him. I kind of messed up wording. I wish I'd worded it better, but I was trying to explain to him how it's unfortunate because he's been sold this perception that he's going to come into this channel. It's actually not a wrong perception because, as you were just saying, if you go into any kind of, if you go to an X space or I don't know if there's like something equivalent on TikTok and you were to join flat earthers there, yeah, you would get that exact perception that's being sold. These just retards making endless stupid claims, you know, and they can't put anything coherent together. So I guess it's not wrong, but I tried to explain to him, like, it's unfortunate because you've been sold this perception. You're going to come into this channel and you're going to be met with people that have no, like, intelligence about them. And they're just going to be blithering idiots. And you're faced with the complete opposite, you know, and you're here, you know, you've been sent up against a pack of wolves with no weapons.
Yeah.
Not even clothes on your back. It's that bad.
Yeah, man, you're totally right. There's so much bad ash and trash top flat earth stuff out there, you know, and you got people that don't know about us, even though we are probably the biggest community single-handedly, you know, in terms of numbers. But you got people who spend years hanging out in those channels and maybe stumble into this, and we tell them our position and they're like, no, you can't be a real flat earther. If you're a flat earther, you have to believe in the firmament, right? Aren't you all Christians? Aren't you all Bible believers? You have to believe in the firmament, like a glass dome, right? Oh yeah, and you have to believe that Antarctica is an ice wall, right? If you don't believe that, you're not a real flat earther. Why? Because the 3,000 other people I spent the last 2 years talking to on TikTok and X and Facebook have said that that's what flat earthers believe. You guys must be trolls.
Yeah.
Right. You know, and the way I kind of look at things too, we're kind of in triage mode. I don't know if this is the end of the world or what, but you know, you're not going to fix everybody. You're not going to wake up everybody. But if we can just set up this internet kiosk, we don't have to proselytize and go out into the world. But if we just set up this kiosk and people come in, they can have conversations with us. And if they don't like what we have to say, then they can just move on and, you know, go about their lives. That's fine by me. But, you know, the few that do want to stick around and become part of this, I mean, you're very much welcome to. We are not offering insane, crazy stories. We're not going to tell you about lands beyond an ice wall. We're not going to describe, you know, outer world ponds or stars being some sentient entities that communicate with us through astrological charts. We're not flat earthers like because of that. We're flat earthers because we're hardcore rational empiricists. You know, it doesn't mean we're perfect, but we're trying our damn best to be the best ones. So you're going to get pretty boring conversation, right? You're going to get the kind of conversations that you had maybe in 8th grade science, and 10th grade science, and first year physics in college, maybe. You're going to get a little course in logic and how to think. You're going to get a little bit about everything. It's going to be academic. It's going to be held to high academic standards. And there's not going to be much room for speculation. I hate to say it, folks. We're not here to do that. Yes, it's great fun. Privately, some of us have really cool, amazing ideas about where this is going and what this means. But here, this is our public face. We're not here to discuss what we privately think. We're going to catch more people that we want by describing reality as it truly is. We don't want people that want to come here for frickin' fantasy and fairy tales. No thanks.
Very well said. Well put. I don't know about you guys, but I enjoy telling them I don't know.
Yeah,
I
me too.
Explain anything about the sky and all that stuff. Just the fucking squirming they do when you give them that answer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's refreshing. The humility that you can present about this topic is refreshing in a world where everybody claims to have answers and they're all bald-faced liars about everything. You can come here and hear refreshing truth. We don't have a lot of it to give, but we know what little we have to give as far as truth goes is solid 100%. When I was new to this,
Yeah, I
somebody
think
said,
they're really taken aback when they realize we're not selling them anything.
Yeah,
because that makes them extremely uncomfortable because they know nothing else but that.
Yeah.
They might not be able to intellectually understand that every organization in their world, everything they interact with, is actively attempting to sell them something one way or another. But intuitively, I think everybody knows that. And when they come in here and they recognize, I've started saying it in chat when I speak to people, like I invite them to leave pretty quickly. I say, I do not give a shit. Go back into the world and be a dumbass and be exploitable and be gullible. It doesn't matter to me. Makes no difference. I don't want anything from you, basically. Sounds harsh, but I'm not trying to sell you anything and I don't need you to buy anything. You know what I mean? If you
somebody who's mature would recognize that that's a power move.
And we know how it goes with them. They'll sit there and they'll whine and moan and they'll say, this place is a total absolute waste of time. And they're here for another 4 hours. It's like, what are you doing?
How funny. I was brand new to this topic. I heard somebody say at one point, you probably heard some others say this too, that when you go to explore what this is, you're going to be spending more time throwing out things that you thought were true than you are going to be adding to what you know is true. You take inventory of all your knowledge. So much of it has to be tossed, folks. Things that you thought were knowledge claims were not, never were. That's a scary process.
Well,
it's scary.
It's like that meme that I like to. I'll drop it here again. Where the fuck is it?
Yeah, the unlearning is the hardest part.
Yeah, that one, Yoda, inside chat. It's like, that's a big book to unlearn, you know what I mean? And then, there's still a lot, but in comparison, not as much to learn. So yeah, you're definitely going to be spending a lot more time unlearning, mistaken information.
There are no gurus in this. There are people who've got experience, but there is no single titular head of this movement. We're not an organization. There are no flat earth heroes. We've been blessed with some very high intellect people coming through here like Indio, who've laid the groundwork for a lot of this. But I mean, even he's not a head.
Right.
Oh, yeah, he's not like a leader or anything. Go ahead, obvious hippie. I talked over you.
No, I was saying that, you know what Indio used to call himself?
What's that?
Called himself a weaponized autist.
He might be one of the few who actually deserves that title, honestly.
Yeah, for sure.
You don't need a 200 IQ for this. You just need to spend time in and be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting to the point that the Earth is flat, right? And that's the established fact. That doesn't take very much at all. And I've often said I think that's a big hang up for the Globers, is that it's too simple, and that doesn't make sense to them.
Yeah, I mean, we can.
It's almost like we need to add in arbitrary steps just to pad it out for them, you know, because they're expecting complexity.
Yeah, I mean, some of us are guilty with wanting to make it technical and complex. I mean, I've taken it there unnecessarily at times. You know, and I'm not like a super wizard genius on any particular topic either.
But I mean, you know, just if we're just going to talk about laser tests, laser measurements done, right? You know, you need to understand the maths involved, right? You need to understand the geometric implications of a globe. You need some understanding of atmospherics. You need some understanding of refraction. You need some understanding of what should be taking place in one paradigm versus the other paradigm, you know. So there's still a little bit to it.
Each of these seems to be infinitely deep.
Yeah, you can take them to that level. I don't think you need to, though, to get to the conclusion that, yeah, the Earth is flat. It's measuring flat, you know. Or put it another way, the globe is successfully falsified.
No, I'm willing to hear you out about your like how you measure it flat. Sure, we can get into that at some point. I genuinely am more curious about the other stuff, though. That's why I came to ask.
We talk about flat Earth in here and our measurements, so you're in for a treat.
Yeah.
So one such measurement was at Lake IJssel in the Netherlands. A group called FE Core Field Engineers Core, they're an independent research group. They conducted a long-distance laser engineering test over Lake IJssel. This measures about 25 miles across, or 40 kilometers. So they positioned their laser at one end, 1.5 meters high. They positioned a target at the other end, 1.5 meters high. They took measurements of the water, of the surface, I should say, and of the air. And the laser was able to shine a beam onto its target. The target was able to see the beam, and not just like a beam dispersion, but the actual centroid, the very middle of the beam. So if Earth is a globe, there'd be 90 meters of curve, of a hump in the way. Instead, there were no meters.
Can you look, bro? I'm probably too much of a sheep. My brain is too small to understand, like, how the measurement like that works, because like that doesn't make sense to me. I don't know, like, genuinely, I don't know how that proves it.
I think like some basic context, is that what you're looking for about what we mean by
yeah. Treat me like I'm an actual like baby.
Hold on one second, my wife's just calling me. Back in a second.
Oh, good, bro. Treat me like I'm a baby, bro. Like, treat me like I don't know shit, because I probably don't, and you know, probably don't. Because like I understand, like obviously a lot of the world is flat, like from our perspective, right? You know. Also, the you know what I find really interesting? The photos of Earth are like Photoshop from space, right? I find that interesting. But I don't understand what you mean with this laser thing. Like I don't understand like how that denotes it. Like you're gonna have to explain the context. as to why that would be proof. You know.
Do you realize you just said treat me like a baby, and then talk about space, and then return flabbergasted to lasers not having curvature on the surface?
Yeah.
Where are you going?
I'm just having a conversation with you, man. Is that so hard to believe? Like,
What's the radius of the sphere that you believe in?
I don't know.
What's the distance to the horizon on the sphere you believe in?
I don't know. I haven't come here to argue that the Earth is round.
So how do you falsify the claims that
I'm not
you've
trying to
been told?
falsify anything that you've telling me. I'm not trying to falsify it at all. Stop assuming that I am. I've told you how many times now?
Okay, so
how many times now, man? How many times?
The radius value is 3,959 miles.
Sure.
So that would mean that the distance to the horizon should be 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. That'll give you the distance to the horizon in miles. If you go out and you make your own observation and you see farther than what that claims, you are not looking at the radius value of the Earth that they claim. And then when you watch the horizon change distances to you, then you are not looking at a sphere, you're looking over a flat plane with visibility changing your distance based on the environment.
You know, that doesn't make sense.
Your sphere from school is falsified by math and reality. You being on a sphere is falsified by reality itself. The horizon being the conjunction of the Earth and the sky, objects are supposed to be disappearing bottom up due to the ground, its shape, causing obstruction, similar to you and your buddy standing on a hill. Walk away from each other and the hill is now in between the two of you, and your feet are covered, and then your waist is covered, and now you're only staring at each other's heads, peeking over the hill.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen with the horizon. You can see like boats disappear bottom up. There's plenty of reasons and why that happens, and it is not the case that it has to be due to the ground. You could put a little sailboat on a driveway that's flat and then lay down on the ground and watch the boat disappear bottom up because the heat from the concrete begins to distort the base of the boat. You can put a coffee can on the floor in your house, walk away and lay down, and then you'll see that as you get further away from the coffee can, the base of that coffee can will disappear because its angular size is shrinking.
Yeah. Like, bro, I don't know, I don't know shit about measuring anything. You know what I mean? Like,
this is even easier than that, right? Because, like, I'll give you an example. If we have a 10-mile body of water, let's say we have a 10-mile lake. Doesn't matter. It could be any.
Well, I don't use miles. What's like?
Oh,
10 kilometers?
Okay. 10 miles is like 16 kilometers.
All right. Yeah. Gotcha.
Okay, and over 16 kilometers, there should be 66 foot of curvature, which would be like 1/3 of that would be in meters, so like 22 meters of curvature. Okay, that's kind of like a 6-story building, 7-story building. Okay, so if we go to a 10-mile lake and just say I was standing on one side of the lake and you were standing on the other side of the lake on the shoreline, I shouldn't be able to zoom in across the lake and wave at you or see you. But
wait, how much curvature should it have? You said
22 meters. Like you would have to be 23 meters tall, and then I would just be able to see the top meter of you, giant head sticking out over the horizon. So yeah, but what we find is that there's zero curvature, right? We can go out and test any 10-mile body of water, and there's zero curvature. But on the globe, you would have to have that 22 meters of curvature over that 16-mile distance. And then we go try double that distance, okay? Because it's exponential, because you've got to square it. So over 20 miles, there would be 266 foot. So whatever, what's that in? 200. So 20 miles, that's like 30 kilometers approximately. And then that would be 266 foot of curve. So it's like 80 meters or something like that, 85 meters. But once again, we can just zoom in and we can see the shoreline clearly, and we just see flat water the whole way across the 20-mile body of water. That's not possible on a globe. You have to have that curvature there if the Earth's a globe, because of gravity, because of the way that it's explained to work on the globe model. And we can test that over and over again. We can go to different countries, different places, and we could shoot lasers across. We could shoot radio signals across. All sorts of different ways. And this has been done hundreds of times. It's been done by engineers, PhDs, all sorts of people have gone out and done these tests, and some of them trying to debunk flat Earth, right? And becoming flat Earthers in the process. But yeah, it's just about testing the claims that should be there if the Earth's a globe. And then in the context of what flat Earth means, it's just large distances that don't have any curvature. It's like a surface description, rather than, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming the Earth's a flat planet. We're just saying, hey, the surface of the Earth seems like it's a topographical plane, like topographical, like it has like landscapes and mountains and stuff. But most of the surface that we know about is covered in water. 70% of the globe, they say, is covered in water. And if water's flat on the surface, then it can't possibly be what they're telling us. So then you would probably start digging into, okay, how can I refute these tests that are being done? Because you can go and do it yourself, or you could just go online and like look throughout all of history. Anyone up until this time throughout all of history that's actually gone out and validated that the water is actually curving over distance, and you're going to get disappointed. The more you look into it, the more holes you're going to find in the globe model. Right? You're going to find it's a whole bunch of it. It's more of a mathematical concept. And that's how it was originated, conceptually rather than actually empirically.
Okay, you explained it in a decent way. Like the lake analogy is a good analogy. Because I'm terrible at math. I'm not gonna like pretend I'm good at it and like measuring, and like I'm not an engineer or anything. So, the concept of it even measuring around is like, I'm not here to argue that. Like genuinely. And yeah, I'm not trying to be like, like if it's around, like if you guys believe this and you just believe in all these like wacky conspiracy theories, no, not at all. I'm genuinely curious about like what that would be then, because fair play. Like, why don't I just go out and like test if it is? It's just, I don't know. Like,
you don't need to, and we're not even trying to convince you. We're just showing you some information, and then like encouraging people to think critically and weigh up the information if you want to. If not, that's cool. But look, here's some doors you might not have looked through. Here's some tests in the real world. You can go and repeat them. And we're trying to sort of help people understand, which you already admitted, that like they just believe that the Earth's a globe because that's what we're fed from a young age. And then it gets reinforced by teachers and college professors and stuff, and they're just regurgitating the information as well. Most people have never gone out and tested it. Like we talk to physicists and engineers, satellite engineers, all sorts of people come through here, mathematicians, and they suck at providing empirical evidence that the Earth's a globe. They're just good at memorizing the books of bullshit that they studied.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
but then there's a ton of questions. You'll be like, oh, what about this? And then you'll think of something else. You'll be like, oh, what about like the boats over the horizon claim? And we hear the same set of like 20 questions from pretty much everyone that comes through here.
Sure, yeah. That's a very fair reason to believe it, right? You guys are believing this based off like empirical, evidence. Like you're making your measurements, you're doing your stuff. Like what do you think about these explanations though? Like that measure it around, you know what I mean? Like curvature of, I don't know, like eyesight and stuff like that, or like sea level,
Yeah, sea level according to the globe earthers, is why the water would be curving at a specific rate because of gravity. So that's why that curvature would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. Whereas we would use the proper definition of level, or different definition would be like actually just a flat surface. Kind of like if you wanted to level a section of land to build a property on, you're not going to make it curve, obviously. You're going to make it perfectly flat, right? And that's what leveling something means. So we would say that it's just horizontal, just like what we experience, right? To have a large body of water, you need to have a container, whether it be a pool or a pond or a lake or a bucket, whatever. You need to have a container, obviously. You can't put the water on the outside of the bucket. That's retarded.
Sure.
Okay, but they'll tell us that all of the oceans are sticking to the outside of a globe, and then they'll have like a magical solution for all of these things that defy logic and common sense, being gravity, which they, where does gravity come from? What is gravity? Oh, they say, well, we have no idea. We just know it has to exist, right? Otherwise, you can't have all of these things.
Yeah.
But yeah, so if you have gravity, that means that 22 meters of curvature over a 16-mile lake has to be there. And if it's not there, then that debunks quite a lot of things that we get taught about this reality.
Yeah, that's a great point. Like, because like gravity, right? Like, so what would you just believe? Like, I'm not going to make the claim that you guys don't believe gravity exists, but like, do you believe? Like,
we believe gravity depending on how you define it. Okay, so if you're just defining gravity as that things fall, if you lift them up and drop them, like most things will just fall. Yeah, if you're just thinking that that's what gravity is, then sure, we agree with that happens. But if people start saying it's because the Earth's a globe and it's a big mass, and then that mass is attracting other masses towards it, like that's different, right? That's like a different claim. That's something you're not going to be able to prove, like in an experiment. That's something you have to have that type of gravity to have a globe, and then you have to have a globe to have that kind of gravity. It's kind of something that it's like a globe thing, right? In reality, we would say we live on a flat plane. That's kind of, you could think of it kind of like the foundation or the basement or whatever, or the floor of this system that we live in. And then, we have celestial bodies in the sky that are like lights in the sky that move like a big giant clock. And they're responsible for daytime, nighttime, seasons, a whole bunch of other things. But gravity, like, why does something sink when you lift it up and it's more dense than the air? Like, air is a very light medium. So if you lift something up, most objects are more dense than the air, so they're going to sink through the air, and they're going to go back to where they were, basically. Like if you have a rock sitting on the ground, it's never going to move ever, unless something comes along and like displaces it. So if you displace it, it's just going to sink back down to where it was. Just say it was not a rock, it was a helium balloon. Okay, it's going to go up because it's actually less dense than the air. And then if you change the medium from air to something else, the object's going to behave differently. Like you can drop a tennis ball through the air, it's going to sink. But if you drop a tennis ball in a medium of water, it's going to go up because it's less dense than the water. So yeah, it's pretty easy to explain why things like go up or down, like rise or sink on a flat Earth. On a globe, you need to bring in magical forces and things like that.
Things like gravity, right? Yeah, I kind of get it. Is your basis of reality just based on like what you can see with your own eyes? Then, like, is that
no? Because if the Earth was a globe, you would still experience the Earth as flat and stationary anyway. So you would have to go and test the things to find out further. So we got kind of like an axiom or like a baseline. It's like everyone experiences the Earth as flat and stationary, but they say, oh, you're so small and the globe's so big that you just experience it as flat anyway. But really, it's a ball. Really, it's curving. So we go looking at, we're like, okay, if it's a ball, then what characteristics or byproducts of that curvature would be present in nature? And that would be a physical geometric horizon that, like boats go over the horizon argument, or things, things get hidden by the curvature of the Earth, that kind of thing. So we can go and easily test for that in reality. But most people don't know how big the Earth is. Like you say, oh, what's the radius? Most people are like, oh, I have no idea. I'd have to Google it. And if we say how much curvature there is over 16 kilometers, they'll say, oh, that's not a big enough distance because the Earth's so big that's not big enough distance to test. And then we'll say, oh, how much curvature would there be over that distance? And they're completely clueless. If we ask them to guess, they'll say some completely incorrect answer. Yeah, we're just like, first thing flat earthers do generally is like learn a ton about the globe that most people don't really think about. The motions, the size, all of the geometry that would go along with it, that kind of thing. And then look at how they actually came up with that in the first place. And what you're going to find is it's not like they went out and did measurements and experiments. It's crazy people like Pythagoras and the people that came after him that were like mystic leaders of like the cult of Pythagoras, and they worshipped spheres, and they thought like the universe was a musical instrument, and the sky was like this big celestial sphere with the stars on the inside of this big giant celestial sphere. And then because that's a sphere and spheres are perfect, and the divine creator would have to have made the earth a sphere as well. Otherwise, you know, and then so the earth must be a globe. And it's kind of crazy the way the globe came to become a thing. But we're just testing it out and seeing if it matches up with reality, and it doesn't.
Cool. Yeah, I totally respect that. I think it'd be really cool if the earth is flat. Like, it'd be way better than it being a globe. That'd just be way more interesting. It's like reality to live in my opinion.
Definitely, man.
It's just cool. But like, how would you explain stuff like the southern stars and like the northern stars, for example? Like,
So there's two big like points, they're called celestial poles. So there's two points of motion in the sky where the stars seem to revolve around. Exactly how that, like, we don't make definitive claims about things we can't go and check. So a whole bunch of assumptions need to be made. But yeah, there's some, like, what exactly is a star? Like, the heliocentric model says all those stars that you can see in the sky, they're all like suns, these ridiculous distances away, and they're in a space vacuum. And all of this story that goes along with it, and there's all dark matter and diamond rain and diamond planets and all crazy claims. We say we're not sure. Like, we all observe the same thing. All the stars will just rotate around the celestial point, like depending if you're in the north or the south, or if you're at the equator, you see kind of like a mixture, kind of like a vortex, kind of like if you were to swish your hand through a pool in the water, and you'll see like a whirlpool spinning one way, and then on the other side it'll be spinning the other way. So whatever medium the sky's in, however the celestials work, like, I don't know, there's some crazy electromagnetic stuff going on up in the sky. I think people like to pretend they know more than they do actually know about it. Even the astrophysicists and stuff like that. There's a lot of guesswork, and they even admit that. But like if you're in a different place on the Earth, you have a limited range of perspective, and you can only see a certain, distance around you, and things will kind of like project into your field of view, in a sense. Kind of like if you stand, just say you're out in the ocean, and you could only see like a certain distance in every direction. So you're seeing like a big circle. Like the horizon might be 5 miles in every direction. So you look around 360 degrees, it's just a big circle of vision. And then if a plane was to come from, say, in front of you, and you're going to see it, it's going to look like it comes up from the horizon, right? Due to perspective, it's going to make a big arc over the top of your head, and it's going to fly away and do the same thing in the other direction. Even though that plane was the same altitude, because of the way our perspective works, it looks like a big arc. So we kind of view the sky, the clouds, the sun, the moon, everything like in a big, like, kind of like a dome of perspective. Not a physical dome, but just due to the way our eyes work. Because things get lower in the distance when they move away from you. So there's a lot of mysteries about the sky. We definitely don't claim to have a counter claim for every single claim that the heliocentric model makes, but we're just testing what we can validate. Because if we made a claim about the specific claim about the stars, like what's a star? We're like, it's like an electromagnetic orb, it's like solar luminescence and blah, 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 it's frequencies. And you'd be like, can you prove that? And we'd be like, well, and then we would get,
It's hard to really prove something you've never been to, right? Like,
Well, it's too high for us to get to, so it's there's gonna be assumptions and stuff like that have to go into it. Like when they measure the distance to the sun on the globe model, right? They had to make a bunch of assumptions. They had to assume that Venus was the same size as the Earth, and a whole bunch of assumptions get thrown into all of the mathematics that are behind the globe.
Not to sound like not to this before we get asked all the time, but how does that like fit in with like humanity saying, "Oh, we've been to the moon, we've been to space." Like,
yeah, well,
does that change anything? Like, because like if we've been to space and we've been to the moon, then like, I don't know, like does space change that sort of at all?
Yeah, we would say outer space, as we get told in the heliocentric model, is impossible to have a big vacuum of space and then to have a planet Earth that's covered in water and gas inside a big giant space vacuum that's 100,000 more times powerful than any vacuum chamber we can create on the Earth. It goes against natural laws. It's not something we can demonstrate. It just exists as a theoretical concept, basically a mathematical model. Yeah, so like the moon landings, I don't know if you've actually had a good look at the footage. There's some good films out there, not even made by flat earthers. Right, just like experts in certain fields of like camera work, photography, and they're calling bullshit on it. And then on top of that, the actual footage looks ridiculously fake as well. It looks kind of like like a studio. And when you see the lunar thing orbiting around the moon, it looks like a little model inside a studio. The way it moves is very unnatural. And then you've got
I agree, like they're sus, yeah,
and they were kind of like fighting for, world. Power in the sense of like, oh, we're the first country that can get to the moon and we're in this space race with Russia.
Yeah.
We want to be seen as the country that can do what no other country can do. America, rah, rah, rah. So yeah, I think that they faked the moon landings because of so many different reasons. Even if I thought the Earth was a globe, I would call bullshit on the moon landings.
Same, yeah. Like Buzz Aldrin even said it was fake. Like he straight just said it.
Exactly. He leaks little things, whatever he can say without getting himself freaking killed by the CIA or whatever.
Yeah, right. Like crazy.
Little bits and pieces. Yeah, but at the end of the day, like it's information that we can't verify or validate 100%. It's belief. Like you could believe it or not believe it. You're never going to be able to go and check it. Whereas we say, you can go to a lake, you can buy a $400 camera and go to a lake and zoom in across the lake and validate if that curvature is there and go test the shit out of the actual surface of the Earth over and over and over again, try to find the curve. Yeah, big difference. It's like empirical evidence versus faith-based claims.
Yeah. Well, it's like obviously there's going to be like a billion reasons why it's round. You know what I mean? And like there's going to be some very strong reasons as to why it's flat. I'm assuming. Like, what would kind of make you say that you were wrong? Like, what is missing?
Yeah, curvature. That's all we need. It has to be there. It's like the prerequisite for the Earth being a globe. Just a sec. I just got to go on mute because my wife's asking me a question.
All good, man.
Anyway, we talk to younger generations all the time, and it's shocking to find out that many of the people we talk to, they haven't looked at the original Apollo moon mission movies and photographs. They haven't done it. Like those of us older folks who were maybe born not too long after those missions took place, we were surrounded with this stuff in our childhood, and there was controversy even growing up. But yeah, like the Zoomers today, a lot of them haven't even bothered to check, but they believe that the Apollo moon missions were real. So we encourage them to go check. And often when they do, they come back to us and say, oh my gosh, I can't believe I bought that horse shit. Looks so bad.
Yeah. It looks fake. I think it's fake, to be honest. I think a lot of space stuff's fake, like genuinely. Like, I don't know, like even just being, believing the Earth is a globe right now, right? Like, the whole Katy Perry going to space, I think that's all CGI. Like, that's going to be fake. Like, there's a few things, man. Like,
yeah, it's like a propaganda.
Yeah. And I understand, like, maybe I'm coming in here being like, I don't really want to hear about the measurement. Like, I just don't understand it. Well, like, he's making great points, but, I don't know. Like, how does this might be a funny question, maybe not funny, but like, how does flat Earth fit into like religion? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
does
Well,
it
most of the
intertwine
world
at all?
religions are like the old religions are. They
Yeah,
all describe a flat cosmology. Christianity through Judaism, the
yeah,
Babylonian cults all had a flat Earth cosmology. The ancient Norse and their pagan myths, they believed in a flat Earth as well. The Vedic texts from India are flat. The Egyptian texts are all flat. Ancient China was flat. In fact, the Chinese were flat earthers until the 1600s.
yeah.
So
That's
we
interesting.
are really at a curious point in human history where we don't accept the flat Earth as a culture, as a species.
Yeah.
All of our forefathers, our ancestors, were flat earthers.
Yeah. Good point. That's really true. That is a great point. Because it would be really
When's
funny
all
if,
the
like,
water gonna fall off the sides?
Yeah, it doesn't fall off the side, does it? It's contained.
What
it'd
if
be
the
really
Earth is
funny.
flat, just not from our dimensional perspective? What if it is a sphere, but it's technically flat, and we just see it
Yeah,
as a sphere because we see wrong?
that'd be interesting. So that'd be like a four spatial dimensions, right? Like a hypersphere.
No, dimensions aren't like outside of each other. They're packed on top of each other. Our
That's exactly what I
perception just
mean.
determines the dimension that we essentially like quote unquote live in.
Well, right. So
Like
in this case, it is a fourth spatial dimension that we don't perceive, but is nonetheless there. You could have a curving
well,
radius in a fourth
cosmology dictates
dimension.
that there are infinite dimensions stacked on top of each other. Well, not really stacked on top of each other, just folded into each other or out
I
from
don't know
each
if it
other.
dictates it, but
Well, it's kind of the prevailing theory. Like you can't.
yeah, until you get down to the Planck scale and you're like, "Fuck, what do I do now?"
Ah, well, that's why there's we're just in a glass box in a laboratory theory.
Yeah, like a terrarium.
Yeah.
Yeah, so listen, I mean, we measure Earth flat. Even geodetic surveyors who are paid to measure a globe measure it flat first, and then they calculate it into a ball based off of a chosen coordinate reference system. Like pilots, when they fly their planes over a flat Earth, their coordinates on a screen show a ball that's spinning underneath them, but they're flying over a flat Earth. And all of their measurements, all the instrumentation, like the inertial navigation system, it's taking physically flat Earth measurements the entire time.
Well, no, it's not. There's a computer system in it that actually predicts the curvature of the Earth based on.
Well, it predicts, the air data inertial reference unit, right? So when that thing is spun up on the tarmac, you have to provide latitude, or it has to be given a latitude entry. And at that point, it'll take your location and it will calculate your position for WGS 84.
It's just a line on a graph based on how high you are. It's not really that complicated.
Well, yeah, and it's not measuring a globe Earth.
No, it's not. It's measuring how high you are, and then it's calculating based off of how high you are the curvature of your flight path.
Well, yeah, the curvature is called the transport rate, the rotation, and that's calculated in order to provide a coordinate system on a globe that doesn't exist.
There is curvature.
Well, that's funny because it's not measured; it's calculated.
Okay. There's curvature in our perception. The Earth is flat, but it is round to us because, and hear me out here. Any significant mass, due to like entropy in the glass box theory, essentially, is like slowly leaking out at the center. Like that's why suns slowly get smaller, and planets get smaller, and everything is. It's like at the very center of each planet, there's a very, 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 very small Planck scale hole where something's leaking out.
Cool
Someone's
story.
like draining us for energy.
That's a cool story. So, is
badly.
gravity reversing entropy?
Well, gravity is more of a byproduct of entropy.
Really? So, do you believe that gravity is compressing gas towards the surface of Earth?
No.
So then what's containing the gas in the infinite space vacuum?
Gravity doesn't do anything. It just affects perception.
Oh, so then what is the role of
gravity then when it comes to the atmosphere? Does it have any effect at all?
Yes, perception is like the state of the universe.
Not
like
perception. Any physically measurable effects?
Okay, no. Think of it like this. You put something near a black hole and you take a picture of it with any camera, any sensor, what does it look like? It doesn't change in shape, but the perception of it changes.
What, like on a computer?
Anything. You can look at it. You can look at something through just a magnifying glass, or I mean a telescope that's next to a black hole, and it warps its shape. It doesn't physically warp its shape. It warps the perception of it. It's because a black hole is just a larger hole in the fabric of reality, or the big glass box we live in.
How do you know that there's gravity around a black hole?
There isn't. Gravity's not real. It's like the force of entropy.
The force of entropy, so it's a force?
No, it's like nothing. It's like you poke a hole in the bottom of the pool. Like the suction isn't anything. The water is just falling.
So the air is just falling?
No, the nothing is falling. Space is. Energy.
Well, what about
anti-energy?
Then why isn't the gas that we're breathing exploding into the outer space vacuum?
Because it's a tiny, tiny Planck scale hole at the center of our planet and every other ball out there. Because it forms it by its very nature. And the mass dictates how fast that leaks. We can track this with math. This is an actual theory, by the way. Like this is like
this doesn't make any sense because we can actually test the behavior of gas and know that it expands without work, without any energy.
Yes.
So if the space that we occupy within the universe is expanding, then
it's not.
Why is the gas? Well, it's not. Okay.
Okay, so it's more like, you know that force on a yo-yo when you throw it out and it's pulling back as it's going out? It's like, again, like imagine you have like a kiddie pool and you have it propped up and you swirl the water in it, and at the bottom you poke a hole. That swirling is our universe expanding. It's inconsequential. What's consequential is the hole at the center of literally everything.
Well, I mean, the hole doesn't have any space in it until it's filled up with the fluid that flows into it.
No, it's leaking out through it. It's like it's because no glass box can be perfect. No glass box can like never have any leak whatsoever. You can't make a perfect structure that resists entropy. So the structure we live in is just slowly leaking, and that's what creates gravity.
So what prevents gas molecules from escaping into the vacuum of space?
Us spinning. The atmosphere being created by gravity and our centrifugal force.
All right, so wait, gravity causes the Earth to spin now?
Well, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Can you measure Earth's rotation? Like, is there a torque vector that we can analyze?
You can't really measure the force because you'd have to like build something really, really big to do that, or just have a different understanding of physics than we do at the current moment. But you can measure the speed of the rotation.
Yeah. Well, how do you know it's the Earth turning and not the sky at night?
Because we rotate around and through different planets, and you can make a three-dimensional model.
How do you know Earth is the planet?
Because we've like sent a lot of people into space, and they say it's a planet.
So is that the only way you know that Earth is a planet? Because we sent people to space.
I mean, you can like. There's also been like lots of like high altitude balloons and shit like that have taken pictures of like the entire curvature of the Earth.
Really?
I've never. This argument's falling apart. Holy fuck! You guys are right.
I'm kind of curious. How do you measure the curvature of the Earth in order to strike an orbit?
Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, to put something
What did
in
you
orbit.
say? No, what did you say? I didn't hear it.
How do they measure the curvature of the Earth in the first place to have, orbital mechanics work?
I don't think we need to measure things for orbital mechanics to work.
Why not? If it's too big, then you don't accelerate enough.
Well, I'm just saying things are going to accelerate without us having any input. They did when we were monkeys.
Oh yeah, like what?
No.
I'm just being facetious.
Yeah,
I'm just
so-
saying the Earth's been spinning long since before you perceived it to be.
That's a cool story. Now, how do you know it's spinning and it's not the starfield that's spinning? Oh, the astronauts. So how do you know how the astronauts measure the Earth in order to go out into space and orbit? Well,
Well, they don't really need to. You can just look at it.
how do
But
you?
that proves my
I
perception
take a telescope,
theory.
I look
The
at
Earth
Jupiter,
is
and I
actually
see Jupiter's like Earth. Like, come on.
You know?
You've
It's
never
just
seen the
round to
globe.
us.
Like, you've never seen the globe. Nobody's ever seen the globe. And if you're shown a picture of it, you don't have enough knowledge to judge whether or not it's correct. So, has anyone ever measured the curvature of the Earth to know that it's a globe?
Yeah. A lot of people from different
like-
countries and stuff too.
I'd like one measurement. Please, for the love of God, can somebody get us a globe curvature measurement that we can verify?
I'm sure I can look that up.
Yeah, we've been looking for about 10 years as a community, and we talk to people through all walks of life. We record our conversations 24/7 and have for the past 10 years. And so far, they've been unsuccessful. So maybe you're the one, Neo. The entire cosmic distance ladder depends on this.
Cosmic distance ladder, what's that?
So this is the foundation for the astronomical unit, essentially, that provides the structure of distances for the solar system and the back-engineered supposed masses of the planets to explain their orbits using, Keplerian Galilean mechanics.
Okay.
Providing some kind of physical reality to them, even though.
Oh, the most common test to prove the Earth is curved is you can go on any spot on the ocean, and if you go far enough away, then the ships start to disappear on the horizon from each other.
That's a great urban myth. Everybody says this, but nobody can produce the results. What we do have is extensive evidence of a well-documented and well-understood marine layer. There's an inferior mirage that takes place very commonly just above the surface of the water, where the water is often evaporating, and you have a temperature differential between the air and the water that's below it. And this distortion is often confused for ships that are being gobbled up from the bottom up as they recede into this. And as they recede further, they recede into the atmospheric haze, subject to Rayleigh scattering. There's like an atmospheric fence, and
No, there's you can look up a video of like the ship slowly. You can see like less and less of the ship.
No, that's like I grew up on the coast. I grew up on the east coast of Australia on the Gold Coast, and we have there's like a hub there where we have cruise ships that go out all the time, like giant ships. I grew up fishing a lot at the ocean and surfing a lot, sitting there waiting for fish or waiting for waves, watching the boats go out. What you see most of the time is just the ship will get smaller and smaller and smaller, and it'll just kind of like fade off into the distance. It'll get too small.
Because you can't see it with your eyeballs. It's at like several miles, 60,000 feet.
Yeah.
You
So
need a
if
very
something was
powerful telescope to see it.
Okay, so in the side chat, I just put an example at 28 minutes after the hour, and now we have consumer grade cameras that have crazy zoom capabilities. So we can use these cameras, and it can look like the ship is gone, right? From when you're
That
just
is
standing
not
there
like
looking,
8
and then
miles.
oh,
That is like
no,
that's
the
like
horizon
2.
should be at 3 miles away if you're 6 foot
No,
tall
I'm
and you're
saying this.
standing at the beach.
No, this effect occurs at like 8 miles away, is what they're saying.
After 3 miles, the bottom of the boat should start to disappear if you're standing at the beach looking out, and that's well within the
The
range of
calculation
not
I'm
even
looking at is 60,000 feet.
feet. No, I said 3 miles.
Yeah, that's like. I'm saying the
Yeah, so if
calculation
you're
I'm
6
looking
foot
at
tall,
says like it starts at 5.
kilometers.
I'm saying miles.
No, it doesn't start at 5 miles unless you go up higher, like say you're like 12 foot height or something like that. It might be 5 miles. 6 foot height is 3 miles. I remember them teaching me this at school, but I've been researching this for a long time. I know it's 3 miles if you're 6 foot tall. And then at 3 miles, that should be the line where you can't see any more water, like where the horizon's defined as the line where the sky and the ground appear to meet.
It'll be easier to see the effect if you're like up on something taller than 6 feet tall, though. Just get up on a platform.
I know, but we can get up. We've got observations all the way up to the height of airplanes where we can see orders of magnitude further than you would possibly be able to see if the Earth were a globe. We've got observations from 3 inches above the surface all the way up to the height of an airplane, where in every single instance, we can see so much further than you would possibly be able to see on a globe. And we can't find that curvature. We can't find that geometric horizon that should be there at a certain distance.
I'm like looking at videos of this right now.
Yeah, I just put some in the side chat there. If you think you've got a video where someone's done an observation and it matches up with the globe, then that's what we're looking for. But no one's ever been able to produce one that's legitimate. So if you think you have evidence of this kind of thing, then we'll go over it in good faith, right? We'll check all of the details, we'll analyze it critically, and we'll just come to a logical conclusion. But you'll be disappointed once it starts getting broken down, if you can find one. Because we've got thousands at this point where we have crystal clear conditions and we can zoom across like a 20-mile distance and we can see something completely unobstructed that should be hidden by the height of a skyscraper.
Have you like not been in an airplane?
Yeah, plenty of times. I like airplanes enough to have research.
What's an airplane? What's an airplane? Define airplane.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
It just doesn't even look flat.
What, through 3 panes of glass on the passenger side?
I've looked out of open windows while flying. I have family members who are pilots.
Yeah, so if Earth is a globe, you might not still be high enough to see the curvature, right? Because if you're seeing horizon curvature, then there's something wrong.
Both on land and on sea.
Which way? Curvature like left and right, or curvature forward and backwards?
Are you retarded?
No, I'm not. It's a very important question.
Just can't help some people.
Well,
bro, don't
Google it. Google.
That's an ad hom, my friend. Yeah, that's if you can't answer the question properly. Like then you start insulting people instead of answering their question. It's an ad hominem fallacy. Like, try not to do that. You're having a good faith conversation up until that point. Okay, it's a fact that you would only be able to see 0.1% of the surface of the Earth from the height of a plane at 40,000 feet. That's not high enough mathematically to even see any curvature. I've flown all over the world, and you don't see curvature from a plane, man.
Listen, so from the beginning, when I was a child, I studied everywhere I see. They say the Earth is oblate shaped, which is kind of like round, and you're saying it's flat. That's weird. And that means the Google is lying. Everyone is lying. So it's flat now, right?
Dude, I'll just put footage, like a time lapse footage from a flight in the side chat. Even from like 5 times that height, they say you wouldn't be able to see curvature. Even astrophysicists say that from 300,000 feet height, you wouldn't see curvature of the Earth. Relax, bro. MSK, chill, man. Calm down, sir. Please calm down.
I'm calm, man. You can
Alright,
give
thank
your
you. Remain
explanation
calm.
to my question. All right, dude. Don't worry.
I'm actually like amazed. Like I'm like you guys are actually on. Like I'm not even trolling. Like that guy's argument fell apart in like 2 minutes. Like, that was actually crazy.
The guy said the gravity's like pulling a drain in a bathtub.
Yeah, what the fuck? Like, what is he on about? I don't know. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. You guys actually make compelling points.
Thanks.
So, if you don't mind me just saying, my friend, just for the sake of just pointing out that, we were sounding a little adversarial earlier on, but debates, or what do you say, people stopping by like that, I think you'll see why we sometimes get a little aggressive a little quickly. So I appreciate your patience and sticking around with us, friend. It's been quite my honor to have you around.
Oh, Elvis, brother, I understand. You guys like flat earthers, right? So it's like you're gonna get people like that every day. Like, that's not an insult either. Like, that's just gonna come with the territory. Like you guys are going against the beliefs of like probably like a very vast majority right now. But you guys make excellent points.
Yeah, it's usually like hardcore soy boy atheists that are the most furious about flat Earth, or like extreme degenerates. It like completely triggers them because they think that we're coming from a religious point of view, which we're not even. But yeah, like it seems like the more degenerate people are, like the more flat Earth angers them and enrages them. So you passed the not a degenerate test for sure, bro.
I appreciate that. Yeah, no, like I'm genuinely like curious, like because like if like you're right, like I've been told like my entire life, like oh that's around. I really just like as a kid was like hey whatever, I don't really care. Like to me what they said made sense at the time, but you're right, like you guys have some very good points. So like like, but it's a genuine curiosity, like what that does mean then for reality, right? Like if the Earth is a flat plane, that's what I'm like. That's curious. Like that's curiosity. Like
I still remember the first time I was like driving home from work, going through this early on, and I'm looking at the sun and I'm looking at the clouds, and I'm like, "What the hell is that thing? What the hell is the sun for real? Like, no, seriously, what is it?" And the whole sky just felt like it was closer, like the ceiling was a lot nearer because I knew the outer space Big Bang vacuum story was fake.
Yeah. Fuck. Wait. Does that make is it Big Bang fake? Is there like big holes?
Yeah,
in there,
totally fake, dude.
Jeez, really? Okay.
Yeah. Flat Earth basically unwinds everything that we've been told, and
yeah.
It
would, wouldn't it? Like, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Like, because it really would, like, genuinely. Good point. It's all bad. Like, it's kind of like they need this system to work for it to actually, like, everything else to make sense. I don't know.
Right.
Right.
They've had hundreds of years to build this up mathematically and provide explanations. So, we took up the task of unwinding that. Like, we can tell you exactly how the globe was created and how it's not a measurement at all. And it's just a concept in people's minds that they've reified into reality. It doesn't exist in reality. The territory is not the map. And in their case, they created a map in their minds that became the territory of the real.
That's interesting. Oh, it makes a lot of atheists angry. Is that what you said? Like,
yeah, atheists get really mad.
Super attached. Yeah, like they're very attached to their science, right?
Right, their materialism. They think they have it all freaking figured out.
Yeah.
So
Well,
then
so
we
like,
say, okay, humbly asking for a curvature measurement of the Earth. Do you have one? And what we get are excuses, just tons of excuses and redirections.
hmm. Well, what other major scientific kind of theories is like a flat Earth, like kind of like a falsify? Then you know what I mean? Like,
Pretty much anything having to do with astrophysics or any kind of theoretical physics. But I mean,
yeah,
we're champions of science, mainstream science. We're champions of applied physics, of chemistry, biology, and so on. Like we're not
yeah.
we're not proposing some alternate like laws of the universe. We get to keep the actual laws, the same ones that people who believe in the globe get.
Yeah. Because like I'm not gonna pretend I'm like smart enough to debate you guys. You guys definitely seem like you're way more into this aspect of science. You know what I mean? Like I'm really built for this.
Well, there's different approaches that people can take. Like, I mean,
yeah,
some people are not going to be swayed by the technical discussions, but they'll be swayed by the philosophical discussions or the social aspect to it. Like one of the things we found is it's going to be much, much harder for people to believe that the world is crazy with its globe delusion than it is to accept the verifiable facts of your direct sensory experience that Earth is flat and stationary. That's a fact.
Yeah.
It's harder to accept that the world is crazy sometimes than it is to accept that the Earth is exactly as you see it. And that's what's kind of crazy, effed up about it.
Mm.
So the societal struggle is true. There's a social cost. Like if you go out and declare yourself a flat earther to your boss, to your coworkers, friends, and family, like there's a high probability that they're going to think you're crazy, maybe want to get your head checked.
Yeah, they're gonna want to make you defend. Same thing with like being religious, almost this day and age. Like
yeah,
it's very interesting.
Right. Right. So the funny thing is all you have to do is say, well, what if Earth is as we experience it? It's the opposite of being delusional. Like what's delusional is when you watch the sun set, but then you say, well, it's not really setting because the sun's stationary and Earth is rotating backwards.
Yeah.
Which one of these is delusional?
Yeah.
Pointing at the moving sun in the sky, like you can point at it and move your arm as it sets.
Good point. Yeah. Yeah, that's a great point.
Right. So that's it. We try to align people's sensory experiences with how they think about the world too, so that they're one and the same. When those two come into alignment, a powerful thing happens in your mind. It starts unlocking doors, and you start to be able to think critically through things in a much different way, a much faster way. Because right now, basically, the entire world has been brainwashed into accepting paradoxes and contradictions as truth. So if you can brainwash people to think that the Earth is rotating backwards as the sun sets, even though they directly see the sun setting and Earth is stationary, you train people's minds to accept paradoxes, then their minds become more pliable to accept other contradictory terms. They're more pliable to brainwashing and other avenues in life.
Do you think that that's how it started? How did this doesn't like sound like too conspiracy theorist, right? But like how did we get to like a flat Earth, a round Earth as like an accepted point? You know what I mean? Like how did that even happen? Because I just got told it was flat one day and someone pulled out a globe, right?
Right. If you talk to different members or different people in our community, you'll get different answers. My take is that this is almost like an urban myth that got out of hand. So I think it started in the age of sailing. Like that's when it started to get picked up. People were using the stars to navigate, and they're running into mathematical problems trying to get linear distances calculated on a flat surface when they were taking angular measurements of perceived rotations in the sky. As the stars move. So they developed a globe where they started taking the land masses of Earth that they were sailing to and from, and they plastered them into the celestial sphere. And they called that a globe, and it was useful in navigating. And then people started to believe that that was real, that map was reality itself when it isn't. And that's it. We've just been stuck with it ever since. It's been a convention. And you know what? It works. Like, I'm not denying that spherical coordinate reference systems, latitude and longitude, will not get you from A to B. I mean, it will get you there. But the question is, what route are you really taking to get there in real life? And until you have an actual measurement without using the spherical coordinate reference system, that is to say you're doing physical measurements apart from that to externally validate it, you have no way of knowing for sure what's going on. So, so our community, when we've done these laser tests all over the world, and we've done these long distance, high altitude observations in infrared, the very fact that we're seeing things too far away and not measuring curvature means we know for a fact that the unmitigated coordinate reference system that we use, latitude and longitude on a ball, is wrong. And the orientations of land masses as depicted is not going to be accurate. It's not what's really happening in the real world. Their sizes are also going to be off. Because those are created by calculated distances between points on the coordinate reference system, regardless of what distances they're actually measured to be.
I see.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, maybe a bad example, but illustrative is, you ever use like the old GPS devices, you plop them on the windshield, and like you're driving, and your car looks like it's going off road somewhere. And then a second later, it snaps back to the road again.
Yeah.
While this is not happening for this reason, but if Earth is a globe, or if the spherical coordinate reference system is a globe and Earth is flat, then your navigation system is going to have to snap your little car to the grid against where it's actually going on a flat Earth.
True.
So I think this is happening on a massive scale. The errors between a flat and a globe Earth do not accumulate much unless you're going over vast distances. And most people don't have the resources and time and manpower to actually go out and perform an independent survey to determine what the true distances are. It's so much easier to just use GPS and to map things to stars, which they had done before GPS. Yeah, I mean, this goes deep. So you'll hear flat earthers going down the conspiracy theory rabbit hole, almost to say like NASA knows the Earth is flat and they're hiding it from you. And I don't think that's the case at all. My take on NASA's story is unique.
Yeah. Well, tell me, Sean.
Yeah, so let me pop open some references I got for you. I saved these in another server. The history of NASA, it's quite fascinating. Most people don't know this, but what I'm about to tell you is openly verifiable. Where the hell did I put it? DJ, you there? Where did I put it? Is it under space and rockets? There it is. Okay. All right, so there was a presidential directive in 1951 in the United States. It's called the Directive Establishing the Psychological Strategy Board. So why would America need a psychological strategy board? Well, a few years prior, America was one of the victors in World War II, and there was this great campaign to cement the Allied victory into the minds of everybody into the world, to make sure that everybody knew that the Allies won definitively and that America was number one and not to be messed with. So the Presidential Board, Psychological Strategy Board, was developed for this propaganda campaign purpose. The whole point was to strategize psychological operations. And this is actually the genesis of NASA. A couple of years later, in September of 1953, President Eisenhower rebranded it. It was no longer called the Psychological Strategy Board because it was too obvious. He called it the Operations Coordinating Board. So now, he starts to bury it. And then in 1957 came an executive order that organized the Operations Coordinating Board under the National Security Council, integrating psychological operations within the national security framework. One of their documents that came out of the Operation Coordinating Board, titled NSC 5814, it came out in June 1958, emphasizes the need for a U.S. space program that includes specific psychological exploitation objectives. This is in this document. It's calling for a judicious selection of outer space projects to include those with even limited scientific value or no scientific value, whose primary function is to achieve a favorable worldwide psychological impact for the United States, essentially creating a space program that projects U.S. technological superiority at all costs. So we also have, around this memo, we've got letters, working group memos. There's one where CIA Director Alan Dulles appoints his representative to this effort to build this burgeoning space program. The OCB Working Group on Outer Space agreed that the Department of State would be the organization to provide a chairman to head up NASA in its very founding. So the OCB Working Group, the Psychological Strategy Board for PSYOPs, chose the Department of State to nominate somebody for this, for the first director of NASA. And immediately the CIA appointed his representative. Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
It is fucking crazy. There's language in here like how they plan to use satellites as a psychological exploitation tool to strike fear into the enemy. And I mean, the whole thing is psyops, 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 and missiles,
Can you send me
missiles,
that?
missiles.
Yeah, that's great.
So I don't get that they're hiding flat Earth. Like NASA's primary objective, if you ask me, based off of its historical founding, the primary objective for NASA, which might be oblivious to 99% of the people working there, is propaganda to project technological capabilities that may not even exist.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, that like does make a bit of sense if you actually look at like what they do. To be honest, like
They can
genuinely,
still think Earth's a globe.
yeah, genuinely, man. I agree with you. Like I've been like seeing, because like I guess like the big part of me that actually makes me question all this shit is like how unverifiable space really is. Because like people like it is so. It just looks fucking faked. Like everything that they do around it just looks like fake bullshit to me.
Yeah, it really does.
And
CGI and green screens, all kinds of crazy crap goes on. And you know what? There might be like a cadre of people at Jet Propulsion Labs or somewhere like that that are still trying to work out like how to actually go to space and do real orbits. And maybe it hasn't happened
Yeah,
yet.
the
Maybe
real-
they think Earth is a globe, and that's why they're fucking up, because they think Earth is a globe and it's really flat.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, bro, it could be like genuinely like
right.
You know, it's right. Yeah, like
Very thought too.
that's actually like it's weird to think about. It's super weird to think about because like I don't trust them. You know what I mean? Like I don't really fully trust these like fucking people. So you know, like I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, the moon landings are so obviously fake. So what else are they faking? You know, there is stuff that we can see in the sky, and these objects in the sky do appear to be broadcasting some, radio telecommunications. But even that might be in contention. But there is stuff in the sky. But you know what's really weird? Now this is where it gets weird. The subject of transients has come up again recently in the media. There's, I think, some kind of like Harvard graduate who is enamored with this UAP UFO phenomenon that's resurging in the news. And she and her team actually studied some old like US Army, US Navy research on the upper atmosphere from like the 1940s and 50s and found that there were what they called transients, that there were lights there were seemingly orbiting the Earth, but flying in constellations, like patterns of 5 equally spaced apart, and that they would reflect light as solid metallic objects would. This is before satellites.
Yeah.
And those transients are now coming up again in the news. So what's really going up there? I don't freaking know. It's possible that maybe satellites are explained by a technology, but they really have no idea what the fuck they are.
Yeah. That's interesting.
And in order
very interesting.
in order to keep us from going into a panic about aliens and shit like that, they tell us, "Oh yeah, it's just Starlink."
Yeah, could be aliens. How would that work? If like flat, I don't know, aliens.
Well,
like
I would say they're interdimensional. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, interdimensional. That's a good point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or the flat world could be much bigger than we thought, and there are other regions. Where there are other people living, and who knows?
Because if it's flat in the terms of like it's like the ground, if it's like the ground, you know what I mean, like the floor of like, I don't know, like that's how I'd say. Like if there's no edge, for example, it's just flat floor for as long as it goes, and then everything else is above that. I don't know, like.
Yeah, could there be other worlds with other suns that do like a 24-hour Antarctic sun thing?
Yeah.
You know?
What about like digging underground? Because like if you dig underground, it still gets hotter. You know, like
yeah. Well, it just so happens, that this world is structured that way, right? Like if you go up higher and higher and higher, things get less dense and